Chapter 1. Some things are just unavoidable. The greatest sorrow in life is not dying with money left over. It is when you raise a child for many years and suddenly discover that it is not your own. Wang Yu took 2 freshly printed paternity tests, which said in identical print: no biological relationship. Please ignore the time it takes to write a paternity test in the format, I have never seen one either, the meaning is the same. This made him understand that the 2 children he had loved for many years were not his biological children. This shocking result made him feel cold even in the scorching heat of July. Alas! Of the 80 million sufferings in the world, the cuckold is the most hurtful. The betrayal by his wife made him feel suffocated at that moment. As expected, after a relationship has been going on for a long time, someone will always crave for novelty and always want to seek a little excitement in the calm life. Wang Yu's body was cold, his hands trembling as he sat down on the hospital chair, his heart filled with grief. Recalling the oath of eternal love and the unbreakable vow they had made, he felt devastated. Wang Yu's wife, Chen Yuting, was recognized as the school's most beautiful girl when they were at university. Even after giving birth to 2 children, she still had a great figure and had become even more mature and voluptuous. Her skin is fair and delicate, her hair is black and smooth, and she doesn't look like a mother in her 30s at all. Her family is even more prominent in the city, with a family fortune of hundreds of millions of yuan, and she is the only daughter, a veritable beauty from a wealthy family. Wang Yu, a humble man who had just graduated from university, had always been proud to have married such a perfect wife. And the birth of their 2 children made him feel like the happiest man in the world. But at this moment, the 2 thin pieces of paper in his hands were like a giant axe, shattering the family he thought was happy. Thinking about his wife's deception over the years, and thinking about the fact that he had held her in the palm of his hand every day for 10 years like it was the first day, he really felt like a big fool. There was nowhere to vent the anger in his heart, and the rest of his life was even more bleak. But at the moment, there was nothing he could do. Even if he went back and exposed this, what then? Once you've been labeled, no one has ever heard of someone being able to take it off. His wife's family background was quite good, and her father-in-law never liked him, and recently he had been thinking about having his second daughter take her mother's surname. If he goes back and makes a scene, he'll probably be happy to urge Chen Yuting to divorce him. And what will he get in the end? As he thought about it, Wang Yu's face became grim. The hatred of being cheated on is unspeakable. A commoner's anger spills blood 5 paces. Walking out of the hospital in a daze, when he saw a bar, he walked right in. Let's indulge today, and live only for ourselves in the future. Wang Yu is 8 feet tall and handsome. From Kongming, his elegant demeanor attracted many girls when he was at school, but the appearance of his wife made those girls feel inferior and afraid to express their love. At this time, he gulped down drink after drink, and the despair revealed in his decadence made the women who saw him rise with a deep desire to protect. Sir, you're drinking alone. Would you like to join me? The woman, who had been hanging out at the bar, couldn't resist approaching him, and Wang Yu didn't reject her. At that moment, he didn't care who it was or who he was drinking with. He just wanted to get drunk. Forget about his love, forget about his wife. Sad people get drunk easily when they drink. It wasn't long before Wang Yu collapsed in a booth at the bar, and the women sitting around him couldn't help but start taking advantage of the situation. Let go, this man is mine today. This sentence exploded like a bomb in the already noisy scene. Just as the group of eager women became more and more unrestrained, a cold and authoritative voice suddenly sounded, as if a sharp sword, cutting off all their movements. Why? One of the women was the first to come back to her senses, glaring at the person who spoke with anger on her face. Who do you think you are? The other woman was not to be outdone, her eyes betraying a hint of contempt and disdain. Get in line. The third woman shouted even more rudely, as if she felt she had been greatly insulted. For a moment, there were various rebuttals, and the whole scene descended into chaos. These interrupted she-wolves began to argue with each other, and some even tried to push each other, each trying to prove that they were the most qualified to get the man. Here is 100,000, whoever grabs it is theirs. A frivolous check floated to the ground. Then there was a flurry of chaos, with the females fighting over it. In a daze, Wang Yu felt like he was being lifted up by someone. The softness of the tentacles made him feel like it was a woman, but at this time, he couldn't even stand steadily, and his eyes were so blurry that he couldn't see who the person in front of him was. After leaving the bar, he was taken to a car. In the back seat, he vaguely saw the driver in front of him, a girl with black, flowing hair. This reminded him of when he first met his wife, and she also had this hairstyle. He couldn't help but loudly question her. Shen Yuding, you liar, you let me raise someone else's child, and you still have the nerve to show your face in front of me. The woman didn't respond to him, and kept driving as if she hadn't heard a word Wang Yu said. The drunk Wang Yu did not stop, and kept on talking about the anger and resentment in his heart. I did a paternity test today, and neither of the two children is mine. Neither is it. Why are you doing this to me? As he said this, he shed tears, and then began to sob. A man's tears are 100 times more precious than his blood. After years of dedication, this is the result. Drunk, Wang Yu could no longer control his emotions. After crying for a while, he began to vent his dissatisfaction. I won't let you go, I will make public what you have done, so that your family will be completely disgraced. I will also kill that adulterer, kill him. The woman still didn't answer Wang Yu, and her silence only aroused Wang Yu's anger. Why don't you say anything? Are you ashamed? I have loved you for so many years, and you treat me like this, why? Tell me, why did you do this to me? As he cursed, the effects of the alcohol kicked in and Wang Yu fell asleep, mumbling incoherently. I don't know how long it took, but the car stopped at an underground parking lot, and Wang Yu was once again helped out of the car by the woman and taken into a building. At this time, Wang Yu was like a puppet, being manipulated at will by the woman. He only felt someone taking off his clothes, and then it seemed like he was being wiped down. In a daze, he couldn't tell where he was or what he was doing. Life is a dream, and this dream is full of the fragrance of roses. When he woke up in the morning, Wang Yu's mouth was dry. He wanted to ask his wife to pour him a cup of hot water, but just as he was about to speak, he remembered what had happened to him yesterday. He laughed at himself, feeling that it was not worth crying for himself. Since he had decided to be responsible only for himself in the future, he should let go of what was not worth keeping. A woman who betrays you is not worth saving. Even if she is rich and beautiful, she is still a piece of shit and disgusting. After gathering himself together, he felt a little soreness in his left arm, and the touch of his left hand felt a little off. Wang Yu remembered getting drunk yesterday and then being taken away by a woman. Shit. I was actually taken by. Raise his head slightly, and Wang Yu clearly saw the woman next to him. She was still sleeping peacefully, her eyes closed, her face rosy. Her silky black hair was spread across her arms, her breathing even and gentle, her lips slightly open as if she were having a beautiful dream. The sun shone through the window and fell on her white as jade skin. The whole scene was like a perfect picture scroll, and Wang Yu had eyes that were good at spotting beauty. Chapter 2: Be decisive in times of trouble. After admiring her for a while, the woman also woke up. Although I don't know why this happened, you can make any request you want. After sobering up, Wang Yu said with some nervousness. When Xin looked at the man in front of her and couldn't help but smile a little. The person she liked had cheated on her for 20 years, but had never given her a promise. And an indulgence she had made out of despondency had unexpectedly gotten a promise. Pathetic. Lamentable. Pitiful. What's more, he's hateful. What's the point of figuring it out, or scolding myself for being stupid? I'm already this age, what's there to let go of? This paragraph is based on the story of Duan Yu's mother and Duan Yuqian. The man in front of her had been observed at the bar for a long time, and it looked like he had also been hurt by love. Although she wanted to completely bury her love, Wen Xin still didn't want to just find someone. She wanted to at least find someone who looked pleasant and wasn't annoying. Some women are really strange. They hurt themselves to achieve a certain goal, but in the process they pursue perfection. On the way back, she learned the man's name and heard him scream. Sure enough, it was even more miserable than her own. He had been deeply in love with his wife for 7 years of marriage, but his wife had given birth to 2 children who were not his. As a woman, Wen Xin condemned the shamelessness of that woman and sympathized with Wang Yu's ordeal. She thought that she was just looking for someone who looked good, and Wang Yu looked pretty good. It seemed that he was a good person, too, and his story was so sad that it made people cry. It had been a long day of choosing, and she was tired. She decided to go with him. At least she could give him something, let him know that his life wasn't just about cheating and betrayal, but also a little bit of luck and warmth. If you want me to be responsible, I think we can try to get to know each other for a while. This woman didn't seem to have a hint of the worldliness that Wang Yu was used to, and he felt that he could get to know her. Although his wife had betrayed him, he had no intention of growing old alone. Wang Yu felt a little saddened. He woke up and realized that he had actually been passively cheated on. How could he, who had always been a man of integrity, accept this? It's fine, you can go. I don't want to get to know you. What do you mean? You'd better go back and finish your own business first. You don't even have the 2 kids, so hurry up and divorce your wife. How do you know? You shouted the whole way in the car last night. I don't want to know. Wait for me, I'll go back and divorce my wife first, then I'll come find you. Wang Yu felt that her married status had caused her to misunderstand. I said, can't you understand what people say? If you want to contact me, I have to be willing. Get out of here. I. Wang Yu was red with anger and didn't know what to say. It turned out to be just a one-night stand. Wang Yu couldn't be as carefree as the woman, and the traditional-minded him still left his contact information. Wen Xin waved his hand without saying a word. Although he sympathized with Wang Yu's experience, he also gave him his most precious thing. However, Wen Xin was still reluctant to have any emotional exchanges with a man who had been cheated on by women for so many years. Although the skin is good, it is still not possible, not to mention that I don't have the heart for it. Wang Yu put the note on the bedside table and then got ready to get dressed and leave. He lifted the quilt and found a small red flower on the bed. This. It's no wonder that Wang Yu was so excited. After all, he hadn't seen this kind of flower when he was newly married. His wife explained that she had hurt herself when she was learning to dance. Wang Yu had suspected it at the time, and after checking online, he found that there was indeed a chance of this happening. Coupled with his wife's deliberate flattery and coquetry, and her astonishingly flexible body, he believed it. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Wen Xin, with a red face, drove Wang Yu away. Wait for me. After getting dressed, Wang Yu looked at Wen Xin seriously for 10 seconds, until he would never forget her in his life, and then left. Sitting on the bed, Wen Xin regretted her decision a little. It wasn't that she regretted indulging herself, but she felt that she shouldn't have found a man like Wang Yu. He was too possessive, and she might get into trouble in the future. But it didn't matter, she would leave after a few days when she finished dealing with Sudu City. She probably wouldn't see him again in the future. After leaving, Wang Yu went to his wife's company to directly confront her. He decided to hold off on the strong urge for revenge he felt yesterday and just get a divorce as soon as possible. After learning the truth, he had to stop the damage as soon as possible. He was already heartless after being cuckolded. Chen Yuding is young and pretty, and her family background is quite good. Even though he knew she was already married with 2 children, there were still many ambitious people who wanted both her wealth and her beauty, and they pursued her like crazy. But in the past, Wang Yu didn't care about any of this. After all, the 2 of them had always had a good relationship, and their 2 children were well behaved and obedient. His family had always been happy and content. His eldest daughter was 3 years old, and his youngest daughter was less than a year old. He had loved his little ones for so long, but they weren't his biological children. Now that he thought about it, it was really ironic that he had been a cuckold for at least 4 years. Arriving at his wife's company, Wang Yu walked in silence, not bothering to respond to any of the greetings on the way. He pushed open the office door and saw his wife, Chen Yuding, buried in work at her desk. Looking at the beautiful and capable woman in front of him, Wang Yu's heart did not waver at all, but was filled with disgust and loathing. Honey, why are you here? Where were you last night? Your phone was turned off when I tried to call you. Chen Yuding heard a noise and looked up to see that it was Wang Yu. Looking at his wife's natural appearance, Wang Yu felt even more annoyed. He had been deceived by her appearance. After years of cheating and betrayal, if he hadn't done the paternity test himself, he would have continued to work hard for the rest of his life, allowing her to boss him around. Wang Yu closed and locked the office door, then drew the curtains. Although he had been cheated on for a long time, and he had thought about revenge, it wasn't the right time yet, and Wang Yu was a man of his word. Chen Yuding, be honest with me, have you ever betrayed me? Wang Yu asked with a gloomy face, wondering how his wife would answer. What's wrong with you, honey? You're acting really strange today. You came to the office early in the morning and asked me this. Have you heard something? Chen Yuding had been the boss for a few years and was very good at controlling her emotions. Wang Yu's face did not look good. He had not come home last night and he was questioning her like this early in the morning. She felt that there must be something going on. Wang Yu was not surprised by his wife's calmness. She had been the boss for a few years and had always been competent, but Wang Yu had no intention of arguing with her. With evidence in his pocket, who had the time to argue? If you don't make a decision, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Leave. Look at this, said Wang Yu, handing his wife the 2 paternity tests. After taking them, Chen Yuding looked at them for a few moments, her face turning pale. She had never expected her husband to discover the truth about something she had hidden for so many years. And it looked like it was not going to end well today. If she got into a fight with her husband here, it would have a huge negative impact on her company and her family. Whose is this? You didn't bring it here to scare me, did you? You don't need to deny it. I had it done at a legitimate institution, and it has legal effect. I also personally picked up the items for the two children's identifications. Now I'm not here to ask you for an explanation. Chapter 3, Don't Treat Me Like a Lapdog. Wang Yu's words silenced Chen Yuding for a long time, but Wang Yu was in no hurry. After all, some evidence could not be destroyed. Chen Yuding calmly looked at Wang Yu and threw the appraisal report directly into the shredder. You haven't done the appraisal, and I haven't read this report either. Honey, aren't we a happy family? What the hell kind of logic is this? Were you Zhao Gao in your past life? Wang Yu almost couldn't catch his breath when he heard his wife's words. He never would have thought that his wife would be so calm about calling a stag a horse. What was she trying to do, make him live with a hat on his head forever, and let him continue to help other people raise their children? His wife's words didn't hurt much, but they were extremely insulting. Chen Yuding, do you think that's possible? Don't make me find that man, and hurry up and get a divorce. Divorce is out of the question. The two girls can't do without a father, and I can't do without a husband. His wife's words were very plain, as if she were stating an ordinary matter. But Wang Yu felt amused. She had already put the blame on him and spoken to him in this tone. I won't raise a child that isn't mine, and I won't live with you anymore. If you don't agree, I'll go to court and sue for divorce, and you'll bear the consequences. Wang Yu was a little agitated, and felt that his wife was a stranger. He had imagined many scenarios when he came here, crying, mocking, pleading, and even denying it. But his wife casually dismissed the whole thing with a single sentence, allowing him to continue being a turtle. Is that even possible? She's just being selfish. Although his wife is very wealthy, Wang Yu is not the kind of person who would give up his dignity for money. If only what happened last night had never happened. If only he hadn't felt responsible as a son. Wang Yu really wanted to strangle his wife right now. Hearing that Wang Yu was going to take the matter to court, Chen Yuding's brows furrowed. She was always rational, but even she couldn't help but want to lose her temper at this moment. But looking at Wang Yu, who was about to go crazy, she didn't dare to provoke him either. If she couldn't control the situation and things exploded here, she would have a hard time dealing with the trouble afterwards. Why did you go and get a paternity test? Did someone say something to you? Chen Yuding still knew Wang Yu very well. Her family had always been very happy, and there were some things that Wang Yu had never doubted. It was very likely that someone had deliberately told Wang Yu about it. Yes, I received a text message yesterday morning. At first I thought it was just a spam message, but it clearly stated the time and place of your affair, which made it hard for me not to suspect you. At the time, I still believed in you and thought someone was targeting you. I wanted to call you to say something, but I couldn't get through to you after calling a dozen times, and no one answered when I called your office. You told me yourself in the morning that you were going to work, and less than an hour later you were unreachable, which made me suspicious. Unexpectedly, after the results of the identification came out, it turned out to be true. Where did you go yesterday morning? I didn't see you return the call in the afternoon either. Were you not seeing me, or were you fooling around with some guy? Chen Yuding didn't know how to respond for a moment. She definitely couldn't tell her husband where she had been all day yesterday. She couldn't help but blame the man in her heart. If he hadn't turned off her phone, she wouldn't have received the call and this wouldn't have happened. Of course, she didn't know that the phone had been deliberately turned off and the text message her husband received had been arranged. If Wang Yu didn't go for the paternity test, there would be other means later, the goal being to get Wang Yu out of the way. Chen Yuding had been held in the palm of the hands by two men in recent years, and she thought she could control them both at the same time. Little did she know that no other man would be so stupid. No sooner had her husband learned the truth than he changed from his usual gentle self and couldn't wait to get a divorce. The lover on the side also schemed and calculated, just to possess her all by himself. Why are you so quiet? Did I hit the nail on the head? I went out yesterday to negotiate a contract. My phone ran out of battery. I was busy until night. When I called you, no one answered the phone. Wang Yu thought, when his wife called, he was either drinking or having sex, so it was strange that he had time to answer the phone. Okay, I don't want to dwell on this anymore. In a word, divorce. The children are yours, and the assets in your name will be divided equally. This matter is over, and we will live our lives separately from now on, never to see each other again. Wang Yu was now too lazy to argue with his wife. Don't even think about getting a divorce. You come home now, or don't blame me for being rude. At this point, what else do you want to do? Do you think I can still live with you? Even if you don't want a divorce, I won't go back. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you haven't made up your mind after 3 days, I'll see you in court. After saying this, Wang Yu walked away without looking back. Shen Yuding looked at Wang Yu's departing back and, out of anger, smashed everything on her desk that she could. After calming down, she took out her phone and dialed a phone number. After 2 rings, the person on the other end picked up. What's wrong, senior? Do you miss your junior? My husband knows about me and that the baby isn't his. Can you still marry me? He knows? You've been keeping it a secret well. What's the point of talking about this now? If I don't agree to a divorce in 3 days, he'll go to court. If this gets out, I'm finished, and our family will suffer a great loss. And what about our 2 daughters? They're so young and will have to put up with the gossip. Shen Yuding burst into tears as she spoke. She still had feelings for Wang Yu. After all these years together, apart from the fact that life had been a bit dull, he had taken good care of her and the children. If she could avoid a divorce, she still wanted to stay with Wang Yu forever. Sometimes she thought she was really greedy, craving the excitement and happiness that the outside world could bring her, while also enjoying the happiness and warmth of her family. Over the years, she had become accustomed to this kind of life, and now that the balance had suddenly been upset, she didn't know what to do for a moment. If the news of her cheating and resulting divorce got out, would her daughter be discriminated against at school and be verbally abused? Shen Yuding felt a cold shiver run down her spine at the thought of those devastating adjectives being applied to her daughter. Yuding, don't cry. There are still 3 days left, don't worry, I'll definitely help you solve this. How? Marry me? If we can get a divorce peacefully, Wang Yu won't make a scene, and all we have to do is get him to sign a confidentiality contract. But if you don't marry me after the divorce, what about our daughter? How can I explain to her when she grows up that she doesn't have a father to keep her company? I really can't do that right now. My mother is in Shuzhou City. If she finds out about us, I'll be disinherited. Is that status really that important? We don't lack money right now, and my company is already profitable. The 4 of us can live a good life. It's not as simple as you think. If I lose my status as heir, the siblings behind me won't let me go. And your company, if I lose this status, your business volume will be halved directly. The Wen's group is very important to us. So, what should I do? I'm so confused right now. Don't worry about it, I'll find someone to settle that brat. If he doesn't listen to you, then let him know what it means to be cornered. Shen Yuding heard the cold voice on the other side of the phone and was shocked, her face turning pale. She felt that this schoolmate was not the same as the one she knew in school. Especially since this whole thing was their fault in the first place, and he actually wanted to take away everything Wang Yu had. Shen Yuding was not that cold-blooded. Although she had betrayed her husband, she had never wanted him to be unable to live. No, you can't hurt Wang Yu. I've already wronged him enough, and for so many years, he's taken care of our mother and I very well. I can't be so heartless. Yuding, I won't hurt him. Sometimes, to make someone listen, you don't have to use force. Don't worry. After my mother is gone, I'll be there for you. Chapter 4, The Old Man is Really Bad. After leaving his wife's company, Wang Yu returned home. His in-laws were taking care of their 2 granddaughters at home. His eldest daughter was named Wang Kiki, and his youngest daughter had not yet been given a name and was always called Little Treasure. Xiaoyu is back, said his mother-in-law Li Yuzhen, holding Little Treasure and walking around the living room. She saw Wang Yu and greeted him cordially. His father-in-law Chen Xusheng was on the sofa telling his eldest daughter a story. Seeing this happy and warm scene, Wang Yu couldn't help but want to kill his wife. What a happy family. He really likes the 2 daughters. Even though he now knows they are not his biological children, he can't feel any anger towards them at the moment. Daddy, Daddy, hug, Coco saw her father and jumped off the sofa. With short little legs, she ran towards Wang Yu with her arms open. Seeing his daughter running towards him for a hug, Wang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. Tears immediately flowed down his face, and he immediately turned sideways to hide it from his wife's parents. He bent down to pick up Coco, held her tightly in his arms, and felt the small, soft body. For a moment, Wang Yu would have preferred to have never found out anything and just keep living in the beautiful dream his wife had woven for him. But the two thin pieces of paper reminded Wang Yu that even dreaming was a green dream. Wiping away the tears surreptitiously, he put Coco down and felt that it would be a good idea to tell his father-in-law about it first. After all, he had come back to pack up his things, and if he didn't say anything, it would be embarrassing for the two elderly people. "Coco, you go find Grandma first, I have something to talk to Grandpa about," Wang Yu said, letting Coco go. "That's good, Yu, I also have something to talk to you about, let's go to the study." When they arrived in the study, Wang Yu brewed a pot of tea for his father-in-law and then closed the door. Chen Shusheng had now come to accept this son-in-law. Although his family background was a bit poor, his character was really good. Not only was he good to his daughter, but also to the old couple. "Xiao Yu, there's something I want to discuss with you." "Dad, you go ahead," Wang Yu said as he sat down and poured a cup of tea for Chen Shusheng, which he then placed in front of him. "Xiao Bao, I want her to take the Chen family name. What do you think?" Hearing his father-in-law's words, Wang Yu was obviously taken aback. He had married Chen Yuding, not become a son-in-law, so how did his father-in-law dare to say that? Looking at the stunned Wang Yu, Chen Shusheng became a little unhappy. His face turned cold, and he thought that the heir to his family's billions of assets did not even share his surname, which made him feel very uncomfortable. When Wang Yu was going to marry Chen Charan, he was very opposed to it. At that time, he wanted him to marry into the Chen family, but the traditional Wang Yu adamantly refused, and his own daughter also strongly opposed it. He had no choice but to accept it with a pinch of his nose. Later, he discovered that Wang Yu was really good to his daughter, and after getting married, he did not use the Chen family's resources to make money. He went out to find a job on his own, earning money to support his family. After several years of hard work, he also became a grassroots leader in the company, and earned 500,000 yuan a year. Of course, all of this meant nothing to Chen Shusheng. After all, although Wang Yu was a leader among ordinary people, in his eyes, he was still just an ordinary person without any background. "Why don't you agree?" "No, you can just ask Yuding about this. I have no objections, and Coco can also choose not to take my surname." Wang Yu's answer took Chen Shusheng by surprise. At the time, after Coco was born, he had strongly requested to take the surname Chen. He still couldn't forget the way the kid had blushed in front of him. "What's going on today? I originally thought that if Xiaobao took my surname Chen, I would have to communicate well with this kid. I even prepared a large sum of money. If Wang Yu agrees, I will give him 20 million to express my gratitude." Unexpectedly, things turned out to be unexpectedly easy, and the boy was actually willing to let Coco also change her surname to Chen. "You, this is no joke. It's fine for Xiaobao to have the surname Chen, but Coco should still follow your surname. Dad is not unreasonable, but the Chen family name has to be passed down after all, so I'm forcing you to do this." Chen Shusheng felt that it was better to first settle the matter of Xiaobao's surname. As for Coco possibly changing her surname to Chen, of course he agreed, after all, both granddaughters had his Chen family bloodline. "But we can talk about Coco later. We can't expect too much too soon, and we shouldn't push the boy too hard. Dad, I really don't have the final say on whether the two kids take the Chen surname or not." Wang Yu was ready to make his move. "Take a look at this," he said, handing over 2 copies of a paternity test. Before going to see his wife, he had expected her to tear up the report, so he had made multiple copies, and he still had many in his hands. Chen Shusheng took the report, and the worse his face looked the more he read it. "This is real. It's true, so the child's surname no longer matters to me. As for whether it's Chen or something else, I'll have to ask your daughter. After all, I still don't know who the child's biological father is. You'd better not be lying to me, or I won't let you off the hook. Dad, I'm getting a divorce from Chen Yuding, and I'm not going to publicize this. I just hope you won't bother my life in the future. As for whether this is true or not, you can ask your daughter. It's so easy to find out, do you think I would lie to you?" After saying this, Wang Yu left, wanting to get away from this family as quickly as possible. Chen Shusheng was in the study, unable to calm down. This was too unexpected. Although he didn't want to believe it, he still understood Wang Yu's character. He definitely wouldn't joke about something so big. Could his daughter really be with someone like this? He had to find out for sure. "Dad, is there something wrong?" Chen Yuding received her father's call and her heart inexplicably sank. Is it true that Coco and Xiaobao are not Wang Yu's children? Chen Shuxing didn't bother to try to get information out of her and asked directly. How do you know? Did Wang Yu tell you? I have the paternity test in my hands right now. Tell me clearly, is it true or not? No, Coco and Xiaobao are the children of Wang Yu and me. Wang Yu made a mistake. Wait at home, I'll go back right now. Chen Yuding hung up the phone after saying that. Chen Shusheng listened to his daughter's words and immediately felt that he had been cheated by Wang Yu. He angrily walked out of the study and was ready to settle the score with Wang Yu. When he came to the bedroom, he saw Wang Yu packing his things. His anger flared up. He had originally thought that the boy was honest, but he never imagined that he would dare to deceive him now. Pop! Chen Shusheng went up and gave Wang Yu a big slap in the face. Kid, you dared to lie to me. I just asked Yuding, and she said that Coco and Xiaobao are your children. What do you have to say now? Wang Yu inexplicably took a slap in the face, and when he heard Chen Shusheng's words, his anger flared up. Good, Chen Yuding, you don't want to be given face, and now you're lying. This old thing is also an idiot, not believing in clear evidence, and taking his daughter's word as the truth. Fine, I was thinking of parting on good terms, but now that you refuse to admit it, I will find that man and see if your family's reputation is worth anything. Chapter 5, I'll give you 3 days. Chen Shusheng felt more and more that Wang Yu was deceiving him as he watched him glare at him with a red face. He thought about how for so many years, he had pretended to be a good person in front of him, and had coaxed the two of them into changing their attitudes and slowly accepting him. Now, he has finally revealed his true colors. Kid, you can divorce Yuding if you want, but you'll be leaving with nothing, not even a penny. You're full of shit. This family has contributed as well. Whether it's buying and renovating the house, or the living expenses afterwards, I've paid for everything. You Chen family have really thought of everything. You let me serve you for so many years for free, not only do you not compensate me, you even won't let me take the things I bought with my own money. Kid, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You two have been married for 7 years, and you've earned a maximum of 3 million yuan. But now Yuding's company is worth at least 100 million yuan. You still want to take half of the property. You're really crafty, no wonder you've been acting like a grandson for so many years. Say whatever you want. I'll see you in court in 3 days. If you don't believe in this report I made, you can do it yourself. Don't blame me if you get slapped in the face. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he yanked out a few strands of hair and slapped them on the table. Chen Shusheng saw that Wang Yu was so stubborn, and it didn't seem like he was lying at all. He was also going to court, and at that moment, he also became suspicious of what his daughter had said. What are you still doing here? Are you afraid to go? Are you afraid that your daughter really is a slut? An angry Wang Yu no longer spoke politely. You're looking for death. Chen Shusheng raised his hand and was about to give Wang Yu another slap, but Wang Yu blocked it directly. You can investigate to find out if I'm right, and don't blame me if you act before you know. Wang Yu had always been angry with his father-in-law. When he and Chen Yuding got married, he was the one who objected the most, always looking down on him and forcing him to become a son-in-law. If not for Chen Yuding's desperate pleas and his own willingness to bow to his beloved and make all kinds of promises, he would have reluctantly agreed, otherwise the marriage really would not have been able to take place. But who would have thought that the old man would throw a grand wedding to save face for the Chen family? Afterwards, he cut off Chen Yuding's credit card, saying that if she had such backbone, she shouldn't spend the Chen family's money. Wang Yu really does have backbone. Up to now, he has never spent a penny of the Chen family's money. He worked hard to earn enough to buy this house, and at the time, he took out a loan of 1.5 million, thinking that he could just take out another loan for 1 million. However, after hearing this, Chen Shusheng felt that it would be a disgrace to the family if his daughter had to take out a loan to buy a small 200 square meter duplex. So he refused to let Wang Yu take out a loan. However, Wang Yu didn't have that much money, so they compromised and decided to buy a 100 square meter house as a temporary solution, which also met with Chen Shusheng's opposition. Wang Yu was so angry that he wanted to kill the old man on the spot, but his wife said that buying a house was a matter for both husband and wife, and that he was also obliged to contribute. So they borrowed 1 million yuan from his mother and bought the house. Wang Yu had no choice but to accept it with a gritting of his teeth. After that, he worked even harder to earn money and paid off the 1 million yuan he owed the Chen family early. Those years were the hardest for Wang Yu. He had to work several jobs every day and also had to look after the Chen couple. Although his wife also worked, Chen Shusheng only gave her the position of assistant, which paid 10,000 yuan a month, which was not even enough for her to buy a set of cosmetics. The pressure of the family fell on him, but Wang Yu kept on with his work. For the sake of his wife and not being looked down upon, he paid too much. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. He gradually established himself in the company, and his work became more and more smooth. 2 years ago, he was even promoted to department manager. Life was getting better and better, and his wife gave birth to 2 lovely daughters for him, achieving a double harvest in family and career. If he hadn't found out that the children weren't his, Wang Yu would still feel like the happiest person in the world. Thinking about how his hard work and dedication had been repaid with betrayal, Wang Yu was very respectful of Chen Shusheng, who didn't beat him up. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If I find out you've been playing dirty tricks, I'll make you wish you were dead. Just don't let your daughter get to you. Oh, you definitely won't die. Like father, like daughter. You're all the same kind of person. You're both shameless, so how could you die of anger? In terms of a poisonous tongue, Wang Yu is also unyielding. He gave a tirade that almost made Chen Shu angry enough to have a heart attack. Wang Yu bypassed Chen Shu and continued to start packing his clothes. The mother-in-law in the living room still didn't know what had happened, and just thought that the son-in-law and daughter-in-law had a dispute over the surname of the baby. She also didn't find the noise inside strange. She knew Wang Yu's personality very well, traditional, stubborn. She hoped that the old man would be able to convince him this time. Mom, where's Dad and Wang Yu? Chen Yuding, who had rushed back from the office, saw her mother taking her 2 daughters home. The family looked normal, not like anything had happened. They're upstairs. Your father is talking to Wang Yu about the baby's surname. They seem to have had a fight just now. Go and talk to them, said Chen's mother, who still had no idea what had happened. Chen Yuding heard this and put down her bag. She kissed Coco and Bao Bao and hurried upstairs. When she arrived in the bedroom, she saw Wang Yu packing his things, while her father stood in the doorway glaring at him. The way things had developed had taken Chen Yuding by surprise. She had not expected her parents to be involved, and now it was obvious that they had fallen out, making it even more difficult for her to save the marriage. Honey, what are you doing? Without paying any attention to her father, Chen Yuding ran over and took Wang Yu's hand. Wang Yu looked at the slender, perfect jade hand on his wrist. He didn't like it as much as before, and he felt sick in his heart. Thinking that this hand had touched other men, he immediately broke free. You're back just in time. Explain some things to your father yourself. I don't want to see you now. I'll call you in 3 days, and hurry up and get a divorce then. After saying this, he pushed his wife away, grabbed his suitcase, and was about to leave. Chen Yuding immediately embraced Wang Yu's waist, unable to say a word, just silently weeping. She thought she didn't care about her husband, but when he was about to leave, the reluctance in her heart was so strong. Chen Yuding didn't know what was wrong with her. A strong sense of unease came over her, as if a voice kept telling her not to let him go. Tell him to go. I don't believe it. Where can he go if he leaves the Chen family? Don't come back and beg me on your knees. Chen Shusheng felt very distressed when he saw his daughter like this, and he hated Wang Yu even more. Even if his daughter cheated on him, Coco and Xiaobao are still his granddaughters. A good-for-nothing who can't keep his wife should be cuckolded. Chen Shusheng now finds Wang Yu more and more disagreeable the more he looks at him. He forcefully broke open Chen Yuding's hands, looked at Chen Shusheng coldly, and Wang Yu didn't even bother to say a word to them and walked away without looking back. In the living room, her mother-in-law watched as Wang Yu pulled his suitcase and left angrily, feeling very uncomfortable. It's just about letting Bao Bao take his daughter's surname, so who is he throwing his face at? At that moment, she turned her head and didn't even bother to look at Wang Yu's angry face. Daddy, where are you going? Coco didn't feel anything, and she asked with a pleading look as she watched Wang Yu leave. Wang Yu, who was full of anger, didn't want to get angry with Coco either. After all, the child was innocent, and she had no choice over her origins. Moreover, he had always treated her like his heart's treasure for the past 3 years, so how could he bear to hurt her? Daddy is going on a business trip. Coco, be a good girl at home, and when Daddy comes back, I'll take you to the playground, okay? The playground, that's great. Coco will be good and obedient at home. Daddy, you have to hurry back. Looking at Coco in front of him, calling himself Daddy, Wang Yu's hatred for his wife deepened even more. It was all her fault, making such a young person suffer. Strongly resisting the urge to hug Coco, Wang Yu reluctantly put on a smile, patted the little girl's head, and left with anger and unwillingness. Chapter 6. If you're rich, you want me to be a cuckold. Leaving home, Wang Yu drove aimlessly on the street, looking at the bustling city, not knowing where to go for a while. When the car passed by a residential area, he realized that this was the place he had left this morning. Although he was still afraid to see that woman, it would be good to rent a place here and be close to her. He immediately parked the car on the roadside. There was a real estate agency outside the residential area, so Wang Yu went in to inquire. If there was a house in the residential area, he was prepared to move in today. Wang Yu was greeted by a middle-aged woman, who gave him the impression of being very capable. After learning about Wang Yu's needs, she recommended 3 properties to him. One was a small one-bedroom apartment of only 60 square meters, with a rent of 2,500 yuan per month. The other was a 3-bedroom apartment of 122 square meters, but there was already a tenant inside, so Wang Yu rejected it on the spot when he was looking for a roommate to share the rent. There was also a large, 200-plus square meter flat with luxurious decorations, complete furniture and appliances, and the owner had not yet lived in it. The agent was not sure why. But the house was really nice, and Wang Yu was more interested in this one because it was right above the woman's. The rent was 10,000 yuan a month, which was still affordable for Wang Yu, who earned more than 500,000 yuan a year. He signed a contract on the spot, paid half a year's rent, and Wang Yu successfully got the keys. Taking the elevator, Wang Yu arrived at the floor where the house was located. He opened the door and saw that the decoration of the house was basically the same as in the pictures, and he was very satisfied. After arranging his clothes and belongings, Wang Yu collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep without eating. The things that had happened in the past 2 days had exhausted him mentally and physically. Now that he would be alone, he felt relaxed and just had to wait 3 days before divorcing his wife. Wang Yu didn't have any thoughts about his wife's company, and his dignity wouldn't allow him to take advantage of the Chun family. He just wants to get back what is rightfully his. When they bought the house, Wang Yu put down 1.5 million, and his wife borrowed 1 million from her mother-in-law. Wang Yu later paid back the 1 million, so the house belongs to him. Although it is marital property, Wang Yu will not give it to his wife. Now the price of houses is rising rapidly. The house that cost 2.5 million back then could probably sell for 4 million now. Wang Yu didn't want much either. He was just taking 4 million. As long as he could get a divorce, he really wanted to stay as far away from his wife and her family as possible. Wang Yu slept until after 3 p.m. His phone rang. After checking, he saw that it was the company calling, saying that there was something that required him to go to the office. Although his family was broken, Wang Yu still valued his career. After all, he still needed to make a living and take care of his parents back home. When he arrived at the company, Wang Yu went straight to the general manager's office. "Mr. Zhang, is there something I can help you with?" "Manager Wang is here. Have a seat. I do have something I want to discuss with you." Wang Yu sat down on the sofa in the office, wondering what it was that the general manager wanted to discuss with him. "Manager Wang, I asked you to come here today partly for business and partly for a personal matter." "Please go ahead, Mr. Zhang, I'm listening." "You've been with the company for almost 7 years now, and you've always done a good job. And since you became a manager, you've also contributed a lot to the company's development. Now there's an opportunity. Lao Zhu is retiring next month, and I'd like you to take his place. What do you think?" Lao Zhu is one of the company's 4 vice presidents, in charge of the company's 2 major departments of scientific research and engineering projects, and can be considered a vice president with real power. It was rumored some time ago that Lao Zhu would be rehired by the company after his retirement, but judging from what Mr. Zhang meant today, Lao Zhu must be thinking of taking a break. "Mr. Zhang, I am personally very grateful for the company's recognition and promotion of me. As for taking over from Mr. Zhu, I am confident that I will definitely be able to complete the tasks assigned to me by the company. Regarding the promotion, don't care whether you're in a good mood or not, just agree first. How to do the work afterwards, we'll talk about that later." Wang Yu, who has been in the workplace for many years, is not aloof. He will definitely seize the opportunity when it comes. "Good, the company needs young people like you to lead, but there is one condition you have to agree to, otherwise this position will not fall into your hands." "What condition?" Wang Yu was a little surprised. Could it be that Lao Zhan wanted to line his own pockets and dig up some company projects to do on his own? "Don't be nervous. Technically, this is your personal business and I shouldn't be asking, but you're about to be promoted to the company's upper management, so I need to pay more attention to you." "What personal business?" "Mr. Zhang, if you say it's possible, I'll definitely do it." Wang Yu had a bad feeling. Okay, I won't beat around the bush. If you want to be promoted to vice president, there's only one condition: you can't get divorced within 5 years. What? Mr. Zhang, I didn't know the company had such a rule. Wang Yu was shocked to hear this. He was getting a divorce soon, so why was this guy proposing such a targeted condition? Don't be nervous, Wang. I've told you the condition. Think about whether you can accept it or not, but I hope you can give me an answer before you leave work. Mr. Zhang, I'll be honest with you. I'll be divorced from my wife in 3 days, and I won't be the vice president during that time. I'll take over Mr. Wang's position next month, and I'll be divorced by then. I don't think that violates your conditions. Young man, things aren't what you think. If you want to be promoted to vice president, you can't get divorced for 3 days, and you can't get divorced for 5 years. Those are the conditions. You decide. Also, the annual salary of the company's vice president is 5 million, and there are also dividends from the shares. Last year, Lao Zhu got a dividend of more than 30 million, and this year's benefits will be even better. You have to think about it carefully. After saying this, Mr. Zhang waved his hand and let Wang Yu leave. Wang Yu, who was at a loss, walked out of the company, and no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why the resistance to his divorce would still come from the company. According to Mr. Zhang's words, if he didn't get a divorce, he would earn at least 40 million by the end of the year, which was money he could never earn in his lifetime. But if he were to ask him to stay married and continue being a cuckold, it would be better to kill him. At that time, he was not even willing to be a son-in-law, let alone put up with his wife's betrayal and raise someone else's child for 5 more years. Damn it, I wouldn't agree to 40 billion, let alone 40 million. The marriage must be dissolved. A cuckold who takes the money is no longer a green-haired turtle. After Wang Yu left, Mr. Zhang dialed a phone number in his office. Wen Xiao, I've taken care of the matter you asked me to. Now it's up to Wang Yu to decide. If he agrees, I'll do something to the contract so that whatever he takes after 5 years, he has to give back. If he doesn't agree, then I'll fire him and ban him from the industry, so that he can't make a single penny outside. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Come by tomorrow, I want to talk to you about a project. Chapter 7, Going Home. Wang Yu left the company's front door in a bad mood and walked across the street to buy a pack of cigarettes. He took a deep drag, coughed from the pungent smoke, and after a moment of respite, took another drag, filling his chest with the murky smoke. Now that he was free from the constraints of his family, he had begun to reveal his suppressed personality. Back in college, before he met his wife, Wang Yu was an outgoing and cheerful young man. Until his 4th year, he was just like any other college student, enjoying hanging out with his roommates, playing games, and playing basketball. Of course, he also picked up bad habits like smoking and drinking at that time. When he reached his 4th year and started dating his wife, Wang Yu began to change himself unknowingly. He stopped smoking, didn't have time to play games, and even slowly gave up his favorite sport, basketball. It was as if he had become a different person, with his likes and habits beginning to align with his wife's. Smoking a cigarette, Wang Yu reminisced about the days after he met his wife. He had always silently accommodated her, and for that reason, he had changed his habits, lost his hobbies, and alienated his friends. He had spent several years making himself into the kind of person his wife liked, but what had he gained in return? I'm such a fool, Wang Yu thought, and slapped himself hard. While others get rewarded for their efforts, I get a green hat for mine. What a fucked up life. Divorce. Whoever wants the money can have it. After smoking 2 cigarettes in a row, Wang Yu's head felt dizzy and he didn't bother going to the office anymore. He immediately called Zhang's phone number. Wang, have you come to your senses? Mr. Zhang, I have thought about it. My wife and I really can't get along anymore. We definitely have to get a divorce. I'm not at liberty to disclose the specific reasons. Wang, this is a rare opportunity. You'll be earning tens of millions of yuan a year. You need to choose carefully. Young people shouldn't be so impulsive. I've thought it through, Mr. Zhang. If the vice president position is a good fit, then great. If not, that's fine too. I just want to live a little more carefree. Okay then. Just make sure you've thought it through. After hanging up, Mr. Zhang's face wasn't looking so good. His original plan was to get Wang Yu to take the vice president position, then do something to the contract to delay him for 5 years, and then fire him from the company, without having to pay a dime. Now it seems that Wang Yu will have to be fired, and according to Wang Yu's contract, firing this kid will cost him hundreds of thousands of dollars in liquidated damages. This deal is not very cost-effective. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu's mood improved a lot. Having rejected the company's temptation of tens of millions of dollars, he felt that he was gradually finding himself again, and the young man who once chased the wind was back. Driving his car, Wang Yu went straight to his hometown. After all, he was getting a divorce, and he didn't want to hide it from his parents. He had silently endured all the grievances and hardships he had suffered in the past. In the years since he married his wife, most of his time has been spent working and taking care of the family. He has given his parents so little love and care, and when he thinks about it, he feels like a real jerk. From now on, I will only be worthy of the people who gave birth to me and the people I gave birth to, Wang Yu silently muses. But when he thinks about the fact that he doesn't even have a child, he feels sick. Sioux City is about 200 kilometers from his hometown, and Wang Yu drove for 3 hours to get home. As soon as he walked in the door, he smelled the familiar aroma of dinner. My mother makes hand-pulled noodles, and now I think about it, I haven't eaten them in years. Picking himself up, Wang Yu pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. The familiar scene came into view, and his sense of home came rushing at him. "Mom, I'm home." A phrase he used to shout all the time finally resounded in this courtyard again after a few years. "Xiao Yu, you're back. Where's Yuting? Isn't she with you?" Wang Yu looked at his mother in front of him. There were a few more wrinkles on her face than the last time he saw her, and her once dark, shiny hair had gradually been replaced by silver hair. When did his mother start to grow old? His vague memories only contained a few fragments of her. Over the years, why had he never thought of his parents? Why hadn't he spent more time with them? "Mom, I came back by myself." "Mom, I'm hungry." Wang Yu's voice became a little choked at the end, and his heart inexplicably felt very sad, both guilty towards his parents and condemning himself. "My son, come in quickly, dinner is just ready." Wang Yu's mother looked at her son kindly. When Wang Yu arrived at the house and had just sat down, his mother brought over a large bowl of noodles, covered in meat and a generous helping of red pepper. His mother had never forgotten his preferences, and the meat on the noodles was a sign of her deep love for him. While eating the noodles, Wang Yu felt quite uncomfortable, but also much more at ease. "Mom, where's Dad?" Wang Yu asked curiously after half an hour of eating and realizing that he was only accompanied by his mother. "The temple in the village is going to be demolished to build a small square. Your father is supervising the demolition." "The temple at the west end?" "Yes, the one you used to go to play when you were little." "Oh. It's good to build a square. You can go dancing there at night to keep active." After dinner, his mother handed him half a bowl of noodle soup, which he finished in one go. Feeling very comfortable, Wang Yu felt as if he had been reborn. All his gloom and dissatisfaction had vanished, and he was in an indescribable happy mood. "Mom, Chen Yuting and I are getting a divorce." Wang Yu was not someone who could keep things to himself. He was straightforward and had no secrets to hide. Although he felt a little ashamed of his wife's betrayal, he had nothing to hide from his mother. "Divorce? What's wrong? Why divorce when you're living happily?" "Mom, because of some things, she and I can't get along anymore. I came back today to tell you and Dad about it." "Xiao Yu, divorce is no laughing matter. Coco and Xiaobao are still so young. What will happen to the children if you two get divorced?" Although the old lady doesn't often see her two granddaughters, her love for them hasn't diminished in the slightest. "Mom, Coco and Bao are not mine, and it's a shame that my son has lost them," said Wang Yu, hugging his mother and wanting to cry. But he immediately stopped when he felt his mother's slightly trembling body. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Wang Yu quickly helped his mother sit on the sofa, stroked her back, and helped her calm down. "Mom, don't be angry, I'm still young, just in my early 30s, and I will definitely give you two big, fat boys in the future." Exhaling deeply, Wang's mother's entire spirit seemed to have been sucked away. Her face, which had just been wearing a smile, was now slightly pale. "My dear, I have long since tried to persuade you that if the door is not suitable, the household will not be suitable, and life will be difficult. But you just wouldn't listen. You have been stubborn since childhood. But Mom never thought you would suffer this kind of suffering and humiliation. Mom is fine. After the divorce, I will get married and have children quickly. I will let you bring the baby and hold and kiss it every day." Thinking about her two daughters, who have been monopolized by her in-laws, and her parents wanting to take care of them for a while and bring up the granddaughters, they were rejected by the Chun family both explicitly and implicitly. Wang Yu cursed himself for being such a fool. You've grown up, and I can't help much now. You decide your own affairs. I believe you won't do anything bad. Just live a good life in the future. It doesn't matter if you get married or not. You must take care of yourself. Don't worry, Mom, I'm not stupid. I'll definitely learn from this mistake. Mom, you sit here for a while, I'll go get Dad. As he watched his mother slowly calm down, Wang Yu wanted to hurry and get his father back. Walking along the familiar path, smelling the fragrance of the earth, Wang Yu felt that the smell of his hometown was unmatched anywhere else. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a group of people gathered in front of the small temple in the distance. Chapter 8, Wang Yu, knocked unconscious by the mountain god. Dad, what's going on? Wang Yu approached and saw his father bustling about, and quite a few village officials had also arrived. After greeting his uncles, aunts, and neighbors, Wang Yu went over to his father. You're back. His father kept looking at his son until he had finished talking to the villagers, then patted him on the shoulder. Seeing his son, his father was very happy. Wang Yu looked at the crowd and decided that it was not a good time to tell his father about his shameful past. Besides, seeing his father like this, he knew he wouldn't be able to leave just yet. Dad, what's going on in the village? Do you need any help? Well, we were just selecting people. The age and the Chinese zodiac sign have to match. Son, you've come at the right time. Your age and Chinese zodiac sign are perfect. Come, now we can get started, said Wang Yu's father, beckoning everyone over. Wang Yu followed in a daze, not knowing what his father wanted with all these people. In a moment, a total of 16 burly men, including Wang Yu, entered the temple. Today we are inviting the mountain god. We need to change the place for the mountain god, and we must not set foot on the ground during the process, said his father's voice, which also let Wang Yu know what was going on. This temple is a mountain god temple that has been in Wangjia village for countless years. Wang Yu has played here with his friends since childhood. The statue of the mountain god is very large, about 500 kilograms. There are a lot of people in the group, and they are all young and strong men, so there is no problem carrying the statue of the mountain god. Stand properly. With a shout, Wang Yu and a group of strong men stood in order on both sides of the statue of the mountain god. The statue had long been fixed in place, with many ropes tied to it, and several sturdy wooden rods interspersed in the ropes. Wang Yu stood still and surveyed the surroundings. He happened to be standing under one of the mountain god's hands. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to be a statue of a golden boy under this hand. At that time, the mountain god was petting the golden boy's head, and now he was standing here, taking the golden boy's place. Perhaps the golden boy's statue had been moved first, so that it could be carried, Wang Yu thought. On your shoulders, shouted his father, and then he gave a heavy knock on the gong in his hands. Lift, another gong sounded. Wang Yu and the other men exerted themselves together, and the mountain god statue was lifted steadily. This offering was placed at the entrance of the temple. Please move, mountain god, and protect the villagers from wind and rain. A gong sounded, and the yell went up, firecrackers, set off. A burst of firecrackers sounded outside the temple. Wang's father held the big gong in his hand, shouting as he walked, directing the order of the procession, boosting the morale of the crowd, and observing the movements of the action at the same time. Wang Yu and the other men began to follow in their father's footsteps. Wang Yu looked at the procession, and when he saw that the direction was skewing to the left, he would bang the gong hard and say, "The left side of the rope leans to the right," and everyone would reply with a chorus of "Hey!" and then lean from right to left. If the direction was skewing to the right, he would shout, "The right side of the rope leans to the left," and everyone would reply with a chorus of "Hey!" and then lean from left to right. There are 4 young maidens on either side of the mountain god statue, holding lanterns and fans. Behind the statue, one person holds a canopy aloft. The whole procession moves forward to the beat of drums, which is very spectacular. After walking along a flat path for a while, they reach the foot of the mountain behind the village. The mountain does not have a name, and the villagers have always called it the Back Mountain. Although it is not high, it is rugged and difficult to walk on, with many winding and steep sections. When you reach a slippery, steep slope of large rocks, this is the most difficult part of the climb. Little ones, put in the effort. Hey yo! Wang Yu lifted for a few minutes. Although his shoulders felt uncomfortable, his spirits were invigorated in this atmosphere. Wang Yu's father's gong sounded intensively, and everyone exerted their utmost strength. They gradually lifted the statue upwards to the rhythm of 1, 2, 1, 2. The dozen strong men carrying the statue focused on keeping their footing. With one last burst of energy, the gongs and shouts continued, and the statue slowly ascended. Wang Yu was sweating like rain, but he dared not take his eyes off the statue for a moment. With a burst of cheers, "It's here!" Everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. "Please, mountain god, take your place." On the mountainside, on a flat area, there is a 1-meter-high stone platform, which is where the villagers found the place to rebuild the temple. Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief and followed the procession onto the stone platform. When everyone was in position, the statue of the god had not yet been put down, and at this time Wang Yu could hardly hold on any longer. Wang's father faced the mountain god, placed the offerings on the altar, lit the incense and candles, and took out his watch to check the time. "The auspicious time has arrived, burn the incense and fire the cannons." 3 incense sticks over a meter long were inserted into the incense burner, and a 12-meter-long firecracker was lit, gradually building up the atmosphere to a climax. With a gong sound from Wang's father, the villagers' voices also lowered. Drop. With the order being passed down, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Finally it was over. "Xiao Yu, be careful." "Be careful of what?" Wang Yu didn't react in time to the sound and felt a sharp pain in his head. His vision went dark and he fainted on the spot. Wang's father watched as the mountain god stroked the golden boy's right hand, which broke off at the wrist, and the large palm, weighing more than 30 kilograms, fell directly on Wang Yu's head below. Just as he reminded him, his son was knocked unconscious. "Hurry and save him." In a panic, Wang Yu also enjoyed the treatment of the statue of the god, and was carried down the mountain by several strong men. Wang's father left several village elders to continue hosting the event, and then rushed to the hospital with Wang Yu. "Where is the golden boy statue? Where did it go?" After Wang's father left, several village elders looked around, but they didn't find the familiar golden stone statue of the boy. "Hey, do you think the golden boy statue was lost, and the mountain god took the Wang boy for the golden boy and was about to slap him away?" Unable to find the golden boy, the villagers couldn't help but discuss it. The most discussed topic was that Wang Yu was taken for the golden boy by the mountain god, but Wang Yu's head was not as hard as the golden boy's, and he couldn't hold the mountain god's hand, so he was knocked unconscious. At this time, Wang Yu felt a darkness in front of him, but his mental state was very good. "Golden boy, this time I have achieved enlightenment and returned to the immortal realm, so the position of mountain god will be passed on to you." Wang Yu was confused when he heard this. Was I dreaming? What golden boy, mountain god? As the old voice fell, Wang Yu only saw a red token floating in front of him. It was written with the 4 characters blessing from the heavenly official. He reached out to touch it, but it disappeared. Wang Yu only felt a sharp pain in his head, and then his consciousness passed out. However, outside Wang Yu's body, a faint red light enveloped his head, slowly healing his injuries. "How is my son?" In the town hospital, Wang's father nervously asked the doctor who had just done the examination. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal, just a minor skin injury. The young man is young and strong, he will be fine in a few days." "Then why hasn't he woken up yet?" Wang's father asked worriedly. He has a son, and since he was young, Wang Yu has been knocking into things, which makes him feel extremely distressed. "If I had known, I would never have let this kid lift the statue of the god. It's a temporary coma, don't worry, he'll wake up by tomorrow morning at the latest." The doctor's words reassured the father. "Uncle Wang, why don't you go home first? Your wife will be worried at home, Chunmei, and I will stay here with him tonight." The 2 girls holding the lanterns next to the statue followed them for some reason. The girl talking is Song Yan, and Chunmei is the father's niece. "Okay, call if there's anything." Wang's father looked at his son, who was rosy-cheeked and looked as if he had fallen asleep, and didn't think there would be a problem. Having Chunmei and Song Yan here to take care of things was much better than having to deal with a few roughnecks. Wang's father left 2,000 yuan behind and left with the men who had helped. As soon as he arrived home, Wang's mother, who had just heard the news, came running out. "Father, how is my son?" Her voice was anxious and her face tense. Chapter 9, A Heart That Has Been Worried for 10 Years. "Slow down, don't get excited, your son is fine, Yuwen and Chunmei are taking care of him, you can go over there in the morning," Wang Fu reassured his wife. "Why did you leave those 2 girls there?" Wang Mu began to complain. "Chunmei is my son's younger sister, and Yuwen grew up with us, what's there to be polite about? They're all family, so why would I leave a few rough and tumble men there to take care of the patient, or would I, an old man, go take care of it?" Okay, you're right." Hearing that her son was fine and that someone reliable had been arranged to take care of him, the Queen Mother's heart was set at ease. When they arrived at the house, the father looked at the noodles on the table and immediately started gobbling them up. He had been busy for so long that he was really hungry. "Father, there's something I need to tell you. Originally, my son was going to tell you himself, but now that he's like this, I'll do it." "What is it?" The father put down his bowl, lit a cigarette and smoked it comfortably. "My son is going to divorce his wife," said the mother, beginning to secretly wipe away tears. She felt sorry for her son and felt aggrieved for him when she thought about it. Divorce? This kid was hell-bent on marrying the girl, and now after just a few years he wants a divorce. Isn't that nonsense? He's not even taking care of his two granddaughters. When Wang's father heard this, his anger flared. Fortunately, Wang Yu was not there, or he would definitely be beaten up. "I also support my son's divorce," Wang's mother said firmly, surprising Wang's father with her words. "Old woman, how can you be so confused? Divorce is a big deal. Don't keep indulging him. Hey, don't be angry when I tell you this. If you knew, you would definitely let your son divorce too." Wang's mother sat opposite her husband and poured him a bowl of water. "Is there anything else you haven't told me?" asked the mother-in-law, and the father-in-law took the bowl. "Kiki and Xiaobao are not my son's daughters. Look, this is the paternity report my son gave me." The mother-in-law took out the report she had handed over when her son left the house. The father-in-law took the report, and although he couldn't read the data on it, he could still make out the words "no blood relationship." Seeing that there was another one, it also had those words written on it. TMD, this Chen family is really bullying people. The father-in-law was first incredulous, then silent, and then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his anger reaching the heavens. The father-in-law, who had met Chen Shusheng a few times, had never liked this relative-in-law. If it weren't for the face of his son and daughter-in-law, he would have fired him a long time ago with his temper. Now that his son had been bullied like this, the father-in-law was not thinking about getting his son a divorce, but rather about taking someone directly to the Chen family and getting them killed. "Come on, you still think it's like when you were young and you used to talk with your fists?" Wang's mother helplessly gave her husband a look. "Let's just let this go." Wang's father still wanted an explanation. "Let's get a divorce first, and then see what our son says. After all, he's already 30, and it's not like we can make decisions for him." "Well, if this kid pretends to be a coward, I won't recognize him as my son." Wang's father angrily left a remark and turned towards the village. After all, two young women were still in the hospital taking care of his son, and he still had to go to their house to say thank you. In the hospital, Chunmei took Yuan's hand, and the two girls whispered to each other. Yuan's face was red, while Chunmei had a mischievous smile on her face. "Yeah, you still like my brother." Yuan turned her head and didn't dare to look at Chunmei. "Hey, you're 25 years old, and my brother has been married for many years, and they even have 2 children. You can't keep dragging your feet like this." Chunmei had long known that her best friend had always liked her cousin. But in this situation, she had to persuade her, because she couldn't just stand by and watch her best friend remain an old maid. Could she even find a way to help her become a mistress and live an ambiguous life with her brother? "Chunmei, my life was saved by Brother Yu, and I will never marry anyone but him." Yuwen was 16 years old, and Wang Yu was 21 when Wang Yu was home for the summer vacation. His younger sister, Chunmei, begged him to take her to the back mountain to play, and Yuwen, who was standing next to them, also looked at him with longing. Unable to bear the gaze of the two little girls, Wang Yu took them to the river in the back mountain to catch fish. After that, things didn't develop in so many twists and turns. Yuwen was having so much fun that she didn't notice she had fallen into the water. Chunmei was only 16 at the time, so she was sure she couldn't save her. She was going to go under, but only for a while. Wang Yu, without hesitation, jumped into the river and, after some maneuvering, successfully rescued Yuwen and brought her back to shore. But after all, he was rescuing someone, and Wang Yu didn't think much about it at the time. While in the water, he basically touched everything on the little girl that he shouldn't have. Once they reached the shore, Wang Yu, with his simple mind, didn't feel anything, but from that moment on, Yuwen's heart was attached to him. Over the years, whenever Yuwen recalled the scene of Wang Yu rescuing her in the river, she always felt a great sense of satisfaction. Every time Wang Yu came back from vacation, Yuwen would beg Chunmei to take her to Wang Yu, thinking that when she got a little older, she would confess her love to him. From the age of 16 to 18, Yuwen grew into a young lady, and her girlish thoughts could no longer be suppressed. She waited for Wang Yu to return to the village on holiday to confess her feelings. Yuwen gathered her courage and counted the days. But that year, Wang Yu brought back a city girl, and the sweet sight of the two of them broke Yuwen's heart into pieces. Later, she heard that Wang Yu got married, bought a house in the city, and had 2 daughters. At that time, Yuwen became sullen all day long, and no amount of persuasion from Chunmei could help. The family wanted to introduce her to someone, but she was unwilling, and she kept putting it off for many years. Today, when she saw Wang Yu, Yuwen still restrained herself and kept her distance, without approaching him. Until Wang Yu fell to the ground with blood all over his head, the so-called morality and integrity had long been thrown away by her. If Chunmei hadn't been quick enough to stop her, perhaps Yuan would have run over and taken Wang Yu into her arms. At that moment, Wang Yu, who was unconscious, still didn't know that the little girl she had saved many years ago was still scheming against her. Yuan, don't be like this, it hurts me to see it. Chunmei, don't try to persuade her, I like Brother Yu, I really like him, I will never marry anyone else in this life. Yuwen's expression was very calm, but the desolation in her eyes made Chunmei's heart ache. She took a towel and gently wiped the blood from Wang Yu's head. Yuwen's heart was filled with great satisfaction. This was the closest she had been to Wang Yu in so many years, and she cherished this night, every second of it. She was content just to have had this experience once in her life. Looking at Wang Yu, who was still handsome, the sunny boy from those years came to mind again. Chunmei looked at her best friend and didn't know what to do. She sighed, feeling that fate had played a cruel trick on her best friend, who had given her whole life away. It was after 10 o'clock at night when Wang Yu woke up groggily. He opened his eyes and saw a pair of loving eyes. Before he could take a closer look, the owner of those eyes turned her head. Seeing that Wang Yu had woken up, Yuwen, who was afraid of being seen, nudged Chunmei, who was dozing off. Chunmei, Brother Yu is awake. I'll go buy some food, you take care of him for now. After saying that, she fled, walked out of the ward. Yuwen leaned against the hospital wall, and her mind filled with countless images. Did Brother Yu see her looking at him like that? Will he think that I'm not a good woman? Will he hate me? Will he ignore me? As she thought about it, tears fell from her eyes. Are you okay? The young nurse on rounds asked, seeing Yuwen crying alone. I'm fine. Yuwen saw someone see her crying, and immediately wiped her tears and quickly left. The young nurse didn't ask any more, thinking it was the family member of one of the patients, worried about the condition of their loved one. Brother, how are you, does your head still hurt? Chunmei helped Wang Yu up and asked softly, feeling his head. Chapter 10, Blessing from the Heavenly Official. It's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore. Looking at his cousin, Wang Yu was also very happy in his heart. He still had so many relatives, and his cheating wife didn't seem that important to him anymore. Who was that who just ran out? It was Yuwen. Uncle asked the two of us to take care of you here. Yuwen? Wang Yu thought of the quiet girl who always followed him around. She went out to buy a midnight snack. Brother, you really have a hard head, how could you get a scratch from a rock that size falling on you? What, do you want your brother to become a fool? No, I just feel that your head is hard. Chunmei stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. At this time, the little nurse came to check on the patients and saw that Wang Yu had woken up, so she immediately went to find the doctor on duty. The doctor came over, and after a thorough examination, he was also surprised by Wang Yu's recovery ability. When he arrived, there was so much blood on his head that he thought it was at least a concussion. After the examination, he discovered that it was only a layer of skin that had been broken. Thinking that such a large stone had hit his head, he thought that he would not wake up until tomorrow at least, but who knew that the person would wake up just a few hours later? After this examination, it was discovered that apart from the few wounds on his head, this guy was completely normal in every other way, and there were no sequelae from being smashed at all. At that moment, he felt that the bodies of young people are just good. After giving a few instructions and prescribing 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medicine, the doctor left. The young nurse went out to get the medicine bottles and then came back to give Wang Yu an infusion. You're fine now, but your wife was crying outside just now. When she comes back, talk to her and don't let her worry. After the needle was inserted, the young nurse said something inexplicable, leaving Wang Yu and Chunmei not knowing how to respond. The one who just went out was Yuan. She was actually crying at the door. Was she shocked by my injuries? Brother, do you want to call your wife? Chunmei quickly changed the subject, not wanting Wang Yu to think too much about it. At this time, Yuan, who had gone out to buy something, had just walked to the door of the ward. No need, brother is getting a divorce, you don't have a wife now. Both parents knew about it, and Wang Yu didn't want to hide it from his cousin. What's wrong with getting a divorce? Why did you get a divorce? Chunmei didn't know whether to be happy or angry at this point. Why ask so much? I'll go get the divorce certificate in a couple of days. Wang Yu didn't want to tell his cousin about his wife cheating on him. Okay, if you don't want to tell, then don't. But now that you're divorced, let me introduce you to a girlfriend. Chunmei felt that this was a rare opportunity and was prepared to help her best friend. You're not even married yourself, so what can you introduce me to? Wang Yu interrupted his cousin directly. I'm engaged, and the wedding will be in a few months. Besides, you're only 30, isn't it normal to find someone else after a divorce? We haven't even gotten a divorce certificate yet, so we'll talk about it then. At this point, Yuan, who had been eavesdropping, also pushed the door open and came in. Pretending she hadn't heard anything, she walked over carrying a bag of groceries. Yuan, do you know that my brother got a divorce? He actually got a divorce. Chunmei took Yuan's hand and said happily. Yuan, who had been pretending to be normal, had now lost her composure. She looked very excited, put down the bag, and had a cute smile on her face. Wang Yu looked at the two girls and just felt that they were out of their minds. They were happy as if it were New Year's Eve, even though they had divorced. He wondered if he had been hit on the head or if they had. Hey, I said, I'm divorced, why are you two so happy? Happy? Why wouldn't we be happy? Chunmei was talking when Yuan tugged at the corner of her shirt. She immediately realized that her behavior was a bit unusual. Brother, I've never liked that sister-in-law. She hasn't been back for years, and she doesn't care about uncle and aunt. Such a woman is not someone you want to spend your life with. Of course I'm happy that you're divorcing her. Wang Yu didn't know what to say. His cousin's words brought back memories of his own unfilial behavior. Now that he thought about it, he felt that divorce was really something to be happy about. Brother you should eat something first, said Yuan as she took out the contents of the bag. A large bowl of chicken soup, a few biscuits, and 4 stir-fries. Seeing this, Wang Yu's appetite was greatly stimulated. Brother, I'm also hungry, I want to eat too. Chunmei pulled Yuan and sat next to the small table. Come on, let's eat together, there's enough for the 3 of us. Immediately, the 3 of them gathered around and started eating. After finishing eating, Chunmei and Yuan went out together to throw away the trash and solve their personal problems on the way. Wang Yu was the only one left in the ward. Bored, he was brushing his phone when a scene came to mind. The auxiliary immortal artifact has been claimed. This immortal artifact is the latest auxiliary system issued by the heavenly court to the land and mountain gods of the mortal realm. There is no cultivation of immortals, just an introduction to who created the system. It can help the user bestow blessings on mortals. The more blessings bestowed, the more rewards. At the same time, merit points can be obtained. When the merit points reach a certain level, one can ascend to the immortal realm. System detecting, granting suitable skills based on the experience of the binder. Parent-child not biological, empty in old age, supernatural powers, child delivery can choose gender. Granted successfully. Society is too dangerous, women are lonely, self-defense for men. Granted successfully. Maintaining peace on earth, caring for women's health, proficient in the full range of gynecology, gynecology master. Granted successfully. Current merit value 0. Produced in the 7th foundry of the heavenly court, with a 100-year replacement guarantee and a 1,000-year warranty. Sleeper groove. Wang Yu was dumbfounded. Had he been made stupid by the mountain god? Recalling, it seemed that before he fainted, a voice said that he was going somewhere and to let the golden boy take his place. And he seemed to remember seeing a token of blessing from a heavenly official. Could it be that the mountain god had reached the full value of his merit and ascended to the immortal realm, just happened to encounter the villagers moving him, and he happened to stand in the golden boy's place? The mountain god mistook him for the golden boy and passed on the legacy to him. So what is he, a prospective immortal, a new generation of mountain god? Wang Yu, who was deep in thought, did not notice that the 2 girls had returned. Chunmei was shocked to see her cousin sitting on the bed with vacant eyes. She couldn't help but worry that he might have really messed up. She reached out and waved her hand in front of her cousin. Wang Yu only felt something approaching him and instinctively wanted to knock it away. When he did, he realized that he had inadvertently learned many moves. At that moment, he unconsciously changed his palm into a fist and hit Chunmei's wrist. Then Wang Yu grabbed the wrist and was about to twist it upwards when he heard Chunmei's cry of pain. He immediately reacted. looking at Chunmei in front of him, covering her wrist, her big eyes glaring at him hatefully. Wang Yu couldn't help but say, "Wing Chun, IP man." An angry Chunmei picked up a pillow and was about to get Wang Yu, but was stopped by Yuan. "Chunmei, brother Yu is still injured." "Humph, you're biased in his favor." Chunmei, who had been taken away the pillow, sat on the chair angrily, moving her wrist. "Cousin, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about a clip of Ip Man in my head, and when you reached over, I couldn't help but try it." Wang Yu licked his face and apologized to Chunmei. "If you were thinking about the Killzone clip, you would have killed me straight away." No, brother Lai, let me show you." Wang Yu said, and pulled Chunmei's wrist. He had just confirmed that he had really learned self-defense for men. He also wanted to try the remaining skills, the gynecological expert and the child-sending deity. The two girls in front of him, it would be inappropriate to use the child-sending deity on either of them, so he would try the gynecological expert first. Chapter 11 Wang Yu's Gynecology Master. As soon as Wang Yu's hand touched Chunmei's wrist, his mind immediately flashed to Chunmei's physical condition. Overall, she was still quite healthy, but she had a slight gynecological infection and her menstrual cycle was a bit irregular. Then he looked at the treatment methods, which were quite a lot, and he could treat the disease without medication. "Cousin, have you been feeling unwell recently?" "Yes, I have been feeling a bit unwell." "How did you know?" "I have studied Chinese medicine over the years and just felt your pulse to check it out." Chunmei still believed in her cousin and asked nervously, "Brother, is it serious? I hope I don't have any illness." "No, what are you thinking? It's just a bit of inflammation caused by irregular menstruation." "Should we go see a doctor and take some medicine?" Chunmei was still a bit worried. "No need. I know a set of techniques that can just cure your minor problem. You don't need to take any medicine, and it will be cured in no time." "Brother, are you sure? You're not fooling me." Chunmei, who had originally quite believed in Wang Yu, now felt that her cousin was a bit like a liar. "When have I ever lied to you? Just try it and you'll know." "Okay, I'll trust you for once. If it doesn't work, I'll see how I can fix you." Chunmei thought for a moment and felt that what her cousin said made sense. "Just try it and you'll know. Come on, lie down here." The treatment method was very simple, just massage her lower abdomen. Wang Yu was nervous about trying it for the first time, and thought it would be better if Chunmei just lay flat. Yuan stood nearby, looking at Wang Yu with admiration. She had no doubt about the truth of what Wang Yu said, and believed everything he said. In her eyes, Wang Yu was already very outstanding, and now knowing that he also had medical skills, she felt inexplicably happy. Chunmei obediently lay on the bed. Wang Yu stood by the bed for a while, not knowing how to start. It was summer, and she was wearing quite thin clothes. Although she was his cousin, Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. He took a towel and placed it on Chunmei's abdomen, and only then did he calm down. He extended his right hand, first pressing gently, and then following the techniques in his head, he began to knead her abdomen, first lightly, then heavier, and then lighter again. Chunmei only felt her lower abdomen getting hot, and the fatigue in her body was also recovering a lot. It seemed that the discomfort in her body had suddenly disappeared. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yu stopped. Although there was a towel in between, the soft touch still made him feel a lot of pressure. "Brother, that was really good." Chunmei moved her body a little and felt better than ever. "Of course, when has your brother ever lied to you?" Wang Yu saw that it had an effect and was also very satisfied with the effect of this gynecological master. "Yuan, didn't you feel unwell a few days ago, and couldn't find anything wrong with you after going to the hospital for a checkup? Let my brother take a look at you." "No need, I'm fine." Yuan felt a little embarrassed. "What's so good about being fine?" "Let my brother take a look, it's free," Chunmei said, and took Yuan's hand and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu didn't think much of it, and he also wanted to try the skills of this gynecological expert. "Okay, no problem, I'll take a look at Yuan," he said, and began to feel Yuan's pulse. Of course, this was all an act. As a gynecological expert, he could check a woman's physical condition, diagnose her illness, and prescribe a treatment just by touching her. But if he examined her in this way, it would be too strange, so it was better to take her pulse. After all, pulse taking was deeply rooted in people's hearts, and no one would think twice about it. Yuan's wrist was gently taken by Wang Yu, and the warm feeling made her nervous. Wang Yu didn't feel anything, but the physical condition of Yuan's body came to mind. Compared to Chunmei, it was much worse, with some problems in the lungs. Looking at the treatment method, although it was a bit difficult, Wang Yu felt that he could still handle it. But what the hell was this heart palpitations, caused by years of excessive thinking and being trapped by love, leading to periodic heart pain? After reading the treatment method, Wang Yu was completely at a loss. A heart disease needs to be treated with a heart medicine, which starts with the patient's thoughts and worries, and is cured with medicinal food and massage techniques. The ingredients and heat control of medicinal food are quite clear, and the massage techniques don't challenge Wang Yu, but how does he start with these thoughts and worries? That Yuan, your body is not very good. Wang Yu felt that he should try medicinal food and massage first, and wait a bit longer for this heart disease. What's wrong, brother? Is it serious? Chunmei looked even more nervous than Yaowen. Don't worry, it can be cured, it can be cured. Wang Yu said, quickly taking out his phone and sending Chunmei the list of medicinal herbs needed for the medicinal food, along with the precise instructions for the heat and time needed. According to the instructions, just drink 1 bowl every night for a month. That's so simple, said Chunmei, looking at the message on her phone, not really feeling like this was a cure for a serious illness. It also needs to be combined with some massage techniques. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and treat Yuan, and I'll go to the pharmacy to see if I have all these medicines. With that, Chunmei rushed out. In the hospital room, Wang Yu looked awkwardly at Yuan. The massage techniques were very different from Chunmei's, and some of the acupressure points were located in sensitive areas. Wang Yu looked even more awkward than Yuan at this moment. If Wang Yu hadn't told her that he wanted a divorce, she probably wouldn't have let him massage her, but now that she knew, she had grown more confident and was eager to spend more time with him. Brother Yu, thank you for helping me with my illness. How can I cooperate? Looking at the graceful Yuan, Wang Yu felt that he had been thinking too much. After all, he was now treating a patient, and a doctor only had eyes for his patient. Lie down first, I'll give you a massage. Yuan obediently lay down on the bed, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her excited heart. Wang Yu looked at Yuan, and her clothes were quite tight, so you couldn't see any flesh. But the curves were really testing his concentration. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu felt that he should start with the shoulders. Who said that doctors only have eyes for their patients? Wang Yu couldn't do it anyway. In the previous half hour, Wang Yu's technique had gradually become more skilled, but being in close contact with Yuan still felt very stressful. It's finally over, Wang Yu was almost exhausted. Okay, Yuan, feel if your body feels better. Wang Yu turned his head and didn't dare to look at Yuan. After all, his sweat-soaked clothes were tightly attached to his body. He didn't dare to look or think about it, he just wanted to leave quickly. Much better. Although Yuan was very shy, she knew exactly what she was thinking. Just now, she was being massaged by Wang Yu, and the feeling of happiness was far greater than shyness. What are you doing? Chunmei, who had suddenly pushed open the door, looked at the two people in the ward. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and she couldn't help but have some special thoughts. Nothing much, just finished massage. You've produced so much sweat. Yes, I'm more tired. Then why is Yuan sweating so much? I'm also more tired. Okay, you're both very tired. Knowing that his cousin is getting a divorce, Yuan has begun to pursue his cousin. Something must have happened in the ward that I don't know about. Chapter 12. Wang Yu sneaks away in the morning. Yuan pulled Chunmei over, looked at the medicine in her hand, and knew it was for her, so she drank it. Chunmei, I'm fine here, you two go outside and get a room to rest. Oh, okay. Chunmei now had a lot of questions to ask Yuan, and it was also very inconvenient for Yuan to stay like this. She immediately dragged her reluctant best friend away. Wang Yu, who had been asleep for half the night, was not sleepy. He lay in bed until after 5 a.m. and still could not sleep. He was just a little slow to respond, but he was not an idiot. He had already figured out clearly how Yuan felt about him. It was absolutely impossible for him to say that he had no feelings for Yuan. After yesterday's massage, the young girl had been in his hands. Well, it was a bit inappropriate to think about it, but she really was soft, and the sound she made was also very pleasant. Thinking about it more, Wang Yu inevitably felt that his pants were a bit tight. He scolded himself in his heart, hurried to the bathroom, and splashed buckets of cold water on his body. Suppressing his anger, Wang Yu felt that he should slip away first. If Yuan came to find him again today and asked him to give her a massage, he could not guarantee that he would be able to hold back. So it is better not to test a man with a beautiful woman. The old saying is so true, even heroes have trouble resisting beautiful women. After leaving the town hospital, Wang Yu took a taxi home, feeling nervous the whole way. He had just sent Chunmei a WeChat message saying that he had to go back to the office because of some urgent business, and that he would ask her to handle the discharge procedures for him. He was really afraid that Chunmei would immediately go to the hospital entrance to block him after receiving the WeChat message. It seemed that the two girls had not yet woken up. After all, it was not yet 6 o'clock, and it was already late when they left yesterday. When he got home, Wang Yu didn't dare go in, but stood at the door and shouted into the courtyard. "Mom, something came up at work, so I'll go first. I'll come back in a few days to see you." His mother's voice came from inside the house, but Wang Yu didn't hear clearly what she was saying. He got into his car and took off with the accelerator floored. On the way back, Wang Yu's thoughts were racing. Yesterday, he still felt that life was bleak, but this time, when it came to his wife's affairs, apart from disgust, he would not feel any other negative emotions. If you want to get by in life, you have to bring a little green into your life. Look at how open-minded netizens are, so why should you be so stubborn? You're divorced, so you might as well think about how to woo that girl, Ishua. But thinking about the little contact he had with her, it would be very difficult to win her over. If yesterday Wang Yu didn't have confidence, but after the slap from the mountain god, Wang Yu was full of confidence. Thinking about this, Wang Yu wanted to see if he had any merit points for treating his sister and Yawen yesterday. He immediately opened the panel and looked. Wow, there's quite a bit. His sister Chunmei contributed 1 merit point. Although it was very little, Chunmei's illness was very minor, so it was good that she could give a little. But Yawen gave a lot, directly giving 10 points. Looking at the appearance of his own massage was very effective. Congratulations, the host has gained 11 merit points and can draw a reward once. Wang Yu, who was just looking, discovered that he could also draw a prize. Thinking about the 3 rewards he had, he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. He clicked on the lottery button. There was no fancy interface, and a book on bone setting appeared. Wang Yu clicked to receive it, and like Wing Chun, a wave of information forced its way into his mind. Then Wang Yu gained a deep understanding of this book on bone setting. This book is very powerful. After figuring it out, Wang Yu felt that the bones in a person's body were really like toys in his hands. It gives a detailed introduction to the characteristics and functions of various bones, and what techniques are needed to remove and assemble them. In short, after learning the bone setting manual, Wang Yu will be able to handle orthopedic diseases with ease. Wang Yu, who was happily studying, received a call from Chunmei, took it out and hung up directly, and replied that he was driving and threw the phone aside. "My brother actually hung up on me, it makes me so angry." "Chunmei, it's okay, this is already much better than before, I can finally go after brother Yu." Yawen was not disappointed by Wang Yu's sneaky departure. After all, she had been through far more desperate situations over the years, and this incident would not stop the girl's pent-up, hidden love. After returning to the community, Wang Yu thought about going downstairs to take a look, but then thought, I'm getting a divorce tomorrow, so I'd better not go and cause myself any more trouble. I'll deal with my own problems first, and then go after the girl with a clear conscience. But what Wang Yu couldn't have imagined was that if he had just gone and knocked on the door, he would have seen that the girl he had been thinking about was packing her things. It looked like she was going on a long trip, so if he came back tomorrow, he would probably just be able to smell her. So guys, you have to be quick when chasing girls, otherwise a lot of unexpected things can happen. After wandering around the house for a while, Wang Yu decided that there was nothing interesting to do, so he decided to find a hospital to get the stuff on his head taken care of. After all, he had just been running around and had a thick bandage on his head. He went to a nearby private hospital and looked up, and when he saw the name Maria Gynecology Hospital, he hesitated. It's a bit inappropriate for a man like me to go to a gynecology hospital. Forget it, I'd better go somewhere else. Before he could leave, an ambulance screeched to a halt next to him, and Wang Yu could smell the burnt smell of tires and ground friction. Immediately afterwards, the back door of the ambulance opened, a burly male nurse jumped out, and then a stretcher was pushed out. On the stretcher lay a young boy, but at the moment the young boy kept his eyes closed, and there was blood on his head and body. Behind the stretcher followed a woman crying heartrendingly. She looked rich and well dressed, with fair skin and a good figure, but at the moment her face was covered in tears, and Wang Yu couldn't tell if she was good looking or not. Wang Yu, who was about to leave, suddenly thought of the little boy. It looked like he had been hit by a heavy object, and his body must have broken quite a few bones. If he treated him well, his merit value would soar. Wang Yu followed him into the resuscitation room. The doctor and nurses inside, seeing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, thought he was also a patient in emergency care, and no one asked him to leave. They were all busy with the little boy inside. When he was first brought in, the little boy's condition was very dangerous. If they had not arrived in time, the little boy would have probably lost his life due to excessive blood loss. Although he was rescued, the situation is still not optimistic. The little boy had multiple crushed fractures all over his body, and the bones in both of his legs were broken, with the broken ends poking out of the flesh, and the white bone stubs visible from the outside. How is he? How is my son? A middle-aged man with a clean-looking face walked quickly into the emergency room lobby. At that moment, the anxious and nervous voice restored some reason to the emotionally distraught noblewoman sitting in the chair. Jia was hit by a car and is still in critical condition. Oh, my husband, I didn't bring Jia up well. Zhu Yan, don't cry, Xiaojia will be fine. Although the man was also very distressed, he still spoke soothingly to his wife, who was in such a state. Who is the child's family member? A middle-aged doctor with a mask, a slightly overweight figure, and a Mediterranean head walked over and asked. I am the child's father, doctor, how is my son? The child's condition is very dangerous and requires immediate amputation surgery, otherwise his life will be in danger. What, amputation? The man muttered incredulously. Zhu Yan, who was walking over, directly collapsed to the ground at the sound. Chapter 13. The boy from before has returned, and his sense of justice still exists. Wang Yu, who was standing nearby, was also shocked when he heard the news. Holy shit! Is it that serious? The little boy just now looked quite cute to Wang Yu, and thinking that such a young child was going to lose both his legs, his mood inexplicably sank. To save him, Wang Yu, who has had a sense of justice since childhood, has now forgotten that his goal is to earn merit points. He is now single-mindedly trying to save that child. Moreover, judging from the age of Zhu Yan and her husband, both in their 40s, the child is probably their youngest son. If the child is really amputated, then their family will live in grief in the future. Looking at Zhu Yan, who had fainted on the ground, Wang Yu immediately ran over. As soon as his hands touched her, Zhu Yan's physical condition flashed through his mind. Shock caused by extreme grief, treatment method. Multiple miscarriages, currently infertile, treatment method. Weak body, multiple organs beginning to fail, treatment method. Looking at Zhu Yan's physical condition, Wang Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at the woman's physical condition, if his son really had to have his leg amputated, he would probably not live for many years. This child must be saved, otherwise it will be a human life. At that moment, Wang Yu reached out and pressed a few times on Zhu Yan's temples, and then stimulated several acupuncture points on her back with force to activate the body's immune system. Zhu Yan slowly woke up. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. It was obvious that he was diagnosing and treating his wife. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. It was obvious that he was diagnosing and treating his wife. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. It was obvious that he was diagnosing and treating his wife. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. It was obvious that he was diagnosing and treating his wife. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. It was obvious that he was diagnosing and treating his wife. The man who was about to push Wang Yu away saw that Wang Yu's techniques were professional and his actions were swift. Wang Yu did not reply, because at this time Zhu Yan had already come round. After helping Zhu Yan up and handing her over to her husband, Wang Yu said to him, I can treat your child's injuries. Not only will there be no amputation, I can also completely heal him, so that he can grow up healthily like any other child in the future. Mr. Tang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Zheng Hai obviously knew Zhu Yan's husband's identity and immediately began to stop him. Han Yuan, this young man can save Xiajie, so let him treat him. At this point, Zhu Yan had completely lost her reason. When she heard Wang Yu's words, she immediately took them as a lifeline, without even a suspicious thought in her mind. Young man, you didn't lie to me, you really can save my son's leg. Tang Honyuan was not so calm at this time either. Although he also doubted Wang Yu's words, after all, it was about his own son, and he also held a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if he really can cure it? This mentality is like that of many terminal patients. Even though they know their condition very well, they are still willing to believe in so-called folk remedies and superstitiously cling to these things. Always holding on to the hope that if by chance it really can cure, this was also the thought of Tang Hongyuan at this time. Mr. Tang, I can really cure it, and you can watch from close by. If you feel that my treatment isn't working, you can stop it directly. Wang Yu understood the mentality of the child's parents very well, and did not try to act cool or anything, but was also willing to let them watch and treat the child. Okay, I promise you, treat my child now. If you really can cure my son, I, Tang Hongyuan, owe you my life. Wang Yu didn't care about such a promise. After all, his true intention was to save the child. Even if he was not given anything, he would still go ahead with the treatment. No, this is a hospital, and you are not a doctor here. I cannot let you treat the wounded here. The Mediterranean doctor did not care about Tang Hongyuan's identity at this point and immediately stopped him. Although he didn't believe that Wang Yu, who was so young, could save the child's legs, he was on his own turf and could not allow others to act recklessly. Regardless of whether the treatment was successful or not, if Wang Yu entered the resuscitation room today, it would be his dereliction of duty, and he would lose face. I said, what do you want? It's not your son, so you don't care, right? It's none of your business if I talk to the father. Watching the Mediterranean jumping up and down, Wang Yu was also a little annoyed. Bullshit, I'm worried that you can't cure him and delay the child's surgery, which will be life-threatening. Exactly, our Dr. Wang is a well-known surgical expert in the province, and even he is not sure whether he can save the injured's legs, so how can an unknown outsider like you cure him? Do you have a medical license? I now suspect that you are a liar. What are you doing with gauze on your head? Were you beaten up by someone for cheating? A young nurse with a face full of acne stood next to Dr. Wang and accused Wang Yu. After she finished, she glanced secretly at the Mediterranean Sea beside her. I do not have a medical license, but my bone-setting techniques can completely cure your child. As long as you trust me, I can save his legs in half an hour at most. Wang Yu could not refute the young nurse's words, and it seemed that the Mediterranean Sea was still a well-known surgical expert. He also did not know if the couple opposite him would let him treat their son. Looking at the people arguing, Tang Hongyuan also regained his composure. He knew this Mediterranean. Although this hospital is named after a gynecological hospital, it is, after all, a private hospital with a strong profit motive. All departments are complete, and well-known experts are hired to sit in on consultations. Of course, the prices of medicine are also very expensive, and ordinary people can't afford them. So in the eyes of the common people, it is just an ordinary gynecological hospital, but the wealthy class in Shudu City all know that this is the best hospital in the city, and they like to come here for medical treatment. Dr. Wang, I know your reputation. I want to ask, is there no hope for my son's legs? Tang Hongyuan's tone was heavy. Mr. Tang, I have been practicing medicine for more than 30 years and have performed countless surgeries, large and small. In your son's situation, there are many doctors who can save his life. But there is not a single one who can save your son's legs. Even if the experts from the capital hospital come, it will be useless. Mediterranean was very confident in his medical skills. Wang Yu's face looked a little unpleasant. It seemed that the child's father did not agree with his treatment. Hubby. Xu Yan also looked at her husband at this time, waiting for him to make a decision. Young man, my reason tells me not to trust you, but the situation of my son makes me really want to trust you. Think carefully, if you really deceive me, the consequences are not something you can bear. Wang Yu didn't really care about Tang Hongyuan's threats. After all, if the situation were reversed, he definitely wouldn't trust a passerby who didn't even have the qualifications to practice medicine. Don't worry, Mr. Tang, you will be glad you made your choice. Seeing Wang Yu's confident look, Tang Hongyuan also made up his mind. Dr. Wang, please arrange it. Whether my son can be cured or not, I will pay 1 million. Mediterranean, who was originally going to refuse, immediately shut up when he heard that he could get 1 million as long as he agreed. The young nurse beside him looked at Tang Hongyuan in disbelief. It was not uncommon for their hospital to spend millions, but it was the first time they had seen someone willing to pay 1 million just to let an outsider treat a patient here, as in this case. Chapter 14, this bone setting is really not simple. Money talks, and Tang Hongyuan's generous promise of 1 million yuan made the Mediterranean very cooperative in starting the arrangements. When he arrived in the resuscitation room, Wang Yu saw that all the clothes on the child's body had been removed, and he was lying naked on the operating table. The blood on his body had also been stopped, and the numbers on the instruments next to him were also showing that the child's condition was very unstable. Seeing his son in this state, even Tang Hongyuan, who had been through many storms, could not help but burst into tears. As for his wife Zhuyan, Tang Hongyuan did not even let her in, for he was afraid that if she saw her son's miserable appearance, she would faint again. "Give me a pair of gloves, something thin will do." Wang Yu went to the child and first reached out to feel his head. Unfortunately, there was no display of his physical condition in his brain. At the doctor's indication, the little nurse brought up a pair of surgical gloves. After putting them on, Wang Yu slowly began to feel the child's body. He felt very carefully and thoroughly, not missing a single spot. It wasn't until he had checked all 200-odd bones in the child's body that Wang Yu had a detailed understanding of the child's condition. "Mr. Tang, the child has 8 broken ribs, a broken left arm, a cracked shoulder blade, spiral-shaped comminuted fractures below the calves of both legs, and multiple bone dislocations." Wang Yu briefly introduced the child's condition. As soon as the Mediterranean heard this, he was stunned. He had taken more than 10 X-rays to determine the child's condition, but this guy had diagnosed it all with just his hands. "Please," Tang Hongyuan wanted to say something, but in the end he just said a few words. The child was like this, so threats or asking for help would be useless anyway. Wang Yu nodded and turned around to begin the rescue. Wang Yu, who had a knack for bone setting, was not at all helpless in the face of the child's injuries. He started with the ribs, which were close to the internal organs, for fear of causing any further problems if he took too long. Wang Yu's hands were nimble, and he pinched and pressed on the child's body with swift techniques. As his hands passed over the body, the bulges and dents slowly returned to a flat shape. The whole process was so fluid that the few people watching beside him were dumbfounded. It took less than 3 minutes, and Wang Yu successfully aligned the 8 broken ribs perfectly. At this point, the Mediterranean also realized that Wang Yu was extraordinary, and he took an instrument to help check the child's recovery. Looking at the instrument showing the child's well-aligned ribs, the Mediterranean's eyes widened, and he didn't know how to express his emotions for a moment. After treating the ribs, Wang Yu then proceeded to restore all the misaligned areas, which were all trivial to him. After that, he began to align the shoulder blades. This bone was very different, and it was very difficult to treat. The bone was large in area but thin, so it was prone to problems when aligned. But these were not problems for Wang Yu. After some manipulation, not only was the scapula initially treated, but the injured arm was also treated in the process. Next came the hardest part, the legs. Looking at the exposed bone fragments outside, Wang Yu felt a little uncomfortable. How much suffering this child has endured. Although both legs had spiral-shaped comminuted fractures, it was still possible to tell the severity. Wang Yu first corrected the protruding bone of the right leg, feeling with his fingers the scattered bone fragments inside. He tapped the fracture site several hundred times, and knew in his heart that there were more than 30 bone fragments. If this were a regular case, amputation would be the only option, because no one could realistically connect all those fragments back together. Even if they could be connected, they could never be made to heal together again. But Wang Yu was able to do it. He silently numbered the more than 30 bone fragments in his mind, and Wang Yu began to reset the first bone fragment. It was very difficult, and Wang Yu was also struggling. After all, it was still very difficult to move such small bone fragments in the flesh and blood. Soon Wang Yu was sweating all over, and Mediterranean signaled for the nurse next to him to help wipe the sweat. At this time, he also realized that this young man really had the potential to save the child's legs. This was nothing short of a medical miracle. Wang Yu dared not stop for a moment. He had to align all the 30-odd broken bones in one go. If he stopped for a long time in the middle, the bones that had been aligned earlier might come apart again due to muscle movement. Tang Hongyuan was very glad about his decision. This young man was really capable. Although he didn't know anything about medicine, judging from the change in attitude of Mediterranean and the nurse next to him, there was a high hope that his son could keep both his legs. After about 20 minutes, Wang Yu finally aligned the last piece of broken bone. He let out a deep breath, exhausted. The intense mental concentration had left him unable to muster any strength after relaxing. Quickly put on the cast, this leg can't be moved for a month. Dr. Wang, who had just been arrogant, was now like a college student just starting an internship, moving quickly. Wang Yu looked at the nimble-fingered Dr. Wang and let his guard down. Although this guy was unable to save the child's legs, his medical skills were really not to be sniffed at. He was nimble-fingered and precise in his movements, and it was obvious that he was an expert. The title of surgical expert still had some substance to it. "Mr. Tang, this leg has been saved, but the remaining one is more troublesome. I don't know if I can do it, but I can guarantee that there will be no amputation." Wang Yu had overestimated his abilities. During the treatment just now, his fingers had begun to tremble uncontrollably. If he were to treat the left leg, which had more broken bones, he was not confident that he could complete the docking. "It's okay, young man, I won't blame you, you've done your best." Seeing Wang Yu's miraculous skills, Tang Hongyuan clearly knew that this young man was truly trying to help him. His child has managed to save one leg, and the other leg can also be saved. Even if he becomes a cripple in the future, it will be much better than having no legs at all. "This, I can help." Dr. Wang, who had just finished putting on the cast, volunteered. Wang Yu looked back and felt that there was a chance. He asked Dr. Wang to move all the broken bones near the fracture first, and then he would go and join them up, which would undoubtedly save a lot of effort. "Okay, then I'll trouble Dr. Wang." "It will work?" Tang Hongyuan asked a little worriedly, and at this point he had doubts about Dr. Wang's medical skills. "It shouldn't be a problem. Dr. Wang's medical skills are still very good." Dr. Wang was very excited when he heard Wang Yu's words. He was really happy to be recognized by someone of a higher level than himself. "Then I'll leave it to you both. If it can be cured, it must be better than being a cripple." Tang Hongyuan was also full of hope when he saw that Wang Yu said it was possible. Practice makes perfect. Wang Yu's examination of the left leg was obviously much faster, and it was more or less what he had imagined. There were more than 50 pieces of broken bone, and it would be very difficult to set them. After understanding the location, Wang Yu and Dr. Wang began a discussion. The two deduced the location and method of moving the broken bones. Of course, most of the time, Wang Yu was talking and Dr. Wang was listening. After talking about a piece of broken bone, Wang Yu would ask if Dr. Wang was sure. Chapter 15, 5 million annual salary, come work at our hospital. The two were like a master teaching his apprentice. Wang Yu described the techniques and treatment methods, and Wang Daifu was full of admiration. He asked questions with an open mind while also expressing his own opinions as appropriate. Through his exchanges with Wang Daifu, Wang Yu also gained a clear understanding of his level. He was very experienced and had a solid foundation. Wang Yu was very confident about the treatment that followed. After finalizing the plan, Wang Yu's mental state had also recovered almost completely, and the two were about to begin formal treatment. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Dr. Wang began to move the broken bones little by little. When the broken bones reached the fracture site, Wang Yu took over and joined them together in the right place. Both were very careful, not daring to relax at all. The nurses assisting them were nervous and kept wiping their sweat. Time passed slowly, and the broken bones were pieced together one by one. When only a few pieces of bone remained, Dr. Wang could no longer hold on. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, and he felt as if he were going to faint, unable to muster any strength. Wang Yu looked at him reassuringly and motioned for him to take a break. Dr. Wang felt a little ashamed. He was an expert, but he had wasted all those years of training. The young man in front of him had done a more difficult and meticulous job, and had expended far more energy than he had. Now he can't even keep up with his rhythm. But there's nothing he can do about it. Who can blame him for not being able to keep up with his own medical skills and his health? Wang Yu is very satisfied with Dr. Wang. After all, he has helped him a lot, and he is already very impressed that he was able to last this long. For the remaining few bones, Wang Yu is now very confident that he can complete the docking in one go. Tang Hongyuan saw Dr. Wang collapse in his chair and was very nervous. After all, whether his son can regain his health depends on whether Wang Yu can persevere. Wang Yu's hands were steady, and he was not the least bit nervous despite the loss of Dr. Wang's cooperation. His concentration was unprecedented, and he successfully connected a broken bone in his hands perfectly. Then he started on another one, and he was like a machine, rhythmically and smoothly completing the connection of the broken bones. The sweat on his face and the fatigue in his body did not seem to affect him at all. After 10 minutes, Wang Yu finally connected the last broken bone. He collapsed on the ground. "Quickly put on the plaster cast," he said, before sitting on the ground and panting heavily. With a little bit of his strength restored, Dr. Wang, who had the materials ready in his hands, wasted no time and quickly got on with the next task. "Young man, my son's legs have been saved," Tang Hongyuan asked anxiously. He didn't know if his son's treatment had been completed at that moment, and was afraid of getting bad news from Wang Yu. But if he didn't ask, his restless mind would never be at ease. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. The child's legs were successfully connected, and it will not affect normal activities and life in the future. Wang Yu said, smiling happily. This treatment was also a spiritual baptism for him. Looking at the child in his hands, who had been saved from amputation, Wang Yu was filled with heartfelt joy. Thank you, thank you. Hearing Wang Yu's reply, Tang Hongyuan also could not hold back his composure. He was extremely excited and kept thanking him. After the cast was removed, Dr. Wang also asked the nurses to give the child a comprehensive examination. The results came back shortly afterwards. Looking at the X-ray, Wang Yu and the nurses were filled with admiration for Wang Yu's inner strength. Mr. Tang, your son has really been cured. From the X-ray, it can be seen that the broken bones have joined together perfectly. Every broken bone is perfectly joined together. In a few months, he will be able to walk again. No, it won't take a few months, he will be able to walk in a month. Wang Yu said, standing up. I will write a prescription for you to drink twice a day for a month, and your child will be able to walk again. Saying this, Wang Yu asked the nurse for paper and pen, wrote down a dozen types of Chinese medicine and the method of boiling them, and handed it to Tang Hongyuan. I haven't asked your name yet, said Tang Hongyuan, taking the prescription and asking solemnly. My name is Wang Yu. Don't call me benefactor or anything, I've just done my part. Oh, Dr. Wang is actually related to me. Dr. Wang, despite his Mediterranean complexion, came over to chat with Wang Yu. The nurse cleaned the blood stains on the child's body and prepared to transfer him to the ward. Tang Hongyuan wanted to stay and chat with Wang Yu a little longer, but he was worried about his son after all, so he quickly thanked him and followed the nurse out. Dr. Wang, do me a favor. What can I do for you, Dr. Wang? Help me take the gauze off my head. It was only then that Wang Yu remembered the reason he had come to the hospital. The gauze on his head was wrapped in a crisscross pattern, and it was not very convenient for him to remove it himself. It's no big deal, said Dr. Wang, and he began to help Wang Yu remove the gauze. After the gauze on his head was removed, Wang Yu felt a burst of relief. He moved his head around and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He said hello to Dr. Wang and was about to leave. Wang Yu hurriedly took 2 steps forward to help her up. He really didn't want to bear such a big courtesy. Today, Zhu Yan has experienced great sorrow and joy. The heartbreak when her son was hit by a car, the collapse in the hospital when she learned that her son would have to have his leg amputated, and then the hope that she held onto with a tiny bit of hope. Until finally, the joy of getting her son to completely save both his legs made this mother no longer care about her usual dignity, and she just wanted to kneel down and kowtow a few times to Wang Yu to express her gratitude. After helping Zhu Yan up, Wang Yu gently comforted her, and at that moment, Tang Hongyuan and a few others also walked over. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Tang Hongyuan immediately came forward to express his gratitude once again. His son was the result of more than 10 years of hard work by him and his wife, who had tried every method possible, and they had finally managed to have a child when they were in their 40s. Today, his son almost became disabled, and under such a blow, his wife would probably not be able to hold on. If his son became disabled and he lost his wife, the whole family would fall apart. The young man in front of him had saved not only his son but also his nearly broken home. Mr. Wang is highly skilled in medicine. I wonder which hospital he works at, asked a middle-aged man in a suit and black-framed glasses with a smile. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Han Cohen, the director of Mary Hospital. Director Han, you are too kind. I am not in the medical profession, and the treatment this time was also done using the family's traditional bone-setting techniques. I don't deserve to be called highly skilled. Dr. Wang, you're putting my old face to shame by saying that. At this time, Dr. Wang also paid a compliment to Wang Yu. Mr. Wang, I would like to hire you to work at our hospital. The annual salary is 5 million. How do you feel about that? This Han Cohen is worthy of being the dean of a private hospital. When he sees someone with outstanding medical skills, he directly dangles a carrot in front of them. Well, I don't have a medical license. Wang Yu was quite tempted to come when he heard this, and not only did he master the essence of bone setting, he also had the title of gynecological expert, so there shouldn't be any problem working as a doctor. Moreover, after this incident, he also quite liked the feeling of healing people. If the other party could solve the problem of his medical qualifications, then he would not object to working here. This is no problem, our hospital will solve it, as long as Mr. Wang agrees to come. As the dean, Han Cohen's abilities were still very great, and solving the problem of his medical qualifications was not difficult for him. Okay, but I have to go take care of some things first. How about 2 days from now? Wang Yu was thinking about going to divorce his wife tomorrow, and he had nothing to do in the afternoon, so he would just go to the company and resign. Chapter 16, Breaking with the Company. Brother Wang, wait. Watching Wang Yu leave, Tang Hongyuan immediately came forward. There were a lot of people just now, so it was inconvenient for him to take out the gift he had prepared. He saw that Wang Yu had finished talking to the hospital and the people had dispersed, so he came over. Mr. Tang has something on his mind, Wang Yu asked curiously. Brother Wang, you're too polite. You saved my son, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Oh, how are you going to thank me, Mr. Tang? Wang Yu is not the character of Lei Feng. If Tang Hongyuan doesn't express it, he won't ask for anything. After all, he didn't save the child for any benefit. But since Tang Hongyuan has chased after him to express his gratitude, of course he will not refuse. I don't know what Brother Wang likes, and I'm a bit of a cliché, but please don't refuse this 10 million. With that, Tang Hongyuan wrote a check for 10 million yuan. Wang Yu had just felt that this guy might give money. From his generous promise to pay 1 million at the hospital, he felt that this guy was very rich. But he never would have thought that the other party would just give 10 million. He really liked this gesture. But I still have to maintain a good attitude. A gentleman loves money but takes it in the right way. I thought this in my heart, but my body was very honest. Wang Yu took the check, looked at it, and then put it directly into his wallet. Then I will accept it with a smile. Mr. Tang is so polite, and I will help you for free. After receiving so much money, Wang Yu was also a little embarrassed. At that moment, he wanted to help Zhu Yan heal her body, and he felt that he had done the couple justice. Oh, help me with what? Tang Hongyuan was a little curious. Actually, I'm best at gynecology, and I'm confident I can cure your wife's condition. Wang Yu said this with a hint of arrogance. You know about my wife's problem. When I was helping her just now, I took her pulse. Your wife is only suffering from habitual abortion, which leads to infertility. I can solve it for you. Wang Yu spoke very casually. Tang Hongyuan felt like he had been struck by lightning. His wife's health had taken a huge toll on him. The couple had visited every famous expert at home and abroad, and had spent more than 10 years trying to get pregnant, but to no avail. Every time his wife became pregnant, they were extremely careful, but the result was always the same: the pregnancy would end in miscarriage before the 3rd month, and no amount of hospitalization could save the day. It wasn't until the year he turned 40 that they managed to find a doctor in the capital city of Kyoto, and at great expense, they managed to keep the pregnancy, and the couple were finally blessed with a son. If Tang Hongyuan had heard Wang Yu say this before, he would have definitely not believed him. But after seeing the way he treated his son, he was convinced. This man opposite him is not someone who tells big lies. If he says he can cure it, he can definitely cure it. Then thank you, Brother Wang. Tang Hongyuan didn't make any promises either. After all, everyone else had said they would help him, so it would be a bit pretentious to take money out of his pocket. I will start working at this hospital the day after tomorrow. I will take a look at your wife then. You can accompany your son for the next 2 days. Here is my business card. Brother Wang, if you have any questions, you can contact me. Tang Hongyuan handed Wang Yu a black card with gold edges. Wang Yu took it and looked at it. It was really high-end and metallic. I don't have a business card. I will call you back. You can write down the number. Wang Yu then dialed the number on the card. After Tang Hongyuan's phone rang, Wang Yu hung up. I have some things to do this afternoon, so I'll take my leave. Brother Wang, I'll see you the day after tomorrow then. After saying this, Wang Yu left. Tang Hongyuan kept watching Wang Yu leave, then saved his number in his phone, turned around and quickly walked towards the ward as well. He wanted to tell his wife the good news. Driving to the company, Wang Yu was still very happy in his heart. Not only had he found a job with an annual salary of 5 million today, he had also received a check for 10 million. However, the money in the check had already been transferred to the bank card in his mother's name. After all, they were not yet divorced, so it was best to be careful. Now he could also tell his boss with confidence that he was not going to serve anymore. When he arrived at the Human Resources Department, before Wang Yu could even propose his resignation, the head of the Human Resources Department, Lu Ruyan, informed him that he had been dismissed from the company. A stunned Wang Yu followed Lu Ruyan through the various procedures, and then inexplicably received a compensation of 1 million yuan and signed a contract that he could never work in this industry again for the rest of his life. Looking at the contract, and thinking about the general manager's promotion of him yesterday, and the inexplicable conditions, Wang Yu also realized that something was wrong. Chen Jia is really gunning for me, but that's not right. Although Chen Jia is rich, the company he works for is also quite strong, so there is no need to give Chen Jia face. Wang Yu couldn't quite figure it out, but it didn't matter. He had come to resign, and had inexplicably received $1,000,000 in compensation, which was not bad at all. Although the document stating that he could never work in the industry again was full of traps, it didn't matter. With a job as a doctor that paid 5,000,000 yuan a year, Wang Yu had no intention of sticking around in the industry. After completing the paperwork, Wang Yu was invited to Mr. Zhang's office. Looking at Mr. Zhang, who was still sitting there drinking tea, Wang Yu's spine involuntarily stiffened a little. In the past, he was his subordinate and had to bow to him in order to make a living, but now, after completing the paperwork, he had no connection with the company at all, and no longer had to look at his face. Wang Yu, I can't say this explicitly, but I still want to advise you, young man, don't be impulsive. The paperwork is all done, isn't it too late for Mr. Zhang to say this? You've already said I'm a young man, so isn't it logical to be impulsive? Hey! Firing you is not what I meant. People in the world are helpless. Although I am the general manager, there are still several directors above me. President Zhang is a veteran fox, his words are watertight and he shifts all the blame. But Wang Yu doesn't care about any of that, he just quietly watches the show. I have a few companies here, if you're interested, I can recommend you to them as compensation. With that, President Zhang pushes over some documents. Wang Yu takes one look and exclaims, "Hey, these companies are familiar to me. Aren't they all companies that work closely with this company? This guy is so nice. So, which one do you like? What's the point of liking it? The contract is signed, and I can't work in this industry for the rest of my life. If I go to one of these companies, the compensation is 5 million. Mr. Zhang, you're not going to screw me over, are you? Don't worry, as long as I turn a blind eye, compensation and all that is just nonsense. Just go with confidence. Fuck you, you think I'm stupid. Just tell me what benefits Chen's family gave you to make you do this to me. Chen family is nothing in my eyes. Since you found out, I'm not afraid to tell you, kid. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If you behave, you can still have a mouthful of soup. If you don't behave, the consequences are not something you can bear. Yo, so it seems that President Zhang is a dog that obeys. Watch your mouth, or I'll ban you from the entire industry and you won't even be able to find a job sweeping the streets in Xuchang. You're a fool. I still have dozens of acres of land at home. I'm going back to farming. If you're capable of buying my land, I'll thank you for it. But if you look down on the Chun family so much, does that mean that the person who is dealing with me is my wife's adulterer? You're despicable, gutter rat. If I catch you, I'll teach you to behave. Fine, I'll show you what happens when you speak out of turn. Now get out. Chapter 17, A Chance Encounter with His Ex-Mother-in-Law. Oh, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Wang Yu ignored Zhang's anger. He took out his resignation letter and waved it in Zhang's face, saying, I was supposed to come in today to resign, but I didn't expect that you would be so nice to me. Not only did you pay me 500,000 yuan in compensation, you also gave me 500,000 yuan as a confidentiality fee. Thanks a lot for this million yuan. After saying this, Wang Yu turned around and happily left, leaving Zhang all alone in the wind. Wang Yu left the company in a good mood, thinking that he would get his divorce done in the morning and then go see his one-blooded girl in the afternoon. Should he prepare a gift? It wouldn't be appropriate to go with two fists clenched, not like he was going to collect a debt. Thinking about it, he decided to go to the mall and look around. Although he didn't know what his one-blooded girl liked, it was always good to bring a gift. Arriving at the largest mall in Shudu City, Wang Yu felt a little emotional. In the past, every time he came here, he was with Chen Yuding. This time, he is here alone, buying a gift for another woman. He sighs at the twists and turns of life. But one must look forward. Past love should be swept into the dustbin of history. He still has many people to accompany and cherish. Arriving at the mall, Wang Yu heads straight for the jewelry store. Looking at the various jewelry displayed in the counter, he, as a relatively straight man, doesn't know which one to choose for a while. Should I just go with what I read online and choose the expensive ones, regardless of whether they are the right ones? With this in mind, Wang Yu went to the most luxurious women's jewelry store in the mall. Inside, there were not only gold and platinum jewelry, but also jadeite, precious stones, and other expensive jewelry. Looking at the prices, Wang Yu, who had 10 million yuan on him, couldn't help but feel jealous. Damn, none of them were under 6 figures, and although there were very few that were over 7 figures, there were a few in each counter. As for those placed in a single counter, none were less than 10 million, and Wang Yu understood a little of the enjoyment of the rich at that moment. After learning about their family's assets when he married his wife, he thought it was a large family in Shidu City. However, after a few years of social experience, he also realized that although the Chen family was considered wealthy in Shidu City, their total assets were not ranked among the top 10 in Shidu City. But none of this is any longer relevant to him. Tomorrow they will be two people from two different worlds, and from then on they will have nothing more to do with each other. Looking at the exquisite ornaments inside the counter and the long list of numbers, Wang Yu gave up the idea he had just had. There was no way he could afford it. "May I help you, sir?" The clear voice had a professional tone to it, and it made Wang Yu look away. He turned around and saw a beautiful young girl standing next to him, smiling. A name tag hung from her full breasts, with the word intern on it, letting Wang Yu know her identity. As a first-time buyer of such expensive jewelry, Wang Yu, of course, had no idea how to choose. The waitress who appeared at this time undoubtedly helped him solve the current situation of confusion. He also didn't mind that the person in front of him was still in the internship period, and immediately told her what he was thinking. "I want to buy a piece of jewelry as a gift, but I don't know how to choose. Can you help me?" "Sir, do you need to buy a gift for a woman of a certain age? Is it your lover or a relative?" Wang Yu heard this and began to think about the woman in question. She seemed to be in her 30s, but her skin and figure felt like she was in her early 20s. He couldn't make up his mind. "Well, she's the woman I'm courting. She's about 25. Wang Yu felt that seeing is not as good as touching. Maybe when one is just dressed a little more maturely, and her figure and skin better reflect her age. After all, she is very attractive. Do you have any requirements for the price? The staff at this store are very professional. Even if they are just interns, they know that they must first ascertain the buyer's financial situation, otherwise it is useless to make all sorts of promises if the buyer has no money in their pocket. Why don't you choose a bracelet? It's about 1 million, and the price shouldn't vary too much." Thinking about the million he had received for no reason, Wang Yu felt no pain spending it. He also bought the bracelet on a whim. After all, he didn't dare give a ring, and he didn't really like the necklace, so he thought it would be better to buy a bracelet. The young trainee girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. According to her training, the man in front of her had a high probability of buying, and they had millions of accessories lying around, but it was difficult to sell even one a day. "Okay, sir, please follow me." Following the waitress's footsteps, Wang Yu arrived at a display counter. In the middle of the counter was a hollowed-out white gold bracelet with many diamonds embedded in it. Of course, the price of 999,999 made Wang Yu think that the girl really knew how to sell things. The light from the counter shone on it, reflecting a dazzling radiance. "Sir, this bracelet is the work of the famous Italian designer Carlo. This piece weighs 120 grams net and is made of high-purity white gold. It is set with 12 diamonds of over 1 carat each carefully selected and cut to ensure the best possible fire and brilliance. The diamonds are arranged on the bracelet according to a certain pattern, creating a design that gives off a noble and elegant feel. Whether worn for formal occasions or everyday wear, it can add infinite charm and radiance." Wang Yu was dazzled by the diamonds on this bracelet. It did look very flashy, but he felt that his beloved was an introspective girl who definitely wouldn't like such jewelry. "This one isn't very good, it's too flashy. Is there something simpler that can enhance the wearer's taste and inner qualities?" "Yes, sir, there is a bracelet that meets your requirements, but the price is slightly higher than your budget." "That's fine, let's take a look first." A little higher, Wang Yu felt that he still had the strength. When he arrived at another counter, before he could hear the introduction, Wang Yu was attracted by a jadeite bracelet in the adjacent counter. "Sir, this is the one you want to see." Seeing Wang Yu walking over to the next counter, the young trainee girl gently reminded him. Wang Yu waved his hand, ignoring the 7 sixes underneath the bracelet, and said, "This bracelet, give me the introduction." The young girl came over. Although she wasn't confident that Wang Yu could afford this one, she couldn't refuse the customer's request, so she began a professional introduction. "This is a simple and restrained jadeite bracelet. Its beauty lies in its delicate texture and superb craftsmanship. It is carved from a single piece of icy jadeite with floating flowers, and the entire piece has a light green color with a soft luster and evenly distributed natural patterns inside." As she listened to the introduction, Wang Yu became more and more fond of it, and couldn't help but nod along. A little desire to buy it arose in her heart. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded nearby, and Wang Yu turned her head to look. Oh, shit. Isn't this mother-in-law Li Yuzhen? The man next to her is actually his wife's cousin, Lu Baoxian, who is also Li Yuzhen's cousin. Although the two were wearing masks, Wang Yu still recognized them at first glance. He watched as his mother-in-law, who was more than 10 meters away, put her arm around Lu Baoxiang's. The two looked so intimate that people who didn't know them would think they were an elderly couple. The scene in front of him was too overwhelming, and Wang Yu couldn't react for a moment. Chapter 18, Like Mother, Like Daughter. Sir, what's wrong with you? Wang Yu came back to his senses when he saw the small hand shaking in front of him. This is it, wrap it up and I'll take it. The melon in front of him made Wang Yu not want to dwell on the price of 7 sixes. Although it was very expensive, he was willing to buy it for Yue. Without paying attention to the deliberate flattery of the young intern, Wang Yu paid the bill and secretly followed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxiang. When passing through the clothing area, he also bought a sun hat and put it on his head. The important thing to note is that the hat is beige. The two of them shopped for a while, and Li Yuzhen bought a few clothes and a watch for Lu Baoxiang. The price was so high that Wang Yu couldn't tell from a distance, but looking at the Patek Philippe sign above, he sighed that his mother-in-law was really spending money. When they arrived at the parking lot, Wang Yu didn't dare to go and get his car for fear of being discovered. It was too late to take a taxi, so he used his phone to hail an electric car and followed it quietly. Riding the electric car, Wang Yu was afraid that he couldn't keep up at first, but it was now 7 p.m., the peak of the evening commute. The Audi A8 in front of him could only move at a snail's pace. After following it for a while, Wang Yu realized that something was wrong. Wasn't this the way back to his own community? He remembered that Lu Baoxiang's home was in a villa area, and the Chen family didn't own property in this community either. Looking at the license plate number of the Audi A8 in front of him, he realized that he had not followed the wrong car. He did not dwell on it for the moment and just followed it. Watching the black Audi A8 swipe its card directly to enter the underground parking lot of the community, Wang Yu could not help but complain, is this community poisonous? How coincidental, they both actually have a house here. Leaving the electric car by the roadside, Wang Yu did not have time to go to the car return location, otherwise, once they took the elevator directly from the underground parking lot to the upper floors, it would be difficult to find them again among so many buildings. Entering the residential area, Wang Yu went down to the underground parking lot from the nearest stairwell. Looking around, he didn't see the A8. He immediately ran to the intersection in front of him. Just as he ran past it, he saw two figures disappear around a corner. The A8 was parked nearby. After seeing his target, Wang Yu wasn't in such a hurry anymore. He walked quietly over, stood by the wall at the corner, and didn't go directly over. He waited until he heard the elevator door open and the footsteps of the two people walking into the elevator before he appeared. Wang Yu stood in front of the elevator waiting, and when he saw that the elevator stopped at the 3rd floor, it didn't move. Then Wang Yu quickly ran up the stairs to the 3rd floor, running up in just a few dozen seconds. Quietly pushing open the stair door, he saw the door to 302 about to close, and through the crack in the door, Wang Yu saw Li Yuzhen's familiar shoes. He immediately knew where they had gone, but how to continue eating melons stumped him. He couldn't pretend to be a courier or a delivery person, because they would definitely recognize him if they saw him. Besides, there's nothing he can do here. Once the door is closed, there are just white walls. Unless he can see through walls, there's nothing to see. He went down the stairs and came out into the outside world, and quickly located the door to 302. It was probably less than 10 meters high, but there was nothing Wang Yu could do at the moment. He just stared, wondering if he should call that old guy Chen Shusheng, but even if he did, the old guy wouldn't believe him. Forget it, he thought, I'll think of something else. Looking at the steps protruding from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor where the air conditioners were placed, a flash of inspiration crossed Wang Yu's mind. He was familiar with these steps, having seen them online more than once, and the netizens always left comments and reviews below them, so he was very impressed. Not only could air conditioners be placed on the steps, people could also stand on them. Men and women had stood on them before, and they were quite sturdy, as evidenced by the photos online. Without hesitation, he first made his way to the air conditioner steps on the 2nd floor, using the window on the 1st floor as a guide. The air conditioner unit fixed on the upper floor was very sturdy. Wang Yu shook it and it was very stable. Then he looked up and saw the 3rd floor steps within reach. He rubbed his hands together and was ready to climb up. It was very easy for Wang Yu to get to the 3rd floor. He slowly moved along the air conditioner steps to the bedroom window of 302. Bending down and crouching on top of the air conditioner, Wang Yu was a little worried about being discovered, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only pray that he would not be discovered by the people in the community or the patrolling security guards. As time passed, Wang Yu had already obtained what he wanted, and the two people in the room still didn't know that their every move had been discovered by someone else. Suddenly, Wang Yu thought about the abilities he had obtained. Although he didn't know how effective the self-defense techniques for men were, the gynecology techniques and bone-setting techniques had been tested through practice. At this time, this so-called miracle child delivery method, I don't know if it's just a superficial meaning, but now is a good time, and I don't know if my miracle powers can help this couple in their 50s to bloom again. Thinking about it, he did it right away. Wang Yu immediately used his supernatural powers to send the baby. A faint red glow enveloped Li Yuzhen's abdomen, and then it disappeared. Wang Yu didn't know if it had any effect. Anyway, he had already filmed the video, and now it was time to go. He immediately put away his phone and was about to leave. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Wang Yu almost fell off from the top when he heard the sound, and looked down. Shit! 7 or 8 children were lined up, looking up at him with their little heads. I know, I've seen the neighbor's uncle standing on top of my air conditioner before. My dad was at the window at the time, trying to punch him, said one little girl in a baby voice. That uncle is really dangerous, said another little boy, sounding nervous. Yes. Uncle, you're going to get punched by someone else's dad. Whose home is this? Can you tell his father not to hit the uncle and let the uncle teach us how to climb walls? Climbing walls? It looks high, I don't want to learn. Listening to the discussion below, Wang Yu really wanted to explain, but how could he explain it in a way that would make sense? Uncle, come down quickly, or you'll get beaten up later. Yes, uncle, standing on the air conditioner is easy to get beaten up by other people's fathers, so come down quickly. The children came to the final conclusion that they had to get the uncle to come down quickly to protect him from getting beaten up. Wang Yu nodded and gave an embarrassed smile before quickly climbing down. Uncle is amazing, can you teach me to climb walls? As soon as he reached the ground, he was surrounded by a few children. Climbing walls is very dangerous, wait until you grow up and learn it. Uncle has to go now. Oh, uncle, take care. Uncle, goodbye. Will uncle come back tomorrow? Wang Yu fled in a panic, watched by the children. But what he didn't know was that the next day, there would be rumors in the community that the lover had escaped through the air conditioning while having an affair. Chapter 19, Threatening Me with a Clean Slate. Wang Yu ran out of the community, returned the electric bicycle he had left by the roadside, and then bought some cooked food and a few cans of beer before returning to his home. Halfway there, the elevator passed by the floor below, and Wang Yu really wanted to go down, but thinking about his married status, he gave up helplessly. Tomorrow, after I get divorced, I'll come over as soon as possible. Wang Yu secretly made up his mind, clutching the bracelet he had just bought. Drinking a beer, Wang Yu checked his phone and opened the video he had just shot. He thought about taking a few pictures first and then printing them out. The rented apartment had a color printer, so he could print photos. Why hasn't it been 3 minutes yet? I remember crouching on the air conditioner for a long time, so maybe I didn't film it all? Wang Yu looked at the length of the video and wondered a little. He quickly clicked play to watch it from beginning to end. It was indeed 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Seeing this time, Wang Yu fell into deep thought. Then he captured a few representative scenes, printed them and put them in a file bag, and was ready to go to bed and wash up. He had things to do tomorrow, and it was important to maintain a good mental state. Lying in bed, Wang Yu always felt like he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't think of it for the moment, and he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. Oops. I forgot to check my merit points. I started out trying to earn merit points to save the child, and I've actually forgotten about that today with all this going on. Opening the system panel, and skipping over the previous messages, Wang Yu went straight to seeing that his merit points had risen to 37. Rescuing the unconscious Zhu Yan had given 1 point, and rescuing the child had actually given a full 25 points. But there was no lottery this time, and Wang Yu was a little disappointed. The system's rewards were very powerful, and he was wondering if he could still draw a new ability today. Although a little disappointed, Wang Yu was still very happy to see the rising merit value, waiting for him to officially join the company, and in the future, face a large number of patients every day, and the merit value will still soar. At that time, will he be able to ascend to the immortal realm? Thinking about such a beautiful thing, Wang Yu quickly fell asleep. That night, Wang Yu slept soundly. However, his wife, Chen Yuding, did not sleep well. Her husband was going to divorce her tomorrow. He had contacted his mistress a few times in the past 2 days, but every time he had something to do and no time to spend with her. She felt empty and abandoned. Song Yuan, who had left the hospital, was not saddened by Wang Yu's sudden departure. The news of his divorce was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness, filling her heart, which had been full of despair for many years, with vitality once again. At the moment, she was lying in bed, hugging a pillow in her arms, with a smile on her face, sleeping sweetly and soundly. The best sleep of the night was indeed that of Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoxian, who were so sweet and affectionate when they embraced. Early the next morning, Wang Yu arrived at his former home. No one answered the phone when he called his wife, so he had to come back again. After knocking a few times, he found that Li Yuzhen had come to open the door. Wang Yu was a little stunned at the moment, but the divorce was more important, so he forced himself not to think back to last night. "Come in, there's something your father wants to talk to you about." "Fine, I'll talk about anything as long as I get a divorce." Following Li Yuzhen into the living room, Wang Yu was still a little angry to see the Chen family sitting in the house he bought. "Wang Yu, if you want a divorce, you can, just sign this." Chen Shusheng pushed over a document. Wang Yu took it and saw that it was actually a divorce agreement. Looking at the conditions on it, they weren't harsh, they were downright ridiculous. If it were the old me, I would have torn it up and started freaking out long ago, but the shocking big news I prepared for myself is that when you get divorced, you will have time to cry. Wang Yu suppressed his anger and was ready for revenge. "Just wait, I will definitely make your life difficult." Looking at the name of his wife, which had already been signed, he took the pen and signed his own name directly. "No!" Chen Yuding ran over to try to stop him, but Wang Yu was too fast and signed it directly. He took one of the copies and threw the other two on the table. "Write a receipt and I'll give you $1 million right away." Chen Shusheng looked at Wang Yu's calm performance and found it a bit unbelievable. "Look carefully." "I've looked carefully. Your family really knows how to eat people up and not spit them out. Not only did you get everything out of the divorce, you even took my compensation from yesterday. I've learned a lot. You're the one who got me fired, aren't you?" No, my dear, let me explain. What just happened doesn't count. We won't get a divorce. Can we just get along?" Chen Yuding had thought a lot about her experiences with Wang Yu over the past 2 days. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how good Wang Yu was. She couldn't bear to let him go, really couldn't. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had seen through his wife's true character. She was the kind of person who wanted everything, and she had grown accustomed to his years of care and consideration. Her current behavior did not show that she truly loved him. Rather, after the divorce, no one will be able to care for her as meticulously and love her as he did. His wife never liked him. She craved the feeling of always being held in the palm of her hand, and it was he who had given unreservedly. "Pa!" Chen Shusheng gave Chen Yuding a slap. "Are you not ashamed enough? Hurry up and get a divorce." Facing such a daughter, if she weren't his own flesh and blood, Chen Shusheng really wanted to strangle her. Wang Yu's decisiveness and his father's anger made Chen Yuding obedient. They took the documents needed for the divorce and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Yu went to the front of the line and looked at the couples going through the formalities in front of him, feeling indescribable sadness in his heart. When they got married, they never thought that they would come to this day. After handing over the divorce agreement and other documents, the official didn't ask any more questions. He had seen it all before, and just glanced at Wang Yu, surprised that the man was giving up everything. Then he began the paperwork. "Are you sure you want to get divorced?" "Yes," Wang Yu said firmly. Chen Yuding was silent at that moment. "Where is the woman?" Chen Yuding didn't seem to hear the official's words, and looked at Wang Yu, silently weeping. "If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have started it. Let's leave each other with some dignity. You don't want to make a big deal of this." Seeing the pitiful Chen Yuding, Wang Yu couldn't bring himself to be harsh, and spoke words of comfort. "I agree." No matter how unwilling and reluctant she was, Chen Yuding still agreed to the divorce. She had sown the bitter fruit herself, so it was no wonder that others were angry. After hearing this, the case officer pressed the seal, and at this moment, Wang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Yuding followed Wang Yu in silence as the two of them made their way to the parking lot. As Wang Yu was about to get into the car and leave, Chen Yuding grabbed the corner of his shirt. Thank you. Thank me? For what? For leaving you with nothing? For even giving you the compensation money? For being banned from the entire industry and having to go back to my hometown and work the land? Wang Yu's words felt like needles stabbing into Chen Yuding's heart. My father wanted the compensation, and I didn't fire you. I'm sorry, I really didn't know things would turn out like this. Chen Yuding was ashamed of herself at Wang Yu's words, and could only speak up in her defense. It's fine, what's the point of saying more about what's already happened? Go back and pack your things, and it's best if we never see each other again. Honey. Thank you for your love, thank you for your care and company over the years, I'm sorry. After saying this, Chen Yuding turned away in tears. Chapter 20, A Man Needs to Understand Life. Once again, he came to this house. Although only an hour had passed, Wang Yu had a feeling that everything had changed. The love nest that he had paid for and worked hard to save for many years no longer belonged to him. It was a bit sad, but he felt more like he was being taken advantage of. The marriage is over. Chen Shusheng rarely had a dark face on, but he looked at Wang Yu as he walked in. It's over, Uncle Chen. From now on, I have nothing to do with your family, and we are even. I'll go up and get my things and leave. Chen Shusheng had never liked the young man in front of him, but he had always recognized Wang Yu's character and personality. Especially this time, after his wife's betrayal, he paid such a high price to decisively sever the relationship, which made Chen Shusheng admire him. This is for you, he said, handing Wang Yu a bank card. After receiving the card, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng, not knowing what kind of manipulation this was. The agreement just now only allowed you to refuse the divorce, but there's no use talking about it now. My daughter has wronged you, but my Chen family cannot owe you. I can't repay the favor, but here is 5 million, which is also for all the years you have contributed to the Chen family. Take it. With that, Chen Shusheng patted Wang Yu on the shoulder, turned his head, and sighed as he sat on the sofa. Wang Yu held the card, and somewhat understood Chen Shusheng's thoughts. Chen Yuding could lose face, but Chen Shusheng still had a face to lose, even though he had never looked up to Wang Yu. He had also thought that the two of them would divorce, so he threatened Wang Yu with the divorce agreement, which was also to maintain his daughter's face. But if they really divorced, Chen Shusheng would not do such a humiliating thing for such a small amount of money. Putting the money in his pocket, Wang Yu didn't say anything. After all, he deserved it, and he had a new understanding of this father-in-law who had always picked on him. At least he understands some sense of right and wrong and knows how to save face. Go upstairs and sort out your things. The sooner you do, the sooner you can leave. Chen Yuding hasn't returned yet, and I don't know where she is at the moment. There are only 2 people in the house, Wang Yu and Chen Shusheng. The 2 children weren't awake when Wang Yu arrived, and they've probably been taken out by Chen Yuzhen by now. After tidying up, Wang Yu looked at Chen Shusheng sitting on the sofa and felt really sorry for the arrogant old man. Suddenly, he felt a sense of kinship with this arrogant old man, who was also a man down on his luck, but at the moment, he felt a sense of relief. He had probably been cheated by Li Yuzhen for decades, and when he thought about it, Wang Yu felt that he should help him, otherwise he would probably die without knowing what his wife had been doing behind his back. Uncle Chen, I'm leaving. Here are the keys, I left them on the table. Okay, go. Wang Yu tried several times, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. He took out the photo he had printed himself and the USB drive with the video he had copied, and held them out to Chen Shusheng. Uncle Chen, the most important thing for a man is to understand life. I've given you all these things without making a backup, so take care of yourself. After saying this, he quickly left. Chen Shusheng, looking at the photo and USB drive in his hands, was a little scared. Could it be that this kid had found evidence of his daughter's infidelity? He was a little glad that he hadn't gone too far, otherwise Wang Yu definitely wouldn't have given him these things. He thought about the publicity of this thing, and where he should put his old face. Although it is definitely evidence of his daughter's infidelity, it is still better to take a look, just in case there is a mistake. Li Yuzhen, you are a ruthless person. Chen Shusheng just looked at one picture and vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chen Yuding just returned home after seeing Wang Yu leave. Leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, she didn't know how to face Wang Yu, so she kept waiting downstairs. At this time, she had just returned home and saw her father collapsed on the sofa, his face pale as paper, and blood on his chest and the coffee table. She quickly called 120 and then went over to help Chen Shusheng up. Unintentionally, she saw the photos scattered on the ground, looking at the picture of her mother and her cousin together, she felt a blackout and also fainted. Fortunately, Chen Yuding called before she fainted, otherwise Chen Shushang might really have died of anger today. The ambulance arrived quickly. Although they couldn't get through to Chen Yuding on the phone, they were able to enter the house because the door was open. Looking at the unconscious father and daughter, they didn't choose to send them to the hospital directly, but immediately began emergency treatment. Chen Yuding was young after all, and although she had suffered a great shock, she quickly woke up. After waking up, she ignored the doctor's advice and quickly picked up the photos from the floor, then tore them up and threw them in the toilet. Chen Shusheng was furious and, after temporary resuscitation, he was stabilized, but he had not yet woken up and was carried onto a stretcher and taken to the hospital. Chen Yuding sat in the ambulance, looking at her father, and she didn't dare to call her mother. She never imagined that her family would fall apart like this in just a few days. Wang Yu didn't know what happened to the Chen family, and he didn't want to know. After doing what he had to do, he had done right by Chen Shusheng, otherwise he would have worn the green hat until the day he died. Passing a barber shop, Wang Yu thought to himself that he had started a new life. Let's start from the beginning then. Cut it short for me. Looking at his artistic hair, Wang Yu missed his former buzz cut. The barber was very skilled, and in less than half an hour, Wang Yu went from an elegant white-collar worker to a handsome and energetic young man. With his fair skin and short hair, he looked like a recent college graduate. The whole person not only looked a lot younger, but also full of vitality. Looking at himself in the mirror, Wang Yu was very satisfied. He felt that this was the way a man should look. After paying, Wang Yu was ready to go home. As soon as he walked out the door, he felt like he had bumped into someone. Then he felt a force rush over. Ah! A scream made Wang Yu come back to his senses. At this moment, a small piece of information appeared in his mind. Intermediate stage of breast cancer, treatment methods. Damn it! This will do. Get out of the way. Although she had walked quickly and bumped into him, at this moment, this guy was staring at her blankly, and Sun Qian was very ashamed and angry. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Wang Yu quickly apologized. The woman in front of her looked to be in her 30s. Although she looked very pretty, some crow's feet around the eyes inevitably revealed her age. Humph. Although the man in front of her was very handsome, very sunny, and indeed looked like her type, at the moment Sun Shan did not give him a good look. She walked past Wang Yu and entered the barber shop. Although Wang Yu really wanted to tell her. She is sick. And it is cancer. But this embarrassing situation made him at a loss for words for a moment. He also followed into the barber shop. After all, this disease can be cured by himself, and he can also earn merit points. Excuse me, sister. Wang Yu's opening line almost made Sun Qian angry to death. Big sister, do I look that old? If you can't talk, just shut up. Damn, she's so grumpy. Little sister, I really didn't mean it just now. Well, if you didn't mean it, you meant it. No, let me explain. I'm a doctor, and just now I felt a tumor there, so I felt it for a while. Wang Yu felt that this explanation was perfect, as it not only revealed his identity, but also explained his actions. Young man, that's an old trick. I'm busy today and don't have time to chat with you. Just go away. Sun Qian had never lacked for suitors, and had seen all kinds of strange approaches. Wang Yu's approach was nothing new to her. I work at the Mary Hospital. Here's my phone number. If you don't believe me, you can go find somewhere to get yourself checked up. After saying that, Wang Yu handed over a note with his phone number and name written on it. Sun Shen took it and put it in her bag, too lazy to bother with Wang Yu anymore. Seeing that the other person had taken the note, Wang Yu also turned and left. Chapter 21 Sun Qian. After returning home, Wang Yu tidied up his things, then went to the bathroom and washed himself inside and out. His face was clean-shaven, and he put on a handsome suit, looking extremely energetic. He grabbed the bracelet that cost 7 sixes and hurried downstairs. Soon, Wang Yu arrived at the door of the girl with the blood. His nervous heart and trembling hands made him feel like he was back in his youthful college days. Knock, 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 Wang Yu knocked on the door a few times, gathering his courage. Then he took a few steps back, standing straight like a soldier on parade. However, after waiting for 2 minutes, there was no movement in the house. Did he not hear it? Wang Yu stepped forward and knocked a few more times with more force, but there was still no response from inside. Looking at the time, it was past midnight. Could it be that he had gone to work and was not at home? Then I'll come back tonight. Wang Yu thought to himself, a little disappointed, but not really caring. After all, the house is here, and the person can still run away. When he returned to the house again, Wang Yu felt very hot. Looking at the suit on him, he suddenly felt like a fool. It was over 30 degrees outside, and he was already hot in a shirt. He was still wearing such a thick suit. Indeed, women will always make men lose their cool. Taking off his suit, he looked at the white shirt soaked in sweat, and laughed a little at his own actions. Forget it, let's go eat first, and wait until tonight. After changing into more comfortable clothes, Wang Yu was ready to go out to eat. At this time, Sun Qian was at the hospital, holding the test report, and looking at the results. Her heart felt cold. Not only did that guy not hit on her, but he actually had a tumor. Originally, Sun Qian didn't care about what Wang Yu said, but recently she also felt a little discomfort on her left side, so she thought it would be a good idea to get checked out. She didn't even get her hair done, but went to a nearby hospital to have an X-ray taken. Since it was almost closing time, the doctor in charge of the X-ray was in a hurry to eat, and the procedure was particularly fast. Within just 20 minutes, Sun Qian got her examination report. "Doctor, how should I treat this?" Looking at the doctor in front of her, who kept silent while holding her X-ray, Sun Qian felt uneasy. "Don't worry, although it is malignant, it is fortunately in the middle stage, and it was discovered in time, so it can be cured." The doctor's conclusion made Sun Qian's heart drop. "First, you'll be admitted to the hospital for a few days of observation, and then you'll have a few more tests before the operation to remove the tumor." "Remove it?" Sun Qian was shocked. "Yes, if the cancer cells are not removed, they will spread, and you will be in danger." The doctor's words sent her heart plummeting. How could she go out after that? She wanted to die at that thought. Yes, that young man, after just a brief encounter, was able to discover the problem with her body. He must have a cure. "Doctor, I'll go home and discuss this first," said Sun Qian, and quickly left. When she arrived at her car, she emptied her bag and finally found the note Wang Yu had passed her. Sun Qian had received so many notes, but he had never taken any of them seriously. However, the note in her hand was like a lifeline. Wang Yu, who was about to go to dinner, saw an unfamiliar number call in, so without thinking much, he picked up the phone. "Hello, Dr. Wang, this is Sun Qian. We met at the barber shop today, and you gave me your number." "Oh, Miss Sun, you checked it out and believe what I said." I believe. I don't know if this is a convenient time for Dr. Wang, but I would like to invite you to dinner." Wang Yu was about to go to dinner, and at this time, someone invited him to dinner, so he didn't refuse. After all, he really had helped her, and it was only right that he should accept her invitation to dinner. "Sure, name a place, I'll be there." "Tianjia Restaurant, it's owned by my family." The two quickly made an appointment, and Wang Yu drove there right away. Soon Wang Yu arrived at Tianjia Restaurant and saw Sun Qian standing in the doorway in high heels, looking around without paying attention to the scorching sun above her. "Miss Sun," Wang Yu said, greeting her. "Dr. Wang, you're here, come on in," Sun Qian said, and took Wang Yu's arm and led him into the restaurant. Hey! Let go of me. Please. Feeling Wang Yu's struggle, Sun Qian also felt that she had gone a bit too far. They had only met twice, and her actions were indeed misleading. The two arrived in a private room, and as soon as they sat down, Sun Qian took the report and sat down next to Wang Yu. "Tell the chef to serve the food," she said softly. Before the words had finished leaving her mouth, Sun Qian waved her hand to signal the waiters to leave the room, and she closed the door behind them. After the waiters had all left, Sun Qian took a deep breath, as if making up her mind, and handed the report in her hand to Wang Yu, asking softly, "Dr. Wang, please take a look at this film for me. Can I still save it?" Sun Qian's voice trembled slightly, revealing her inner fear and unease. Despite being a woman, she couldn't help feeling panicked and helpless when faced with her own physical condition. Especially after hearing what the doctor said, although Sun Qian was very scared and even a little panicked, there was still a lingering doubt in the depths of her heart that hadn't been dispelled. So, she decided to seek Wang Yu's opinion, hoping to get a more accurate and reliable diagnosis. After calling Wang Yu, she calmed down and immediately used her connections to consult more than a dozen experts and professors in the field, and the results were all that had needed to be removed. At this time, Sun Qian really panicked. Now Wang Yu was her only hope. If Wang Yu's answer was also to remove it, then she would really despair. "Don't worry, no scalpel, I can cure it," Wang Yu said confidently after pretending to look at the film. Sun Qian let out a long breath of relief. Although she had not yet received treatment, she had received Wang Yu's affirmative reply, and her panic had eased considerably. Then I'll leave it to Dr. Wang. At this moment, Sun Qian would not ask the tactless questions. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? These tactless questions. She believed Wang Yu when he said he could cure her. If he couldn't, then he would have let her down, and the price she would have to pay would depend on her mood. Tomorrow you go to Mary Hospital, and when you arrive, call my phone number directly, and we'll start the treatment. Can't we start today? Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu with pleading eyes. She really found it hard for her to act cute and pitiful at the age of 42. Wang Yu thought about it for a while. Treating Sun Qian's illness was not a big deal, and he estimated that he could cure her in half an hour. However, he still couldn't reveal his ability, otherwise, if the news got out, there were so many cancers in the world, even if he worked 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, he still wouldn't be able to keep up. Dr. Wang, don't worry, I will keep it a secret. As if she could read Wang Yu's mind, Sun Qian immediately gave her word. Sometimes a woman's intuition is really accurate. Wang Yu, who was about to make a decisive move, hesitated a little when she heard this. Wang Yu wasn't worried about her going out and blabbing, since there were only the two of them here, and if she didn't admit it herself, no one could do anything to her. Chapter 22, This misunderstanding is a bit big. Dr. Wang, please have mercy on me. I'm not married yet, and you don't want to see me remain unmarried in the future, do you? Seeing the other person hesitate, Sun Qian continued to act pitiful. Sun Qian is actually a non-marriage advocate, otherwise she would not be 42 years old and still not married. Wang Yu looked at the other person in surprise upon hearing this. It was indeed incredible that she had not married at this age, but after all, they had just met, and he was doing it to earn merit points, so there was no need to delve into it. Okay, after dinner, let's go somewhere quiet and I'll treat you. Hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Sun Qian immediately became happy. Although she had never thought about getting married, she still treasured her body. She could go to the hospital tomorrow for treatment and it wouldn't delay anything, but she didn't want to wait even for a minute. What if something unexpected happened? What if they couldn't find someone at the hospital tomorrow? What if Wang Yu got hit by a car during this time? This is cancer, so everything that could happen must be prevented. Wang Yu would have strangled her if she had known what Sun Qian was thinking. After chatting about all this, the two of them didn't know what to say, and the waiter served a sumptuous banquet at this time. Looking at the dishes in front of her, Wang Yu was surprised at Sun Qian's financial resources, but she didn't ask any more and immediately started eating. Sun Qian had something on her mind, and after a few bites she couldn't eat anymore, so she just looked at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Okay, let's go, find a place to start the treatment. Wang Yu felt very uncomfortable eating while being looked at like this by Sun Qian. The food was very good, but he didn't want to keep eating like this. Okay, I'll immediately arrange whatever environment Dr. Wang needs. Sun Qian couldn't wait anymore at this moment. After all, the tumor was growing on her own body. Just be quiet. Don't you need any equipment? No, if you let me treat you, you just have to trust me. Wang Yu still had to confess his love that night, so he wanted to cure Sun Qian quickly. Let's go to the 3rd floor, there's a restroom there, the environment inside is not bad. Although she couldn't figure out how Wang Yu was going to save her, seeing him so confident, Sun Qian didn't know what to say. After all, she was the one asking for help. The two went to the 3rd floor, and at the end of the corridor there was a separate room. This room belonged to Sun Qian's third brother. Sometimes when he drank too much with his friends, he would rest here, and it happened to come in handy today. Wang Yu looked inside after opening the door. He said that it was a restroom, but the decoration was quite good, and there was a lot of space, with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. This was another glimpse into the life of the rich. Let's get one thing straight, I don't have a medical license, and the treatment methods are handed down from generation to generation. And the fees are quite high. Wang Yu looked at the list of treatment methods on the panel and felt that it was better to say so in advance. It's fine, as long as it can be cured, Dr. Wang can charge whatever you want. Sun Qian didn't act coy. Okay, I'll examine you first. Seeing the other person's cooperation, Wang Yu didn't worry about anything, and turned his head to indicate for the other person to begin. How should I cooperate with you? Sun Qian asked with a blush on her face. The location of the tumor was so special, does she have to, in order to examine it properly? Cough. I'm sorry for offending you, just lie down, I'll do the rest. Wang Yu said with some embarrassment as he coughed lightly. Okay, I'll do as Dr. Wang says, Sun Xian said, closing her eyes and gripping the bedsheets tightly with both hands. She was very nervous. Miss Sun, in the eyes of a doctor, there are only patients, not men and women, Wang Yu said, rolling up his sleeves. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his distracting thoughts and began the treatment. The system provides several methods, but Wang Yu chose massage therapy to save time. Hey, never mind. A doctor is a parent's heart. Although I am not a doctor, I am also motivated by the desire to heal and save lives. Without hesitation, I started the treatment according to the treatment method on the system. The treatment process was incredibly complicated. Wang Yu overcame the crises of Bai White, Nen Young, Yuan Round, De Big, Dan Elastic, etc., and finally managed to eliminate the tumor in Sun Xian's body. Although I don't know the principle, the system introduced it in this way, so I had to ask. Asking is the key. It's okay, Miss Sun, Dr. Wang said with a smile 10 minutes later. Thank you, Dr. Wang, Sun Xian responded gratefully. Just then, a heroic voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Xian, I heard you came to see me? Immediately afterwards, the door was flung open and a figure appeared in the doorway. Holy shit! What are you guys doing? Xian's third brother's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the scene in the room. He forgot to withdraw his hand from the door, and he stood frozen in place like a statue. Third brother, why didn't you knock before coming in? Xian scolded, exasperated, and amused at the same time. She muttered to herself, this third brother is always so reckless, he doesn't know any etiquette at all. However, at this moment, Sango had no intention of paying any attention to his sister's accusations. Thinking about this, Sanji's face revealed a relieved smile. For so many years, he had been worrying about his sister's marriage, and now, seeing this scene, a huge stone had finally fallen from his heart. If this had happened 20 years ago, he would have gone up there and beaten Wang Yu up first. But 20 years have passed, and the whole family has tried every possible way to help her get married, but it still hasn't worked. His younger sister is already 42, and his eldest brother's daughter has already had 2 children, but she still hasn't married, and the 3 brothers have been worried sick. At this moment, how could he possibly go and scare or threaten the man in front of him? Besides, this young man in front of him is quite smart looking, and he looks very strong and healthy. He is also very calm and composed in the face of adversity, and very steady. Wang Yu is in a daze at the moment, so he seems very composed. He would also make a good brother-in-law. Xian, it's my brother's fault. You guys continue, I'll go downstairs first, said the third brother, immediately closing the door and walking away. Hey, big brother, did you know that Xian has a suitor? Really? He's in my restaurant, I saw him with my own eyes. What? You want to come over? Okay, hurry up. Hey, second brother, Xian has found a boyfriend, he's in my restaurant. Hurry up and come over. You're in a meeting, just cancel it. Hey, Jingrui, go pick up your grandparents quickly. Your sister-in-law is finally getting married. What? When has your third uncle ever lied to anyone? The other party is already at my restaurant. Hurry up and let them come over to discuss the wedding. Hey, who are you? Ah. Lao Zhao, oh my sister is getting married, I'm so excited I dialed the wrong number, listen to me. The sound coming from the hallway completely confused the 2 people in the room. Sun Xian didn't care that Wang Yu was right next to her, and she ran out barefoot. Sun Dishing, I'll strangle you, you shut your big mouth. Xian, let go, you're so big, what are you embarrassed about? That's not it, when you call me, just say you made a mistake and don't let them come over. Do you think I'm blind? I can't even tell the difference. Xian, you're 42 years old, getting married this month, and I'll be able to hold my nephew next year. Listening to the words outside, Wang Yu felt a huge problem was about to come. He immediately found paper and pen in the room, quickly wrote down the prescription and was about to leave. Chapter 23, Really Able to Drink. Miss Sun, this is for you, it's all written on it, just take it as directed, I have to go as I have things to do. Wang Yu handed the prescription to Sun Xian, who was tidying up her third brother. Dr. Wang, I'm sorry, my third brother was just talking nonsense, so don't mind him. Sun Xian took the prescription and said awkwardly. It's fine, just explain it clearly, if there are any problems, you can come find me at the hospital. After saying that, Wang Yu was about to make his escape. This place was too dangerous. Sun Dishing had notified his entire family in no time at all, and once they all arrived, it would be difficult for him to leave. Brother-in-law, don't. Sun Dishing broke free and put his arm around Wang Yu's shoulder. Young man, don't be embarrassed. I approve of your relationship with my sister on behalf of the whole family. What is there between your sister and me? I only met her today, and although I've been divorced, I'm only in my early 30s. Your sister is 42, 2 decades older than me. Which one of your eyes saw me as interesting? But I only thought it in my heart. After all, I have to consider Sun Xian's face. After all, I just played with her big white rabbit for a long time. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Wang Yu tried to break free, but found that he couldn't. Could it be that his self-defense techniques only work on women? Third brother, it really is a misunderstanding. Mr. Wang is a doctor, and he was just treating my illness. Brother-in-law is also a doctor, what a good profession, the most respected. Mad, this guy only listens to half of what is said, right? Let's go, there's no better day than today. Today my brother-in-law and I will have a few drinks. Sun Dishing couldn't hear what the two were saying clearly, but just now, he saw his sister topless. No matter what the reason is, this kid is always going to be responsible for his sister. At that moment, taking advantage of his stubbornness, he first kept the person there, and then when the others arrived, he would properly manipulate Wang Yu. Whether it was coercion or persuasion, or kneeling and kowtowing, he was willing to lose face today for his sister's marriage. Sun Dishing half dragged and half carried him to a luxurious private room. Wang Yu tried to explain the whole time, but it was useless. Sun Dishing, who had already made up his mind, didn't care what he said. This was the first time in so many years that he had seen his sister so close to a man, and he had only one thought in his heart: you're going to be my brother-in-law. Little sister, go tell everyone outside that we're closed for the afternoon. Tell Gao in the kitchen to use all his best skills. I want to treat your brother-in-law well. Sun Xian knew exactly what her brother-in-law was thinking, and now she was embarrassed. Hearing his words, she quickly left the private room. Brother-in-law, my sister is not here right now, so tell me how you two hooked up. Oh, this morning at the barber shop. Ugh. What do you mean hooked up? I just met Ms. Sun today. Ah, you just met today? Well, Sangu, your sister and I really don't know each other well. Don't worry, Sangu understands you. Isn't fast-paced love popular these days? Young people shouldn't be under so much pressure. No, you really misunderstood. Ms. Sun has a tumor, and I was just treating her. Have the tricks to fool women improved so quickly? Kid, you can fool my sister, but you can't fool me. Thinking about this, Sun Dishing looked at Wang Yu seriously, reached out and patted him on the shoulder, and said, Brother-in-law, a man must be brave and responsible. I'm not, that was just a necessary treatment technique. Stop, I understand. No, listen to me. What's there to say, you're married? I was married, but we're divorced. What's there to say, don't worry, brother Sun won't look down on you. My reputation, Wang Yu, is at stake. At this time, the waiter brought 2 bottles of Mao Tai and served a few plates of snacks. Sun Dishing took the bottle and poured 2 cups directly from the 2 liang glass. Brother-in-law, cheers, he said, and finished the glass in one go. Drink, what are you looking at? Wang Yu looked at Sun Dishing, who drank a glass of wine in 3 seconds, and was a little stunned. I really can't drink this. How do you know you can't drink it if you haven't drunk it? You try first. If you can't drink it, I won't persuade you. Hearing this, Wang Yu took a small sip from the edge of his mouth. Brother-in-law, you can't behave like this, said Sun Dishing, holding his empty glass and gesturing for Wang Yu to look at the glass in his hand, which was still full. Third brother, I'll have another drink with you, but this time I can't refuse, he said, filling the glass again with 2 liang, then tilting his head back and taking a gulp, once again performing the amazing feat of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds for Wang Yu. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Sun Dishing placed the empty glass on the table and looked at Wang Yu with a fierce glare. I can't refuse to drink, and this guy is bullying me because he's a good drinker. I, Wang Yu, have never been afraid of anyone at the drinking table since I was a child. I closed my eyes and tilted my head, and I can do the trick of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds just like anyone else. After finishing the drink, Wang Yu pointed the empty glass at Sun Dishing, his eyes full of provocation. Not bad, good man, Sangu will fill it up for you. Wang Yu let go at this point. Since there was no point in explaining, he didn't. Since I can't leave, then I won't. Since you want to drink, then let's do it. Who's afraid of whom? A few thousand yuan for a bottle of Maotai, and you don't have to pay for it yourself, so why not drink it? Sangu, what are you guys doing? Sun Xian walked into the room and looked at the wine bottles next to the two men. There was less than half of the wine left, and she was a little surprised that the two men, who had just been entangled, were now drinking. Xiaomei is here, go and get another box of wine. Wang Yu reached out and grabbed a handful of peanuts from the plate, eating them one by one, and still smiling politely when he saw Sun Xian come in. Come on, Sangu, I'll toast you. It's all this guy's fault for being so stubborn. Once he's drunk, I can leave. Okay, let's drink, brother-in-law. Sun Dishing was very happy with Wang Yu's toast. The two clinked glasses and tilted their heads back, and tun. Sun Xian simultaneously performed the amazing feat of drinking a glass of wine in 3 seconds. Go get the wine, what are you standing there for? Sun Dishing urged after finishing his drink. Wang Yu then took the bottle and started pouring, just enough for 2 glasses. He put the empty bottle aside and opened another bottle. Sun Dishing now understood Wang Yu's thinking. Young people are impulsive after all, and this was a fight with himself. But what's wrong with fighting? You're acting like a brother-in-law yourself, so I'll teach him a good lesson today and let him know that there are people better than him. Come, brother-in-law, drink up. Brother San, please. In less than an hour, Sun Xian had drunk 3 of the 4 bottles of wine that Sun Xian had brought over. Sun Dishing and Wang Yu's eyes were getting brighter and brighter as they looked at each other, both of them thinking that they had just kicked themselves. You guys, don't drink anymore, or something bad will happen. Sun Xian felt a little helpless as she looked at the two men, neither of whom was willing to admit defeat. She knew exactly how much her brother could drink, and at first she thought that Wang Yu would lose within a short period of time. But I never imagined that the two of them would just keep on drinking, finishing 5 bottles. And it looked like if I didn't persuade them, the remaining 3 bottles wouldn't be enough for them. Chapter 24, when the 3 brothers get serious, they even trick their own sister. Brother-in-law, let's take a break, Sun Dishing was feeling unsure. Although he wasn't drunk yet, he hadn't yet found out the boy's limits, and he didn't know if he could hold his own. Just as Sun Xian said, he let himself relax for a while. Okay, take a break. Wang Yu also had a lot of grievances, but Sun Dishing was just too damn good at drinking. The two men smiled at each other and put down their wine glasses. Third brother, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, Wang Yu stood up. Sun Dishing smiled and waved his hand. When he got to the bathroom stall, Wang Yu hugged the toilet and started vomiting until his stomach was empty and there was nothing left to vomit. After rinsing his mouth and washing his face, Wang Yu felt much better. Although he had drunk a lot, it took time for his body to absorb it all, and now that his stomach was empty, his mind was clearer. When he arrived in the private room, Wang Yu saw Sun Dishing and Sun Xian talking to 2 men. Upon Wang Yu's arrival, the 4 of them looked up at him at the same time. The 3 men's gazes were quite fiery, which made him feel a bit strange for a moment. Sun Xian smiled slightly helplessly and said, Dr. Wang, I've already explained, and the misunderstanding has been cleared up. I'm really sorry. It's fine, as long as you explain it clearly. I've got nothing to lose, it's no big deal. While Wang Yu was out, Shanshan's eldest brother and second eldest brother came over one after the other. Taking this opportunity, she took out her own examination report and told them again how she knew Wang Yu and how they had treated the disease. Of course, there were some things she definitely wouldn't say, and she just explained that the examination required it and glossed over it with a few words. After listening to the explanation, the 3 brothers also felt that the third brother had made a mistake, but they didn't blame him. After all, if the 2 of them had encountered this kind of thing, they would inevitably misunderstand. Dr. Wang, I am Shanshan's eldest brother Sun Dezhao, and this is Shanshan's second brother Sun Dihang. You already know the third brother, so I won't introduce him. On behalf of the 3 of us, I thank Dr. Wang for saving Shanshan. Sun Dezhao stepped forward and shook Wang Yu's hand tightly. Sorry, Dr. Wang, I was mistaken. Sun Dishing apologized with a red face, not sure if it was because of the wine or because he was really embarrassed. Big brother, now that everything is clear, we need to thank Dr. Wang properly. Since we are all here today, let's have dinner together. Sun Dihang also came over to smooth things over, and the several of them sat down at the table. Big brother, we really don't want this brother-in-law. Let's see what happens. Second brother has already asked someone to investigate. Brother, this is a rare opportunity. I feel that this guy is very good. We can use some tricks to get Shanshan to marry him even if we have to lie about it. Shut up. Let's wait for news from the second brother. A Sun family girl is not someone who can marry whoever they want. Okay, whatever you say, brother. I'll listen to you. But when mom and dad come over, you go explain. I just asked Jingrui. Mom and dad were still taking a nap and didn't get the news. Come, Dr. Wang, let us three brothers toast you on our first meeting. As Wang Yu said this, he saw the three brothers across from him raise their wine glasses in unison, but this time the glasses were replaced with small half-tail cups. You're welcome. Wang Yu clinked glasses one by one, and the four of them finished their drinks at the same time. Qian, you should also toast Dr. Wang. Someone saved your life, don't be so rude, Sun Dezhao, the eldest brother, said to Sun Qian as he put down his wine glass. Thank you, Dr. Wang, said Sun Qian, raising her glass and taking a gulp. You're welcome, Ms. Sunday. I'm a doctor, so this is all in the job description, said Wang Yu, feeling more relaxed now that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. He downed his drink in a single gulp, and the pressure instantly disappeared. Dr. Wang, we've looked into Qian's illness. Although it can be cured, the person will be half crippled after the operation. You can cure Qian, and we Sun family really appreciate it. Keep this card, it's the consultation fee for your help, and also our brother's gratitude to you. Sun Dexing, the second son, handed over a bank card. Although he didn't know how much money was in it, Wang Yu felt that he deserved it, so he didn't hesitate and took it and put it directly in his pocket. Then I'll accept it with a smile. Seeing that Wang Yu had accepted the money, this favor from his sister was considered to be over. The three brothers also felt a lot more relaxed, and they immediately started drinking happily. In the middle of the meal, the second brother went out, saying he needed to go to the bathroom, and Wang Yu didn't pay it any mind. But after the second brother came back and said a few words to his eldest brother, the eldest brother's attitude towards Wang Yu changed. Eldest brother, I've done some investigating. His name is Wang Yu, the son-in-law of the Chen family, but he's divorced. It seems that it was caused by Chen Yuding's infidelity, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. This kid has no problem with his character. He dares to love and to hate, to take up and let go. Although his family background is very ordinary, he is definitely a man. I have sent you the specific information to your phone, just take a look and you will know. After that, the second brother took the third brother with him and they all drank with Wang Yu. Sun Dezhao took out his phone and read it under the table. It was written clearly about Wang Yu's experience from graduation to divorce. This Wang Yu is really a good man. The Chen family's conditions are still quite good, but it is clearly written that over the years he has not spent a single penny from the Chen family, nor has he used the Chen family's resources to help himself with anything. Since getting married, he has worked several jobs at once, and through his own hard work, he has bought a house and a car, and has always been very responsible for his family. Later, when he learned that his wife had betrayed him, he could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eye. In order to get a divorce, he chose to leave the house with nothing, and he didn't even want the compensation money he had just received. Such a man can endure hardship, dare to fight, take responsibility, be responsible, not borrow money, and not be afraid of power abuse. If such a man cannot be his sister's husband, then he will never forgive himself in this life. Although his sister is 12 years older than him, in Sun Dezhao's eyes, this is not a problem, and his sister will always be 18 in his eyes. However, it seems that this guy will find it difficult to agree to be his sister's husband, and some tricks will be needed. I Sun Dezhao have been an upright person all my life, and I will not care so much for the sake of my sister's lifelong happiness. It's despicable, but I'll make up for it with a bigger dowry. Thinking about this, Sun Dezhao made up his mind and gave his second and third brothers a wink. They understood what their eldest brother meant after all these years as brothers. The three brothers reached a tacit understanding and looked at Wang Yu, their smiles growing more and more sinister. Qian, don't just eat, it's such a happy day, let's have a drink. Sun Dexing, the second son, was even scheming with his own sister. Okay, I'll drink with you. Sun Qian didn't suspect anything, thinking that her three brothers were really happy for her, and she joined in right away. Chapter 25, The Third Brother's Flirtatious Behavior. Sun Qian's joining the group made the atmosphere a lot better. Wang Yu, who had just loaded his card into his pocket, was in a good mood too. Judging from the situation of the four siblings in the Sun family, the money in this card was definitely very meaningful. He was even more receptive to everyone at the moment. What he didn't notice was that the three brothers were always intentionally or unintentionally persuading him to drink with Sun Qian. As the younger sister, Sun Qian just felt that the three brothers were especially enthusiastic today, and she didn't suspect anything. After more than 40 minutes and a little over a gin of wine, Sun Xian was already lying on the table. The third brother called 2 waiters and helped Sun Xian to the restroom on the 3rd floor, and then started to pour more wine for Wang Yu. With the half-liang cup, Wang Yu couldn't remember how much he had drunk. He felt dizzy and confused, and the 3 brothers in front of him had turned into 9. Come on, brother-in-law, have another drink with third brother. Sun Dishing took 2 cups of wine, drank one himself, and stuffed the other into Wang Yu's hands, propping up the bottom of the glass and pouring it into Wang Yu's mouth. Drunk and confused, Wang Yu didn't notice that Sun Dishing had brought the 2 liang glass over again. He reacted after a few drinks, but it was too late. As he was about to collapse, he pointed at the 3 brothers and said, "You brothers don't know the martial arts code of ethics." Then he burped and collapsed directly into his chair. Damn, this kid can really drink. If it were me, I don't know if I could take him. Sun Dishing looked at Wang Yu, who had finally passed out, wiped the sweat from his head, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Big brother, what's wrong with you?" The second son, Sun Dexing, saw that the eldest brother was also lying motionless on the table, and thought that he had drunk too much as well. "Second brother, you don't know how much the eldest brother can drink. I don't think he'll be able to make it. So what do we do next?" The eldest brother didn't say. "Isn't it obvious? Big brother told us to get this guy and Shanshan drunk, and he definitely wants them to consummate their relationship. By then, this guy won't be able to refuse to be our brother-in-law." After thinking about it, the second brother Sun Dexing nodded and felt that the third brother was right. "Okay, let's help our brother-in-law go to his room to rest." The 2 of them smiled at each other and helped Wang Yu up and walked towards the 3rd floor lounge. When only the eldest brother, Sun Dizhao, was left in the room, the guy actually sat up, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking it, a smug smile appeared on his face. If someone saw this, they would definitely be unable to resist praising this guy. The eldest brother is the eldest brother, and he clearly arranged things for his 2 younger brothers. He didn't say a word, and just with a glance, he arranged things. When the truth came out and the younger sister confronted the 3 brothers, the eldest brother explained that he had also drunk too much and didn't know what happened afterwards. With just a few words, he was able to get away with it, and the blame fell on the second and third brothers, while he would always be the good older brother in his sister's eyes. The 2 younger brothers upstairs were still unaware of their eldest brother's shenanigans and were still carrying out the plan dutifully. "You go in and help my sister change into a nightgown so that she can sleep more easily," the third brother called over a waitress and instructed her. "Third brother, if we do this, our younger sister will definitely be angry when she wakes up." "What if she gets angry?" The second brother frowned, feeling that something was wrong. While other people get their sisters drunk and then take advantage of them, these 2 not only get their sisters drunk, but also send a man in. The more he thinks about it, the more uncomfortable he feels. "Second brother, compared to our younger sister's lifelong happiness, even if she beats us up a few times, what does it matter? Aren't we doing this for her own good?" The third brother didn't care at all. He knew his sister's character. Wang Yu was a strong young man, in good health, good-looking, and most importantly, young. His sister would be the lucky one if she could be with him at that age. There was no way she would be the one to suffer. "When the time comes, after our little sister has a son, she will definitely thank us," the third brother added, but what he was really thinking was that once his sister had Wang Yu's child, he would be the brother-in-law. The second brother thought about it and agreed that the third brother was right. "Well, third brother, you usually seem straightforward, but I didn't realize that you were also so considerate." "Ha, second brother, it's all for little sister's happiness." The 2 brothers supported the drunken Wang Yu, standing in the hallway discussing Sun Xian's future happy life. "Boss, it's all done, Miss Sun is already asleep," the waiter came out to report on his work. "Here, this is your reward." The third brother took out 1,000 yuan and handed it to the waiter, then dismissed her. "Come on, Lao Air, give me a hand. This misunderstanding can be made even bigger." "What are you doing, Lao Air?" Seeing Sun Dexing turn on the air conditioner and directly adjust the temperature to 16 degrees, Lao San was a little puzzled. "Lao San, you wouldn't know this, but when people are cold, they will hug each other to keep warm." "Damn, Lao Air, you are worthy of being the most educated among us brothers, you know so much." "Okay, let's go, big brother is still downstairs." The 2 brothers closed the door and left directly. Sun Xian had a dream. In the dream she felt like she had arrived in a very cold place, with cold air all around, and the coldness made her involuntarily shrink into a ball. But the cold air was everywhere, always surrounding her. Just when she was about to hold on no more, she felt like there was a warm heater next to her. Finally she felt warm, and like a kitten, she snuggled up to the heater and slept soundly. At this moment, the air conditioner in the room continued to work, and the room temperature had dropped to less than 20 degrees. Turning on the night light by the bed, Sun Qian saw her mobile phone on the bedside table. Picking it up, she saw that it was after 2 a.m. At this time, she also figured out that it was her 3 brothers who had played a trick on her. She knew exactly what it was for, and she was a little angry, but more grateful. Otherwise, she would never have had such a peaceful experience in her life. There was a message from her second brother on her phone. After opening it, she saw a detailed record of Wang Yu's information, from his family to his divorce, from his graduation to his unemployment, all clearly recorded. Knowing that Wang Yu was single, Sun Qian felt a little relieved, but the record that he had 2 children made her feel indescribably sad. Although the Sun family was very capable, they had not been able to find out in such a short time that Wang Yu's 2 children were not his biological children. When a man has children, he has attachments, not to mention that the man beside her is so responsible. Thinking about this, Sun Qian knew that she could not get involved, otherwise in the end it would hurt Wang Yu. She was long past the age of needing love, and Sun Qian, who was used to living alone, had no special thoughts about Wang Yu before. But the feeling of being alone now left her at a loss. Sun Qian laughed at herself, thinking about the age difference between the 2 of them, and she couldn't help but shrink back. Chapter 26. Sun Qian woke up in the middle of the night, and Sun Dezhao dumped the blame. Sun Qian stared at Wang Yu for a long time in silence. Suddenly, she bowed her head and kissed his lips deeply, then turned around and left without looking back. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her 3 brothers sitting on the sofa in the corridor, fast asleep. They had been keeping watch outside the whole time. Sun Qian went to her eldest brother and gently nudged him awake. Sun Dezhou woke up and saw his younger sister. He was about to speak when Sun Qian stopped him. The 2 went to a private room downstairs, closed the door, and Sun Qian brewed a pot of tea before quietly sitting in a chair. Sun Dezhou tried several times to speak, but was interrupted by Sun Qian, and the 2 siblings just sat quietly. "Big brother, I don't blame you for this." Sun Qian's words silenced Sun Dezhou, who had prepared countless excuses. His younger sister's behavior was unexpected. She was neither noisy nor angry, and her quietness made him feel scared. "You've read the information that my brother sent me, right?" "Yes, I have. Although Wang Yu has been divorced, he is definitely a good match, otherwise my brothers wouldn't have done this. I know, you all care about me very much, but this Wang Yu is different." "What's so different about him?" "My younger sister, as long as you give your consent, I will take care of the rest and make sure this guy marries you." "Big brother, I know that if you do this, there is a high probability that Wang Yu will marry me, but have you ever thought about whether the 2 of us will really be happy if he marries me?" "Why not? Wang Yu's character is definitely worthy of your trust for life." Sun Qian took a sip of tea, shook her head, and let out a soft sigh. "Big brother, although Wang Yu is divorced, he still has 2 children. I know that you can accept the fact that he has children, and in fact, I can accept it too. But have you ever seriously thought about Wang Yu as a person? What about him? He's quite a man, responsible, good-looking, capable, pretty good." "Yes, pretty good, any woman would be happy to marry him, but these are the very reasons why I can't be with him." "Little sister, how can this be?" Sun Dezhao's words were interrupted by Sun Qian. Since he got married, he has been a very responsible person who has taken good care of his family. He has also been a man of integrity and has never spent a penny from the Chun family. But have you ever thought about this? If the 2 of us really got together, would he give up his 2 children? No, Sun Dezhou shook his head after thinking about it. Yes, no matter what the reason for the divorce, he will never give up his children. Then these 2 children are a connection that he and his ex-wife can never sever. "I have met that woman Chen Yuding. She is very well off and pretty. They met in college and probably had their first love for each other. Do you think Wang Yu will really let her go after the divorce? Wouldn't he reunite with Chen Yuding for the sake of the children?" Sun Qian's words made Sun Dezhou fall into deep thought. Wang Yu is just too responsible. No matter what caused the divorce between Chen Yuding and him, for the sake of the children, it is still very likely that Wang Yu will reunite with Chen Yuding. If because of your nonsense this time, I really marry Wang Yu, he won't like me either, and he will marry me just to be responsible. And in between, there are his 2 children and Chen Yuding. Big brother, do you really think I will be happy? If Sun Qian knew that Wang Yu had divorced because of the children, I wonder how she would feel. So people should try not to automatically fill in the blanks based on imperfect information. The truth is often unexpected. Little sister, I'm sorry, it's all Big Brother's fault. Sun Dezhou also figured it out at this time. Little sister marrying someone who doesn't love him, even if that person's character is good, she won't be happy. Okay, Big Brother, that's enough about this. I'll leave the second and third brothers to you. I'm going home first. Sun Qian said and left. Sun Dezhou was alone for a long time, ashamed of his impulsiveness. His brothers had caused trouble, but it was still up to him, the eldest brother, to solve it. He went to the third floor and saw his two younger brothers sleeping soundly. Sun Dezhou went up and kicked them in the shins to wake them up. He glared at the two of them with cold eyes, stopping them from saying anything, and signaled for them to follow him. The three brothers then returned to the room they had just been in. Tell me, what did you two do while I was drunk? What's wrong with you, Big Brother? You're the one who gave the signal. Bullshit. The second and third sons shrunk back, afraid to speak. They knew that this time their prank had really gone too far. Looking at his two younger brothers, Sun Dezhou couldn't bear to blame them anymore. After all, the biggest blame fell on both of them. He immediately organized what Sun Qian had just said and explained it in his own words. In that case, it is indeed not suitable for my younger sister to marry Wang Yu. Sun Dezhou nodded in agreement. So what should we do? My younger sister has suffered so much, and we just let it go? Sun Dezhou was unwilling. He still wanted Wang Yu to be his sister's husband. After all, his drinking capacity was to his liking. Xiaomei suffered because of the two of you, what else do you want? Okay, I just talked to Xiaomei, let's just forget about this whole thing. You two, don't mention it again, just go home. Okay, I'll go home first. Sun Dexing didn't have a good solution either, and he didn't know what to do with this kind of relationship. He was about to leave right away. Third brother, don't go, tomorrow you go distract that guy, don't let him see anything. Sun Dezhou called out to the third brother, who was about to sneak away, and ordered him to stay. Why me? The third brother pointed at his nose, a little unwilling. If it's not you, then it's me. Isn't this restaurant yours? Isn't the guy sleeping in your room? After saying that, Sun Dezhou glared at him and left as well. Damn it! Not only did he spend money without getting anything in return, he also had to clean up in the end. But then again, who let him be the third son? The eldest and second sons dare not rebel, and in front of the youngest sister, he is only fated to be bullied. In short, he drinks the most, does the most work, and still gets the blame. Now his own bed is being occupied by someone else, and he doesn't even have a place to sleep. Hey! It's all fate. With his head hanging, Sun Dezhou pulled a few chairs together and was ready to just get some sleep until dawn. Wang Yu slept for more than 10 hours and woke up feeling refreshed in the morning. Seeing that he was actually lying in the restroom upstairs, he couldn't help but think of the famous scene of treating Sun Qian yesterday afternoon. Hey, what are you thinking about? It's just for treatment. At the moment, he couldn't remember anything about what happened last night. After getting up, getting dressed, and washing his face, Wang Yu was ready to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sun Dezhou standing in the doorway with red eyes. Ah, third brother, you're up early. Well, you're awake, kid. At the moment, Sun Dezhou didn't know how to face Wang Yu, but he was still a little angry in his heart. I'm sorry, third brother, I drank too much yesterday, I'm sorry for troubling you. Nonsense, you almost knocked all three of us out yesterday, you should take care of yourself. It's nothing, I'll go now, third brother. Wang Yu felt strange looking at Sun Dezhou, but he didn't think much of it. He was thinking about going to the hospital and was about to leave. Go, come and drink with Sange more often when you have time. Sun Dezhou waved his hand and said. Leaving, Sange. Wang Yu also likes people with Sun Dezhou's personality very much, and Sange also calls it very fluently. Chapter 27, Time to show off some real skills. After leaving the Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu got into the car and drove to the Mary Hospital without bothering to eat breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the hospital, he met Mr. and Mrs. Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yan. The couple didn't know how long they had been waiting at the entrance, and when they saw Wang Yu, they came up to him excitedly. Brother Wang, you're finally here. You made me wait a long time. Mr. Tang, it's not even 8 o'clock yet. Wang Yu looked at his phone and felt that he was not late. You don't know, Dr. Wang, the day you told my husband that you could let us have another child, he couldn't sit still all day yesterday, and he ran out at 6 o'clock this morning to wait. Xu Yan walked up and explained to Wang Yu. Mr. Tang, don't worry, I never tell lies. I'll go through the paperwork and start treating your wife. Wang Yu walked into the hospital in the expectant gaze of the couple, called the hospital director, and soon Han Kuan came down to greet him in person. After some pleasantries, the two arrived at the director's office. Mr. Wang, I have prepared everything for you here. The position of Director of Orthopedics at our hospital is waiting for you to take office. After Wang Yu left that day, Han Kuan personally learned more about the treatment process at the time and called it miraculous. He immediately decided on the fate of the position of head of orthopedics. President Han, there's something I want to say. Although Wang Yu didn't have any prejudice against orthopedics, he still wanted to go to gynecology. After all, with the existence of the external godlike hand of gynecology, he was sure to be able to earn more merit points in gynecology. In orthopedics, first, there weren't as many patients as in gynecology, and second, setting bones required a lot of energy. If there were a few cases like the one he saved the child from, he would be exhausted and unable to finish treating them. Besides, he still had to earn merit points, and he was still looking forward to exploring his new abilities. Mr. Wang, although you said that, our hospital still gives a lot of autonomy to doctors like you. Actually, I want to go to the gynecology department, because orthopedics is just a hobby for me, and I'm really good at gynecology. Wang Yu was not polite and directly made his demands. Han Kuan frowned slightly when he heard this. The Maria Hospital itself carries the name of a gynecology hospital. Although the medical standards of other departments are also the best in Xiudu City, the gynecology department is definitely the strongest. On the one hand, it is necessary to live up to its reputation, and on the other hand, many people go to the gynecology department, and 30% of the hospital's profits come from it. If it were any other department, he could decide on the spot, but he really didn't dare to promise the gynecology department. Mr. Wang, I'll be honest with you. There is no problem with any other department, but I can't guarantee you anything about the gynecology department right now. Oh, what's the matter, Dean Han? Is it because I'm a man that the gynecology department only recruits female doctors? That's not it. The director of the gynecology department is a very capable doctor, and her family also controls a portion of the hospital's shares. Although I am the director, I don't have the final say in the gynecology department. In that case, why don't you go ask the director of the gynecology department and see what she thinks? Wang Yu still didn't want to give up. When he got up in the morning, he had already read that Sun Qian's treatment was complete, and she had been given 15 merit points. This made Wang Yu a little confused. Normally, cancer should be more serious than a broken bone, but looking at the acquisition of merit points, it seems to be different from the reality. At this time, all he could think of was to have a lot of contact with patients, so that he could figure out the mechanism of earning merit points. At the moment, 52 merit points did not bring him any benefits, and he wanted to quickly break through to 100 to see if he could draw another prize. Okay, I'll go with you, and I'll give you a brief introduction to the gynecology department on the way. The two walked together towards the gynecology clinic, and along the way Wang Yu got a brief introduction to the gynecology department. The head of the gynecology department is Su Mu, who is 29 years old. Despite his young age, he graduated from a famous Western medical school abroad, and the papers he published while at school won him many international awards, earning him the reputation of being a medical genius of his generation. As for how he came to work at this hospital in Xiudu City, President Han also said that the Su family has a large stake in this hospital, so after graduation Su Mu refused high-paying offers from abroad and came to his family's hospital to start practicing medicine. Although Director Su has only been here for 2 years, his medical skills are famous throughout Xiudu City. Even patients from the neighboring city come here for his treatment. You'd better be prepared, Mr. Wang. Don't worry, I've never lost a case in gynecology, Wang Yu said confidently. As soon as he stepped into the gynecology office, before Dean Han could introduce him, a young nurse rushed in, looking anxious. Hurry, where is Director Su? The patient is hemorrhaging and can't stop it. Her life is in danger at any time. What? Director Su is still performing a tumor resection surgery and can't spare the time now. Lin Xiuhua, the deputy director, said nervously. What's going on? Can't you go in this situation? No, Dean, the mother is having twins. At the time, they were persuaded to have a cesarean section, but the family refused to insist on a natural birth. And the doctor inside is Dr. Qin. Our levels are about the same, so if she can't do it, I'll be of no use going over there. Can't Director Su spare the time? It will take at least half an hour. Director Su's tumor removal surgery is also very important, and the patient has a deep relationship with Director Liu. I'll do it. Hearing this, Wang Yu knew that it was time for him to show his true skills. Mr. Wang, you just got here. Dean Han was interrupted by Wang Yu's words. Is there a better way? Time waits for no man. Don't worry, Dean Han, I won't promise anything I'm not sure about. Then I'll leave it to you. Dean, let me borrow your clothes. Wang Yu was still wearing casual clothes, so in order to save time, he went straight for Dean Han's attention. Sure, no problem. After receiving the white coat, Wang Yu left under the guidance of the little nurse and arrived in the operating room. As soon as he entered, he smelled a strong smell of blood. The one who was busy must be Dr. Qin, as the little nurse had said. But it looked like he was just busy for nothing. One of the two children had already been born, and the other was probably still in the womb. At this time, the mother had already passed out. If things continued like this, in less than 10 minutes, the child and the adult would not be able to be saved. Wang Yu put on his protective gear and went directly to the patient. The little nurse briefly introduced Wang Yu's identity to Dr. Qin. Dr. Wang, I don't have any other options, so I'll have to rely on you for the rest. Originally, Qin Shuejiu was prepared to take the blame, but at this time, someone came forward to take the blame. Although in the end, she would inevitably be affected as well, at least someone else would share the responsibility. Wang Yu didn't care about Qin Shuejiu's petty thoughts, and reached out to touch the mother's arm. A dense stream of information appeared in his mind. After looking at it carefully for a while, he quickly determined the treatment plan based on the current situation. Hemostatic forceps. Scalpel. Surgical scissors. Vascular forceps. Surgical tweezers. All ready. Wang Yu took command without hesitation. Has the mother's blood type been checked? Start the transfusion now. Someone immediately ran out to get the blood bag. Dr. Qin, I need you to perform a cesarean section on the patient immediately. Dr. Wang, we can't do that without the patient's family's signature. Go get their signature now, or the baby in her belly will definitely not survive. What about the patient? Don't worry, with me here, the patient will be fine. Chapter 28, just arrived at the gynecology department and encountered heavy bleeding. Dr. Qin, start the operation quickly, time waits for no man. Looking at the young nurse who was still preparing the responsibility statement, Qin Shuejiu gritted her teeth and really wanted to turn around and leave. What are you doing? Someone has already gone out to get the signature. The family member will definitely sign as long as they are not the enemy of the woman in labor. But the hospital has a rule that the operation cannot be performed without the family member's signature. I don't have time to waste talking to you. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, get out of here quickly and let the director replace Dr. Lin. When Qin Shuejiu heard that the director was also outside, she really didn't dare to quit. But standing in the operating room and doing nothing was also a problem. Looking at the unconscious patient on the delivery bed and the busy Wang Yu beside her, a feeling of shame welled up. Qin Shuejiu thought about why she studied medicine, the excitement she felt when she was admitted to medical school, and the oath she took when she graduated and started working. But when did she slowly become careless, indifferent, and no longer like a doctor? Wang Yu's strong intervention just now, ignoring the hospital rules, and the attitude of only caring about the patient evoked her initial intentions. The doctor's first responsibility is to heal and save lives. I can do it. Qin Shuejiu's tone was full of determination. As time passed, Wang Yu and Qin Shuejiu cooperated with each other, and the other child was also delivered successfully. The birth of a new life filled everyone with confidence in Wang Yu. At this point, Wang Yu also let out a sigh of relief. He was not as confident as he appeared. The system panel only gave him the method, and the actual implementation depended on him. A single mistake could lead to serious consequences, but the successful birth of the baby also gave him great courage. Come, let's continue. The woman had severe postpartum hemorrhage, but Wang Yu was able to directly locate the bleeding vessels. After using several hemostats and vascular forceps in succession, the hemorrhage was brought under control. Qin Shuejiu, with Wang Yu's explanation, also began to suture the wound, and the young nurses busily cooperated. The blood pressure has returned to normal. The heart has also returned to normal. The patient's body temperature has also increased. We've succeeded. Under Wang Yu's leadership, they successfully completed the rescue work, and at this time, both Qin Shuejiu and the young nurses felt a sense of accomplishment. Okay, everyone, don't get too excited. The finishing work is still very important. Dr. Qin, I'll leave it to you and I'll go out first. Wang Yu finished speaking and was about to leave. How is the condition of the mother? The nervous voice and hurried footsteps made Wang Yu, who was about to take off her protective clothing, stop in her tracks. Sister Qin? Qin Shuejiao, who was busy, had not had time to answer and was hurriedly asked again. Director Su, the current condition of the mother is stable. The 2 children born have no other problems except for being a little weak. Director Su, can you move your feet? You're stepping on me. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Sumu felt that her feet were indeed soft. She bent slightly and looked down to find that her little feet were stepping on a big foot. Sumu quickly took 2 steps back, her pretty face red, but no one could see it because she was wearing a mask. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't notice you. It's okay, Director Su was also concerned about the condition of the patient, which is understandable. During their first meeting, Wang Yu had a good impression of Director Su, at least she was a doctor who cared about her patients. This is Dr. Wang Yu, who the dean just hired. The patient's condition was very dangerous just now, and it was Dr. Wang who solved it. Qin Shuejiao gave Sumu a brief introduction to what had just happened. Dr. Wang is highly skilled, and our gynecology department welcomes you to join. Of course, Sumu would not give up Wang Yu, who had such good medical skills. She had been busy as hell for the past 2 years, and she had practically single-handedly carried the entire gynecology department. Although Dr. Qin and Deputy Director Lin were quite skilled, their skills were only comparable to the medical standards of other hospitals in Shudu City. With Sumu's joining, the fame of Mary's Gynecology Hospital had slowly radiated to surrounding cities. The increase in fame brought with it an immeasurable amount of pressure. If she didn't have superb skills and couldn't handle the influx of patients, the negative impact would be unbearable for the hospital. Since Sumu's reputation has spread, she has not had any time off for a long time, and works more than 10 hours a day. The arrival of Wang Yu, who also displays superb medical skills, will undoubtedly relieve a large part of her pressure. Director Su, this is not the place to talk, let's go outside and chat, said Wang Yu, taking off her protective clothing. Okay, Dr. Wang, I would also like to chat with you. The 2 went to the office, where President Han and Mr. and Mrs. Tang Hongyuan were waiting. How is it? Dean Han asked Wang Yu, but his eyes were on Sumu. Dr. Wang's medical skills are very good, and the mother and child don't have any major problems. That's good, that's good. Dean Han let out a sigh of relief. Dean Han, so I have passed the assessment. Mr. Wang is joking, with your medical skills, there is no assessment. I still have things to do, so I will leave first, and I will leave the rest to Director Su and you to deal with. After saying this, Dean Han left. Brother Wang, do you have some time now? Tang Hongyuan had just been preparing to receive treatment with his wife, but he learned that Wang Yu had entered the operating room and was resuscitating a hemorrhaging mother. Although he was anxious, he suppressed his emotions. After all, saving lives was the most important thing. Sometimes in the hospital, there was no such thing as first come, first served. It all depended on the patient's condition. Mr. Tang, you've been waiting a long time. I'll help your wife now. Don't call me wife. You saved my son, so you're my benefactor. You can call me sister or older sister. Hearing that Wang Yu had saved another life in just half an hour, Zhu Yan was even more impressed with him, and couldn't help but want to get closer to Wang Yu. Director Su, just a moment. The patient comes first. I'll go and get busy too. We can chat over lunch. Okay, see you at lunch. Wang Yu watched Sumu leave, then turned back to the couple and said, Brother-in-law, I feel that calling her sister is more intimate than calling her sister-in-law. It's fine, it shows that you and your sister have a connection. The 3 exchanged pleasantries for a while, and their relationship grew closer. Wang Yu then began treating Zhu Yan. He was a little hesitant about Zhu Yan's condition. It wasn't that he couldn't cure her, but he was torn about which method to use. The system provides 3 treatment methods. The first is massage and acupressure, which Wang Yu is particularly skilled at. However, after the events with Yewin and Sun Qian, he is a little scared. Although he called Zhu Yan's sister, everyone knows it's just a polite way of speaking. Besides, he doesn't want to use this kind of manual treatment regularly. After all, he can't just keep feeling people. The second is acupuncture, which Wang Yu immediately rejected without even thinking about it. After all, although the system provides a detailed introduction, Wang Yu doesn't know anything about acupuncture, so it's useless to say more. The third method is very common. Prescribing a few sets of Chinese medicine, plus medicinal food for long-term conditioning, can also cure Zhu Yan's infertility. If it were an ordinary patient, there would be nothing wrong with Wang Yu using this method, but the treatment process would take more than half a year, and the guy had just accepted Tang Hongyuan's check for 10 million yuan, so it felt a bit awkward to make someone wait for another 6 months. After thinking about it, Wang Yu decided to let Tang Hongyuan choose. After all, it would be his wife who would be getting the massage, and as long as he agreed, it would be fine with him. Chapter 29. In the morning, Wang Yu was free, but in the afternoon, he was busy as a dog. Brother-in-law, I have 2 treatment methods here. The first one can cure Sister Yan in about 2 weeks, and the other one is estimated to take more than half a year to cure. Then definitely choose the first one. Brother Wang, does the first one cost more? Don't worry, I don't lack money. It's not a matter of money. The 2 treatments use different methods, so the treatment times are also different. Sister Yan has had multiple spontaneous abortions, and in order to have Shao Jia, she took a large amount of stimulant drugs, which have now lost their effectiveness. This is the reason why she is infertile. So if you want to cure her, you must first activate the uterus so that it can recover and be able to nurture life again. I don't know anything about this, just tell me the method. Okay, the first method is for me to use massage techniques to stimulate Sister Yan's body points, combined with some medicinal herbs, and the treatment can be completed in 2 weeks. The other method does not require massage, but relies on medication and medicinal food to slowly change Yan's constitution and thereby reawaken the activity of the uterus. The first method inevitably involves some physical contact with Yan, so I would like to ask for your opinion. The first method. I can't wait that long. I want to give my husband another child. Zhu Yan said impatiently after listening. Tang Hongyuan also understood Wang Yu's thoughts after hearing this. After all, it is indeed quite difficult for his wife to have physical contact with another man. But his wife's words did not make him hesitate. After all, it was for medical treatment, and it was better to let go of some concerns. Listen to your sister Yan, let's go with the first option. Brother Wang, don't feel pressured. Doctors treat and save lives. Using some special methods is also for better treatment. The words of the couple also made Wang Yu dispel his concerns. He immediately asked Deputy Director Lin to arrange a quiet ward to start treatment. This time, Wang Yu's mentality was very calm during treatment, and he was not as out of control as the previous 2 times. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu completed the massage. The whole process was normal, just like the doctor's attitude towards his patients. After prescribing the medicine, Wang Yu declined the couple's thanks again. While they were leaving, he used the child-sending talisman on Zhu Yan. Seeing the red light disappear into her body, Wang Yu turned around and returned to the department. The treatment for the pregnant woman in Zhu Yan was over, and Wang Yu received 25 and 15 merit points respectively. Now, he was only 8 points away from breaking 100. Wang Yu was impatient to continue treating patients. However, as Wang Yu had just arrived and Director Su was not in, Deputy Director Lin did not know what to arrange for him, so Wang Yu had nothing to do all morning. Sitting in his office, Wang Yu casually flipped through some medical records to pass the time, and his mind once again turned to the girl downstairs. He had originally planned to go back last night, but he had drunk too much and fell asleep. Now he could neither see patients nor the person he wanted to confess to, and Wang Yu felt a little impatient all morning, always feeling like time was passing slowly. Dr. Wang, let's go eat together. Sumu said to Wang Yu, who was daydreaming, as she entered the office. Wang Yu turned around at the sound of her voice and finally saw Sumu's true face. She was plump, of a good height, with a slender waist and a full bust, giving a strong visual impact. Her black hair was tied up at the back of her head, her beautiful neck was fair and long, her red lips were bright, her teeth were white, her eyes were gentle and bright, and a pair of dimples appeared and disappeared as she spoke. She was a very good-looking doctor, but Wang Yu didn't have any thoughts about her. Looking at Sumu, he couldn't help but think of the woman he had had a relationship with, and he wondered where she was now. Dr. Wang. Sumu's tone of voice raised a little more. Ah, I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Director Su to be so beautiful, I was mesmerized for a moment. Dr. Wang is quite honest. Wang Yu's straightforward reply took Sumu by surprise. Well, let's go eat now. Wang Yu, who didn't know how to respond, quickly changed the subject. Sumu gave a slight smile and didn't say anything. The two walked together towards the cafeteria. On the way, Sumu learned more about Wang Yu. So, your main focus is traditional Chinese medicine? After taking the tray and finding a seat, Sumu asked. Sort of. Wang Yu thought to himself that the system he had obtained was passed down by the mountain god, and as a deity with very Chinese characteristics, the mountain god definitely knew Chinese medicine. I didn't realize that you were so young, but your Chinese medicine level is so high. The old Chinese medicine doctors are deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and even someone like Su Mu was surprised at Wang Yu's age. Director Su, I'm a year older than you. Wang Yu took Su Mu's comment about his youth very much to heart. Well, I know, I've seen your information, but for someone studying Chinese medicine, I've never seen anyone under the age of 30 with your level of medical skills. Director Su, don't you forget yourself, at your age studying Western medicine, your medical skills are also very impressive. Sumu blushed at this, a little embarrassed. This guy is not humble at all, not only accepting his praise, but also taking over the conversation to praise himself. There's no need to praise each other so much. I'm going to let you go and see a patient this afternoon, and I'll assign you a nurse with a basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Yes, whatever the director says, I'm fine with it. The two of them finished eating quickly as they chatted casually. Afterwards, Sumu took Wang Yu to the outpatient department, showed him the outpatient office, and left. Wang Yu surveyed the room, feeling that it wasn't bad. He thought that he would be working here in the future, and that his boss was a beautiful woman, so he felt a little excited. After a while, a young nurse came to report for duty. The young girl was called Tian Tian and was quite cute, and Wang Yu was very satisfied when he saw her. The two had a conversation, and then it was time to go to work. The Maria Gynecology Hospital is famous for its gynecology department, and Wang Yu could predict that there would be a lot of people, but he didn't expect it to be this crowded. What he didn't know was that after Su Mu had learned about Wang Yu's medical skills, he had arranged for him to work in the busiest outpatient department. And Wang Yu also didn't know that according to the hospital's regulations, he only needed to see 50 patients a day. From the first patient onwards, Wang Yu never stopped. He thought that he had to see all the patients outside before he could go off duty. With his heart full of concern for Ishua, and thinking that he must go find her tonight, Wang Yu mustered all his strength and did not rest for a moment. Tian Tian, how many is this? Wang Yu asked, exhausted, after seeing a patient. Dr. Wang, you've already seen 62, that's amazing. The little girl was also busy to the point of collapse, but she really admired Wang Yu. No matter what illness the patients had, Wang Yu could accurately diagnose their condition after taking their pulse, and then prescribe a remedy, instructing the patients on what to watch out for and when they could expect to recover. He had seen more than 60 patients in a row, and none of them had been able to stump him. This was the first time she had seen such an amazing doctor. How many more are there outside? I'll go and have a look, said Tian Tian, sticking her head out of the consultation room. Looking at the significantly thinner crowd in the corridor, she felt a little relieved. Not many, much less than before. Then continue calling the numbers and try hard to avoid overtime today. Chapter 30, The Life of a Part-Time Worker, Overtime. With Tian Tian calling the numbers, Wang Yu began his life of a bitter part-time worker again. While seeing patients, he complained about the fact that a salary of 5 million yuan was really not easy to come by. With the subsequent departure of a patient, Wang Yu finally finished seeing patients for the day at 5:58. Tian Tian looked at the empty corridor before 6 o'clock and fell silent for a moment. Wang Yu had actually seen 140 patients in the afternoon, which was less than 2 minutes per patient on average. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that such a thing could happen. In the past, when it was almost 7 o'clock, there were still quite a few patients in the corridor, and Tian Tian had persuaded them several times to come back the next day. Today, however, the situation was that there were no more patients before the end of the day. Although she was really tired now, she felt surprisingly good. Brother Yu, we really don't need to work overtime. Tian Tian excitedly called out, pulling on Dr. Wang's sleeve. An afternoon of intense work had also brought the two closer together. Dr. Wang had become Brother Yu, and Nurse Tian had become Tian Tian. Calm down. Today we started seeing patients in the afternoon, but tomorrow we'll start in the morning, and the schedule won't be so tight. From now on, we won't have to work overtime. Brother Yu is amazing. You're amazing too. Wang Yu was truly impressed to think that the young girl had been busy all afternoon without complaining, and had maintained a smile and good service the whole time. It's 6 o'clock, let's go. Bye, Brother Yu. After saying this, the two of them got ready to change and leave. Dr. Wang, Director Sue asked me to come and inform you that there is a last-minute addition to the schedule, and she can't leave now, so she wants you to hurry. What happened to not working overtime? Brother you work hard, I'll leave first. Tian finished speaking and ran off. Although Wang Yu really didn't want to work overtime, he obviously couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Saving lives is like fighting a fire, so he immediately put on his white coat and rushed to the operating room. After arriving, he didn't see Su Mu, and he didn't even see Deputy Director Lin or Dr. Qin. At the moment, he couldn't care about anything else, so he saved the patient first. Looking at the old woman lying on the bed, Wang Yu put on his protective clothing and got ready to start working. Wang Yu doesn't know how to operate, after all, he can't even use a scalpel, but he has the system, which can achieve the effective treatment in various ways. After taking the pulse, Wang Yu also understood the old lady's physical condition clearly. However, he didn't know how to start. There were very few treatment plans on the system, or rather, they were not considered treatment plans. The old lady's physical condition was very poor, but it was not caused by any disease, but rather heart failure caused by the aging of the body's organs due to old age. The system's solution was to use acupuncture to activate the body's vital energy and supplement it with nourishing medicine, but this could not cure the heart failure, only delay the progression of the disease. And at most, in 3 years, the old lady would still pass away due to organ failure. This also made Wang Yu understand that the system was not capable of everything, and in the face of this situation, one could only accept one's fate. But Wang Yu had never used acupuncture before, and now he was in a difficult situation. The old lady's condition was very serious, and if she did not receive treatment, she would probably not live for more than a few days. Bring me a set of silver needles. After thinking about it, Wang Yu decided to try to save her life. Although he wasn't sure he could do it, the system had given him the acupuncture points and the order in which they should be inserted. And he couldn't rely on the system for everything. Since he had chosen to practice medicine, he had to take some responsibility. Soon the nurse brought the silver needles, which she disinfected before handing them to Wang Yu. After taking the needles, Wang Yu first used his hands to locate the acupuncture points, and then slowly inserted the needles. The first acupuncture point was very stable, and Wang Yu's confidence increased a lot. Orthopedics heart was of great help to him, and the introduction inside made him understand the structure of the human body in a particularly comprehensive way. He then started the second needle, followed by the third needle, until the last needle was inserted into the old lady's body, and Wang Yu finally completed the treatment. Throughout the acupuncture, Wang Yu performed a total of 49 needles, which took more than 2 hours. Each needle was performed carefully. This was the first time he had done such treatment, which took a lot of effort. Taking the old lady's pulse again, it was obviously much stronger than before. Although the system panel still showed that her physical condition was poor, it had improved a lot compared to before. This also gave Wang Yu a lot of confidence and strengthened his determination to continue learning and working hard. Okay, let's send the patient to the intensive care unit first. I need to meet the patient's family. No surgery, Dr. Wang? No, the old lady's condition cannot be solved by surgery. Now that I have stabilized her condition, let's send the old lady out first. Without further explanation, Wang Yu left the operating room. As soon as he walked out the door, 2 old men in their 70s surrounded him. Young man, how is my mother? Don't worry, gentlemen, the old lady's condition has stabilized, and no surgery was performed. Looking at the 2 gentlemen, Wang Yu felt that the old lady was at least 90 years old this year. What about my mother? She's been transferred to the intensive care unit. Come with me, I need to talk to you about something. Wang Yu then took the 2 old men to the office, looked over the old woman's information, and got a better idea of her situation. The old woman was named Li Tsuihua, and she was 98 years old. No wonder her organs were failing so badly. The 2 old men in front of her were the old woman's 2 sons. The eldest, Yang Kaishan, was 72 years old, and the second, Yang Keilu, was 69 years old. Yang Kaishan had just called someone to report that he was safe. From the way they were addressed, it seemed that the 2 brothers had an older sister. Uncle, the old lady's health is failing, not because of any illness, but because her organs are failing due to aging. Yes, we know. My mother is almost 100 years old, and we are prepared. The situation is like this: I just used acupuncture to activate the old lady's bodily functions, but she is too old, and it won't last long. I estimate 3 months, and it will also cause heart failure. My mother can still live for 3 months. Yang Kaishan became emotional upon hearing this. When they brought the old lady here, they didn't think she would last the day, so they didn't hold out much hope. Now, hearing Wang Yu's words, they couldn't help but feel encouraged. Well, 3 months is no problem. If you want to extend it some more, it will come at a great cost. What? It can be extended? Yang Kaishan grabbed Wang Yu's hand and was too excited to speak. Brother, don't get excited, let's hear what the doctor has to say. Oh, I'm sorry, young man. It's okay, sir, I can understand the mood. Young man, go on. As long as I can keep my mother alive, I can afford any price. Yang Kaishan looked at Wang Yu with burning eyes, his heart full of hope. Chapter 31. Wang Yu is in a difficult situation, and Sumu comes to the rescue. The old lady's body functions have now been activated by my silver needles, but these functions are like trees without roots, and precious medicinal herbs are needed to fill the gaps in her body. These medicinal herbs are very precious, and some of them are not even available in our hospital. You need to find them yourself. And even if you find all the herbs, I can only guarantee to extend the old lady's life for 3 years. I can't guarantee anything more. 3 years, young man, are you sure? Yang Kaishan's demeanor changed when he heard this, as if he were a superior looking down on his subordinate to see if he was lying. An oppressive feeling assaulted Wang Yu. Why does it feel so itchy? Wang Yu hadn't noticed the change in Yang Kaishan, and he was indeed very confident and hadn't lied, so he was quite normal and not feeling any pressure. Don't worry, I'm quite confident about this. I just don't know what your next choice will be. Seeing that Wang Yu remained unruffled under his pressure, Yang Kaishan also withdrew his imposing manner and returned to his normal state as an ordinary old man. Tell me what herbs you need to extend my mother's life, and we brothers will find a way to provide them. I just looked at our hospital's herbarium. I won't mention the ones we have, but I'll write down the ones we don't have. With that, Wang Yu took out a piece of paper and a pen and began to write. The 2 old men immediately came up behind Wang Yu and leaned over to read. 100 grams of 50-year-old reishi mushrooms. 200 grams of 100-year-old Wuling reishi mushrooms. 30 grams of 20-year-old Wulian reishi mushrooms. 1 plant of wanshui grass. These 4 items are not available at our hospital, you need to find them. Young man, I know the first 3, although they are expensive, I can still buy them, but what is this wanshui chow? Sir, this wanshui chow is a medicinal herb, the old lady needs a complete plant to extend her life. I have never heard of this, where can I find it? Wang Yu was also at a loss for words, the system only gave the name, and he had no idea what wanshui chow was. Old man, I know wanshui chow. At this time, Sumu arrived at the office and came to Wang Yu's rescue. Girl, you know? Well, let me tell you about it. Sumu sat opposite Wang Yu and the 2 old men and began his introduction. The name of the grass is also known as the grass of immortality, and it first appeared in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. Because this grass is extremely resilient, it can grow again after drying out for several years when it encounters water, so there is also another name for it, the grass of resurrection. I know where to find the grass that can bring the dead back to life. Yang Kalo said excitedly. Are you sure, second brother? Yes, the grass that can bring the dead back to life has a trunk like a leopard's foot, and the whole thing is shaped like a picture, right girl? Yes, this gentleman is talking about the grass that can bring the dead back to life. Second brother, where did you see it? Yang Kailong was also very excited when he got a positive answer from Su Mu. Last month, on Wen's birthday, his eldest brother gave him a plant called the 9 Lives herb, saying that he had found it at great expense in some faraway place. The old boy even showed it off to me, and I remember it very clearly. Good, I'll get the first 3. You go to the Wen's now and make sure that when Tianxiang hands over the 9 Lives herb. Don't worry, brother. With the friendship I have with that old boy, he will definitely give it to me. Young man, I'll have the herbs ready tomorrow, and I'll leave my mother in your hands. Don't worry, sir, as long as I can find everything within 3 months, I'm confident I can save the old lady's life. The 2 young brothers took the note and hurriedly left, beginning to search for the herbs. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the office, Wang Yu and Su Mu. Old Lady Li, are you really confident that you can save her life? Su Mu had overheard a lot of information at the door earlier, and didn't come in until he heard the name Long Live Grass. Well, the old lady's body is like rotten wood right now, so even if she can be kept alive, she won't live for many years. Wang Yu didn't feel that it was a big deal that he had managed to extend the old lady's life by 3 years. Wang Yu, I find that I know very little about you. Su Mu's eyes shone as she stared at Wang Yu as if she could see right through him. No, it's better not to know anymore. This is all I can do, just to earn a living. Wang Yu felt uncomfortable as he felt Sumu's burning gaze. Director Su, can I go home now? I have things to do tonight. It was already 9 o'clock. If he stayed any longer, he would be home past 10, and it would be inappropriate to knock on the door downstairs then. Of course you can. And thank you for staying late to help me today. I'll pay you double overtime. Double overtime pay? Wang Yu's eyes lit up. What are you thinking? It's only for today. Don't you have things to do? Hurry up and go. Sumu looked at Wang Yu's greedy appearance and wanted to laugh. Hey! I thought that every time I worked overtime, I would get double pay. If that were the case, I would have stayed in the hospital and never left. I really was thinking too much. Shaking his head, Wang Yu left the office with his arms crossed. Sumu did not go back to rest after Wang Yu left. She took the thick medical records and looked at them carefully. Although she was very busy every day, she never gave up learning and would find time every day to continue studying. Indeed, the success of a person not only lies in their extraordinary talent, but also in their unknown efforts and unwavering persistence. Wang Yu left the hospital. Since it was past the peak hour, the roads were not congested, and it took less than 20 minutes to return to the community. After returning home, washing her face and changing into a clean set of clothes, Wang Yu took the 7-6 bracelets and went downstairs again. This time she was sure she was at home. With this thought, Wang Yu knocked on the door again. She took 2 steps back and stood straighter than the last time. But the result was the same, and after 2 minutes there was no movement in the house. Wang Yu knocked a few more times, and after waiting for about half an hour, she still didn't wait for someone to open the door. Wang Yu, who was annoyed, went downstairs and saw that there was no light in the house of a young girl. No wonder no one opened the door, it turned out that no one was home. With a heavy heart, Wang Yu went to the door again, ready to wait for the rabbit, waiting for the young girl to come home. What he didn't know was that Wenxin was not in Shudu City at all, having left the day before his divorce. And there was no telling when she would be back, or if she would ever come back at all. As for the apartment, Wenxin had bought it because she didn't want to stay in a hotel. With property prices rising so quickly, buying an apartment was a good investment, and she could always sell it later at a high price. After waiting for 2 hours, Wang Yu looked at the clock, it was already 11:30. He was not going to wait any longer today, and he felt a little disappointed. When he got home, Wang Yu hastily washed up and then lay on the bed, preparing to go to sleep. But he couldn't sleep, no matter how much he tossed and turned. The fact that he hadn't seen Missy Xue today had quite an impact on him. After thinking for a long time, he comforted himself, it's okay, I'll definitely be able to wait for her. You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. I'll just wait here. I don't believe she won't even come home. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu fell asleep. The fatigue from the day made him sleep soundly, but the loss in his heart made him sleep uneasily. He woke up a little after 6 in the morning, and the fatigue from yesterday was still lingering. Thinking about his busy day, Wang Yu checked his merit points again. When he opened it, he saw that his merit points had reached 362. Chapter 32, Wang Yu, who had just started studying, and his ex-father-in-law, who was preparing for a divorce. Wang Yu was very satisfied with the increase in his merit value, and he had never expected to gain more than 200 points in just one afternoon. If he calculated it this way, he would earn a minimum of 300 points a day for sitting in on consultations, which would mean he could earn 10,000 merit points a month, or 120,000 points a year. Congratulations, host, your merit value has exceeded 100 points, and you can participate in a lucky draw. It finally came, and it was worth the busy afternoon clicking to enter the lottery. The unremarkable panel still didn't have any special effects, and the new prize had already appeared. After Wang Yu received it, his face changed slightly. This reward was indeed very powerful, but it wasn't what he needed right now. Enhanced child sending supernatural power, you can choose the gender and number of children up to 3 per birth when sending children. Do I need to change my career and stop being a doctor? Build a temple and just sit there waiting for customers to come. And hang a sign on the door, 20 years of professional child delivery. Then make a price list, 50,000 for a boy, 60,000 for a girl, 200,000 for twins, 500,000 for conjoined twins, and 1 million for triplets either gender. Well, I guess it won't take long for me to be the richest person in Shuzhou. If I build the temple next to the infertility clinic, the money will come even faster. Thinking about this, Wang Yu fell asleep without knowing it. In his dream, he He saw the girl he had been thinking about, Shinua, giving him a shoulder massage, Yuan squatting down to gently wash his feet, and Sun Qian sitting obediently next to him, peeling grapes. Ha ha, ha ha. Lustful laughter echoed through the room. Why is dreaming our highest pursuit? Because in dreams, there really is everything. Wang Yu woke up in the morning, reminiscing about last night's dream. Although he knew very well that it was impossible, it didn't stop him from daydreaming. He got up, took a cold shower, and then went to work full of energy. Good morning, brother Yu. Sweetie, you traitor. Hey. Brother Yu, last night my mom told me to come home for dinner. So you left me alone to work overtime. Where's the friendship of the revolution? You just abandoned your comrade in arms like that. Brother Yu, look, I brought you breakfast. My mom steamed beef buns. Sweetie swung the bag in her hands and said with a smile. You're a good person, and I haven't eaten anything yet. He took the bag and took out a bun, took a bite, and the taste was really good. It's delicious, your aunt's cooking is good. Of course, I've never eaten anything better than what my mom makes. Wang Yu laughed, without saying a word, and buried his head in the bun, while Sweetie kept praising her mother for the delicious food she had made for her. You, shut up, I haven't had breakfast either. Sweetie, who had come to her senses, looked at the bag that had been bulging a moment ago, but was now flat, and immediately went over to grab it. After swallowing the last bite of the bun, Wang Yu handed the bag to Sweetie. Don't worry, there's some left for you, eat. Ah. There are 10 buns, and there's only one left for me, are you a pig? It's not my fault, who let your aunt make such delicious buns, and here I've left you one. Humph. Heartless man. Sweetie turned her head away and silently ate the last bun. I'll treat you to lunch, are you going? Looking at the sulky little girl, Wang Yu felt like smiling. Yes, I'll eat you out of house and home. Seeing that there was a benefit, Sweetie immediately put on a smile again. Wang Yu couldn't help but sneer, ha! Women! After breakfast, the two of them put on their white coats, put on their masks, and got ready to start work. Wang Yu also put on a pair of plain glasses today, which made him look much more composed. Brother Yu, why are you wearing glasses? It makes me look more educated. The two of them quickly got into their work mode as soon as they arrived at the consultation room. Wang Yu's speed was still very fast. As the number of patients decreased one by one, his merit points also broke through the 400 mark, but there was still no prompt for a lottery in the system interface. Wang Yu was not in a hurry. There was a reward for every 100 points, so there would definitely be a reward for every 1,000 points. At this rate, it would only take a few days to reach 1,000 points, and then new abilities could be added. Wang Yu was looking forward to that. It was soon 12 o'clock, and Tian gently persuaded the remaining patients to leave, and the two of them finished their morning work. Wang Yu did not deliberately insist on seeing all the patients. After all, this was not a one-off task, and it would probably be like this every day in the future. A reasonable arrangement of rest time would also enable them to better serve the patients. Sumu did not show up all morning, and the Yang brothers did not come over either. After all, those precious things were not so easy to come by. She came to the cafeteria with Tian. The little girl was not at all polite. Her plate was full, and Wang Yu's plate was also clearly arranged by her. Can you finish all that, sweetie? Wang Yu couldn't help but ask, not because he was worried about the money, but because he really hated waste. Don't worry, brother Yu, we'll both eat from your plate, and I'll take the food on my plate home with me to save my family the trouble of cooking tonight. A resourceful girl. Hey, brother Yu, you ate my mom's buns, so I'll treat you. Sweet and smiling like a hamster that has eaten honey. Eat, and after you finish, help me find some Chinese medicine books, I want to read them later. Wang Yu listened to Tian's explanation and laughed a little. Such a dutiful little girl is quite cute. Brother Yu, you're so amazing, do you still need to read? You don't understand, the more I read, the more amazing I'll become. Tian was impressed by Wang Yu's act. She immediately began to eat her rice. Until she was almost finished eating, Wang Yu didn't see Sumu come over. Her heart felt a little empty. She had been looking forward to seeing this beautiful doctor when she arrived. Let's go, brother Yu. I'll go find some books on traditional Chinese medicine for you. You take care of the dishes and pack them for me. After saying this, Sweetie left in a hurry. Looking at Sweetie leaving, Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of young girls. He also began to pack his food. At this time, Chen Shusheng in the central hospital could not eat at all. Chen Yuding sat by the bedside holding a bowl of chicken soup, not knowing how to comfort her father. What her mother had done was something she was ashamed to tell, but thinking about it, she was no different from her mother. Chen Shusheng, with his vacant eyes, just lay on the hospital bed. Although he had been rescued, his heart was now filled with despair. Yuding, I want a divorce with your mother. His hoarse voice revealed a cold hatred. Dad. After a cry, Chen Yuding didn't know what to say, either to persuade her father to calm down or to persuade him not to be impulsive. Which man could be so calm when something like this happened to him? First, her husband Wang Yu angrily left the family home with nothing, and now her mother was cheating on her father behind his back. At this time, Chen Shusheng's hatred for his wife and Lu Baoxiang reached its peak. Wang Yu had already shown him the contents of the USB drive, and even Chen Yuding had seen it. The images on the video made Chen Shusheng's teeth grind. Chen Yuding also wanted to reprimand her mother, but what she had done made her lose face and unable to do so. In the quiet hospital room, neither father nor daughter spoke, only the sound of heavy breathing and Chen Yuding's low sobs. Chapter 33, The girl downstairs has gone missing. Lying on the hospital bed in the consultation room, Wang Yu leafed through the medical books that Sweetie had brought him. He first looked for a comprehensive Chinese medicinal herb dictionary and began to leaf through it. After all, the prescriptions he wrote always involved Chinese medicinal herbs. The incident with the Wan Sui Chow yesterday had taught him a lesson. If Sumu hadn't appeared in time, he would really have been embarrassed. As he leafed through the book and looked at the descriptions of the medicinal herbs, Wang Yu compared them with the prescriptions he wrote when he was seeing patients, and gradually improved his understanding of Chinese medicine. As he became more and more absorbed, time passed quickly. When Tian came to get him, Wang Yu was still engrossed in reading, and didn't even hear the door open. "You, it's time to go to work," Tian reminded him. "Oh, it's time," said Wang Yu, taking out his phone and checking the time. It was already 1 hour 60 minutes. "Let's start calling out the patient numbers," said Wang Yu, putting on his mask and gown, and starting his afternoon work. In the dean's office, Han Cohen was a little surprised by yesterday's data, so he immediately called the person in charge of the outpatient department. "Hey, Lao Huang, are you sure about this data for the gynecology clinic?" "Dean Han, it's really correct. At first I thought there was a system error, but this morning I went to the finance department and the herbal medicine department to check, and the treatment income and the shipment of herbal medicine all matched up. There is no mistake in the gynecology data at all." "Oh, that's good to hear. Director Han, where did you hire such a great doctor?" "I went and had a look this morning, and I can't say enough about his medical skills and the speed with which he sees patients." "Ha, Huang, pay more attention to Dr. Wang from the gynecology department. Whatever he needs, make sure you fulfill it. If there's anything you can't solve, let me know." "Don't worry, Director Han, we'll definitely cooperate with Dr. Wang's work. But there's a situation I'd like to tell you about, so please make a decision." "Go ahead, what is it?" "Dr. Wang prescribes only traditional Chinese medicine. At the current rate, the medicine stored in the herb warehouse won't last a month. I was wondering if they could order more medicine, otherwise I'm afraid there won't be enough by the end of the month." "All traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes. Without checking the equipment, can you guarantee a profit just from medicine?" "Don't worry, Dean. Although there is no inspection fee, a course of traditional Chinese medicine treatment takes at least half a month, and some patients take 2 or 3 courses of medicine at once. And Dr. Wang is seeing patients so quickly that he is making much more than before." "Good. Go to the herb warehouse and prepare 1 month's worth of all the Chinese herbs that can be bought on the market, according to yesterday's shipment." "Yes, Dean, I'll go right now." After hanging up the phone, Dean Han leaned back in his chair and pondered over the data from yesterday afternoon. This is really a money tree. Now the boy's reputation hasn't spread out yet, but it won't be long before he's famous in Suzhou City. By then, I'm sure I won't be able to keep him with a salary of 5 million yuan a year. I'll observe him for another week, and then talk to the chairman of the board about increasing his salary. Tian, how many patients do you have left?" Looking at his watch, it was already 5:30. Wang Yu was about to collapse from exhaustion. He had been constantly diagnosing and prescribing medicine, and he felt like his whole body was about to fall apart. "Brother Yu, there are still many more. There are far more patients in the afternoon than in the morning. We're probably going to have to work overtime today." Tian took a sip of water from her pink thermos cup to moisten her throat. The little nurse had said too much throughout the afternoon, and her throat was now very uncomfortable. There's a system for this, but it's still hard to escape the fate of working overtime. Wang Yu slumped in his chair speechless, not at all concerned about his appearance. Brother Yu, let's get started. Work harder, or you'll be even later. Okay, let's call the next patient. What Wang Yu never expected was that the more than 100 people he treated quickly and accurately yesterday felt much better the next day after taking his medicine. So after a morning of fermentation, his reputation slowly spread in small circles. People who were going to other hospitals for a consultation also listened to the advice of their friends and came here to see him. After arriving, he saw the waiting room was full and the hallway was also full of people, which further convinced him of Wang Yu's extraordinary medical skills. Otherwise, why would so many people be waiting to see a doctor? The herd mentality made the patients obediently wait outside, regardless of the long queuing time. Sumu had performed 2 operations this afternoon and examined several of his patients, so there was nothing more to do at the moment. Just as he arrived at the door of the gynecology clinic, he noticed a strange phenomenon. There were basically no people at the doors of the other doctors, and some of them were idly brushing their phones. However, there was a long queue in front of Wang Yu's office, with at least 20 patients. With curiosity, Sumu walked up to the door of the clinic and saw Wang Yu taking the pulse while introducing the patient's condition and matters needing attention, and then quickly typing out a prescription on the keyboard with both hands. The whole process was fluid and unhurried, and he finished seeing one patient in just over a minute, before moving on to the next. Sumu observed for 10 minutes, during which time Wang Yu also happened to see 10 patients. During that time, he didn't waste a moment, repeatedly taking pulses, giving medical advice, and writing prescriptions. It was like a machine, accurate and efficient. Sumu didn't go in and disturb Wang Yu, and after watching for a while, he quietly left. What a strange person, how did he learn such amazing medical skills? After Wang Yu's more than 1 hour of hard work, it was almost 7 o'clock when he finally finished seeing all the patients. The usually lively Tian couldn't jump around anymore either. She said hello to Wang Yu, dragged her tired body out of the consultation room, and prepared to go home and rest. This really isn't a human life. After seeing patients all day, Wang Yu had come into contact with all kinds of women, many of whom were beautiful and had great figures. But it took Wang Yu less than a day to go from initial admiration to eventual numbness. After a short rest, his body had recovered a little, and Wang Yu quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. When he got home, this time he didn't go downstairs immediately, but collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. It took about an hour before Wang Yu recovered a little. Without even bothering to eat, he changed his clothes again, put on a 76 bracelet and went downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Everything was just like the previous 2 times, nothing had changed. Wang Yu was even more disheartened when he came downstairs and saw that the room was still dark. Could it really have been a one-night stand? He had a deep-seated virgin complex and was very unhappy. After that day, although he never saw Wenxin again, in his heart, he had a slight feeling of attachment to this woman. Although he also knew that this was just wishful thinking, this was the most genuine feeling in his heart. Wang Yu thought about the difficulties in the pursuit process and was prepared for a long-term strategy. But the situation where he couldn't even see the person was unexpected. The disappearance of the blood-sucking girl was now like a thorn in his heart, making him toss and turn at night and unable to sleep. Chapter 34, Thank You, Third Brother. Over the next 3 days, Wang Yu truly experienced the terror of the women of Shudu City. They would line up for discounts at the shops, they would line up for new product launches, they would line up for a milk tea shop that opened at the entrance, and they would mostly line up for anything. And at gynecology clinics, where only female patients are seen, the crowds were even denser. These women had set their sights on his clinic, not seeing that there were 3 other clinics next to it where they could also be seen. Wang Yu has no idea how many female patients' hands she has touched in these 3 days, and she has received countless invitations and little notes. At this moment, Wang Yu is numb. After 3 days of high-intensity work, she has successfully acquired a hoarse voice. She can no longer jump around. Every time she sees the long queue outside, she feels scared. Her usual liveliness is gone. Even when Wang Yu treats people to dinner, her face is expressionless, and she says very little. The large dark circles under her eyes and the slightly messy hair all showed the toll that reality had taken on her. From morning to night, she had been smiling and talking from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and during her breaks she just wanted to do nothing and say nothing. If it wasn't for the generous overtime pay, she really wanted to run to her boss's office, write her resignation letter, yell I quit, and then leave with style. Tian, am I off tomorrow? What day is tomorrow? Thursday. Let me see. Tian took out her phone and looked through the schedule she had saved. Under Wang Yu's name in the Thursday column were the words resting, and the young nurse's body immediately felt full of energy. Brother Yu, we're not working tomorrow. The hoarse voice couldn't hide the girl's excitement. Let's go home. Hearing the positive news, Wang Yu stood up and waved his hand to end the day's work. Once home again, Wang Yu did not take the elevator directly from the underground garage to the upper floors. Standing downstairs, looking at the still dark room, his heart slowly changed from disappointment to resignation. That night might have been a dream. He had received the most precious thing a woman could give, and yet he still wanted more. Greed was a common human failing. Back home, looking at the empty room, Wang Yu felt indescribably miserable. His once happy home was gone, and the two daughters he had cherished like his own life still caused him aching pain when he thought about them. But he is not the biological father of the children, so what right does he have to fight for them? The divorce was the final end for him and Shen Jia. Who is right and who is wrong? It is pointless to argue about it. Life goes on, and it will not stop for anyone. Finishing the beer in one gulp, Wang Yu buried the longing for his daughter deep in his heart. At this time, in the Tianjia restaurant, Sun Qian arrived at the private room. Looking at her third elder brother, who had asked her to come over, there was not a trace of a smile on her face. She was not as carefree as she thought she was, and she didn't think she could let go and pick herself up again. In the past few days, she could not forget Wang Yu, whom she had only met a day ago. She kept touching her chest, repeatedly reliving the taste of that afternoon. Little sister is here. I've investigated some information, which I think will be very useful to you. What did you investigate? Which girl is big brother supporting again? Or did second brother get punished by second sister for kneeling again? Sun Dishing was embarrassed to hear this. What Sun Qian said was his personal hobby. He liked to gossip about his two brothers whenever he had nothing better to do, and whenever he got a bit of news, he would eagerly share it with his little sister. And every time, the brother and sister were happy, and then used this news to blackmail their two brothers. At this time, Sun Qian thought that her third brother had found out the private information of her two brothers again, but she, who had once been enthusiastic, could not muster any interest. It's not big brother or second brother, it's my brother-in-law's news. What brother-in-law? Sun Qian didn't react at first. You mean Dr. Wang? Why are you asking about him? What's wrong with him? He's getting back together with Chen Yuding. Sun Qian's tone was a little lost. Such a good man, but unfortunately not hers. No, they haven't even seen each other in the past few days, so what marriage is there to get back together? Then what is it? I found out why they got divorced. I said, when did you become such a gossip, asking about this for no reason? Why do you care why other people got divorced? Sun Qian was a little angry. She had originally not wanted to have anything to do with Wang Yu after that day, and had forced herself to let go. Although she had felt bad in her heart these past few days, she would not change her decision. But this third brother really had nothing better to do, and he actually went behind her back to secretly investigate Wang Yu, and even found out such secret information. Little sister, I'm not unwilling. Brother Wang is such a good person, and he can't be my brother-in-law. I'm not even excited about drinking. Then you go marry him or marry him, don't call him brother-in-law for no reason. Sun Dishing's quick wit was no match for Sun Qian's, and he was momentarily distracted from his goal. After he recovered, he felt that he should stop beating around the bush. Listen to me, Xiaomei, Wang Yu and Shen Yuding will never get back together in this life, I guarantee it. What did you find out, and why are you so sure? Sun Qian's deadened heart regained a little vitality at this time. Shen Yuding cuckolded brother Wang, and the two daughters they had are not his. As soon as this explosive news was out, Sun Dishing drank a glass of wine with satisfaction, waiting for his younger sister to cheer up. However, Sun Qian's expression did not change. Third brother, you are sure, you are not joking. Little sister, you still don't believe in third brother's abilities? I even got the video of brother Wang going to the hospital to do a paternity test, and the results of the test. Saying this, he took out his phone, opened a video, and handed it to Sun Qian. After taking the phone, Sun Qian looked at the familiar figure in the video, and her heart ached. The video played a clip of Wang Yu getting the results of the paternity test. At this time, he was full of despair, leaning against the wall of the hospital, tears falling in big drops. The kind of heart-wrenching pain was beyond words. As she watched, tears filled Sun Qian's eyes. She never imagined that the sunny, cheerful man she knew had such a sad side, At that time, his heart must have been hurting a lot. Xiaomei, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy? Sun Dishing looked at his younger sister, who was holding her phone and crying, and for a moment, he couldn't understand. Shut up, Sun Xian glared at Sun Dishing fiercely. Okay, I won't say anything, just take your time watching. The video wasn't long, but Sun Xian watched it for a long time, repeating it over and over again, feeling Wang Yu's sadness and despair, and feeling for the man who had had intimate contact with her. There's also a paternity test in the background. I spent 10,000 yuan and asked someone to get it from the hospital. Sun Dishing reminded her, looking at his sister, who had been silent. Sun Xian heard this and closed the video. Swiping her phone, she saw the 2 paternity tests Wang Yu had done at the time. The words no blood relationship made her heart ache, but she also felt an uncontrollable excitement. It was so hard, and so exciting. What should I do? He's so pitiful, so I'll marry him, give him lots of children, and stay by his side forever, until we grow old together. Sun Xian, who had made up her mind, sent the video and the paternity report to her own phone, and then threw Sun Dishing's phone back. Her eyes were red, but she finally put on a smile and said to Sun Dishing in front of her, "Third brother, you love me more than my eldest and second eldest brothers, and I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life." Ha, that's right. The eldest and second eldest brothers can't compare to me. Sun Dishing's mouth corners turned to the back of his head when he heard his sister's praise. Chapter 35, I got all dressed up, but it was a bust. At this point, Wang Yu had no idea what he was about to face. Just how persistent can a 42-year-old girl be for love, and there are 3 crazy girl lovers behind her. Mom, I'm doing great. I got a new job with a salary of 5 million yuan a year, so don't worry about me. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, you can come and find me. I'm even going to buy a villa to bring you all over. Girlfriend? I've just started a new job, so I'll talk about it when I've settled down. Don't worry, your son has a good appearance and is well off. He's got plenty of girls after him, so he won't delay you from having grandchildren. Yes, don't worry, let Chunmei come. I live in a place of over 200 square meters with 4 rooms, and I'm alone, so she can cook for me when she comes. Okay, tomorrow at 11 noon, right? I'll pick her up at the station then. What about my father? Oh, when he gets back, you 2 can discuss whether you want to come to the city. I'll hang up first, Mom. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a girlfriend in a few months. When has your son ever lied to you? Don't worry, Mom, I'm hanging up now. Bye, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu let out a deep breath. As usual, his mother's nagging was overwhelming. She couldn't stop talking about finding a daughter-in-law, and Wang Yu didn't know how to respond. He could only promise, and promise. He had originally thought that if he spent some effort and worked hard for a few months, he would be able to win the girl, but now he didn't even know where she was. And now he was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. The person he spent most time with was Sweetie. But the young nurse was only 20 years old, and he, a 30-year-old second-time married man, should forget about her. And Wang Yu also thought of Sweetie as a younger sister from the bottom of his heart. His thoughts were racing through his head, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Hey, let's just stall for a while, maybe by then Ishuai will be back. After washing up, Wang Yu dragged his tired body to bed and fell asleep in less than 3 minutes. Third brother, I'll go to the hospital to find him tomorrow. Sun Qian, who had seen Hope, was obviously drunk again. Okay, third brother will go with you. Third brother, I want to marry him. Okay, third brother will book a hotel for you. Third brother, I want to bear him a child. Okay, Sangu, the Sangu can't help you. Sangu, don't sway, my head is a little dizzy. Looking at his sister in front of him with drunken, hazy eyes, Sun Dishing didn't know how to express his emotions for a moment. He called 2 waitresses and once again helped Sun Qian to the restroom on the 3rd floor, while Sun Dishing drank alone downstairs. Should I call my brother-in-law and ask him to come over, get drunk, take off all his clothes, and then sneak into my sister's bed? As he thought about this, Sun Dishing dialed Wang Yu's phone number. At that moment, Wang Yu was sleeping so soundly that he was not woken by the phone ringing. After dialing several times in a row, no one answered, so Sun Dishing had no choice but to give up on this plan. Damn it! I have nowhere to sleep tonight. Uncomfortable with the idea of his sister being alone, Sun Dishing dragged a few chairs together and prepared to stay up until dawn. Chunmei, is brother Yu really coming to pick us up tomorrow? Chunmei, who had just hung up with Wang Mu, told Yawen that Wang Yu would pick them up at the bus station tomorrow. Yes, and Auntie also said that brother Yu has 4 rooms there, so we can stay there. Living there, that's not good, Yawen lowered her head shyly. Hey, Yawen, you have to be more assertive. I lied to my parents and got them to go work, so you have to cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, when my brother finds another girlfriend, you'll be crying in vain. Yes, I will definitely seize this opportunity. Yawen also felt that she had been too passive in the past, and this time she was prepared to be more proactive. There's something else. You just need to know, but you must keep it a secret. What is it? If it's important, don't tell me. Yesterday afternoon, I saw my aunt and my mother talking while wiping their tears. I went over and listened in on them. My brother got divorced because that woman cheated on him and had 2 children with someone else. Ah. Yawen couldn't help but let out a loud cry. Keep your voice down, Chunmei immediately warned in a low voice as she covered Yawen's mouth. You? Yawen signaled Chunmei to let go. Keep it a secret, and don't show it in front of my brother, he loves face the most, if he sees it, I'm finished. Well, don't worry Chunmei, I won't tell anyone. Hey! I don't know how my brother has been spending these few days, that Shen Yuding really isn't a human, she actually did such a shameless thing. Listening to Chunmei's cursing, Yawen's heart had long since floated away to who knows where. Thinking that she would be able to see her beloved brother tomorrow, she beamed with happiness. Brother Yu, Yan is willing to bear you children, as many as you like. At this time, Wang Yu was still fast asleep, completely unaware that 2 girls, 1 young and 1 old, had already set their sights on him and were waiting to strike tomorrow. The next day, Wang Yu took a rare late sleep, and after waking up, continued to study the medical books he had brought back from the hospital. He waited until 10:30 and then went to the bus station to pick up his cousin. Meanwhile, at the Maria Hospital, Sun Qian stormed out, and after asking around for a long time, she realized that Wang Yu was actually off today. Sun Qian knocked on the door of the barbershop at 7 o'clock in the morning, and got a beautiful haircut. She changed into her favorite clothes, drew on eyeliner, painted her lips red, and got all dolled up. She was thinking about surprising him by showing up suddenly, but who knew that this guy was actually off today? Sitting in the car, Sun Qian calmed her excitement and took out her phone to dial Wang Yu's number. Hello, who is this? Dr. Wang, sorry to bother you, it's Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, what's the matter? Hearing that it was Sun Qian on the other end, Wang Yu immediately had a mental image of something big, white, and very bouncy. Well, I went to the hospital today to see you again, but when I got there I found out that you were off today, so I thought I'd give you a call to see if you had any time. Oh, I'll be at work tomorrow, Miss Sun, you can come see me then. Tomorrow, Sun Qian said, a little disappointed. Well, I have something else to do later, my cousin is coming over today, I have to pick her up at the station, and then I have to take her shopping in the afternoon, so I'm pretty busy and don't have much time. Oh, then Dr. Wang, are you free at noon? I'll treat you and your sister to lunch, and you can take a look at it for me in the meantime, without affecting your afternoon plans. This, how embarrassing, last time you already spent a lot of money on me. Please, Dr. Wang, if you don't take a look at it for me today, I won't be able to sleep at night. An old girl acting coquettishly is something that no man can resist. Okay then, let's still go to Sanji's place. I'll go directly after picking someone up. You can let Sangu know. Okay, don't worry, Dr. Wang, I'll see you at noon. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu looked at the time and realized that it was almost time to go to the bus station. He packed his things and headed downstairs. Chapter 36, Sun Qian and Song Yuan's first meeting. Wang Yu packed the clothes he had changed into these past few days and prepared to throw them in the washing machine when he suddenly found the bank card that the second son had given him the other day. He took it out and saw that it was from the Zhongyuan Bank, which happened to have a branch near the community. He had a little time at the moment, so he was going to go check how much money was in the card. Sitting in the car, he couldn't help but sigh, wondering how he could have been so busy these past few days that he forgot such an important thing. After parking the car, he went up to an ATM machine, memorized the PIN on the back of the card, and started to check the balance. When he saw a 5 and 6 zeros on the ATM screen, he was shocked. My goodness, the Sun brothers are really generous, paying 5 million for a medical consultation. The world of the rich once again changed his outlook on life. The Sun brothers were indeed rich. They gave him so much because, on the one hand, Wang Yu had saved their sister from having her rabbit's foot removed, and on the other hand, they also deliberately wanted to make friends. After all, a doctor as capable as Wang Yu was still worth cultivating, and who could guarantee that they would never fall ill? After receiving the bank card, Wang Yu was in a very good mood. After buying the bracelet, he still had more than 3 million yuan left in his hands. Later, Chen Shuxing generously gave him 5 million yuan in divorce compensation, which made his wallet quite bulging. And today, this card has made his assets reach the tens of millions level. This made Wang Yu, who used to earn 500,000 yuan a year, have the idea of buying and buying. On the way to the bus station, he wondered if he should sell the rented house directly. At that time, the agent's service personnel also said that if the house could not be rented out, it would have to be listed for sale. And there was also the car he had bought for just over 100,000 yuan, which he had only had for 3 years, but which he now really wanted to replace. It wasn't that he didn't like the car, but it was just that it was full of memories of his ex-wife and his 2 children. He would go buy a car in the afternoon, and then sell the current one, so that it would be easier to break up with it. As he thought about this, Wang Yu arrived at the station. He found a place to park his car and walked towards the exit. Sioux City is not a very big city, and the station only has 1 square and 1 exit. At this time, the entrance was packed with people, including taxi drivers looking for customers and waiters promoting hotel rooms. Of course, most of them were there to pick up people, just like Wang Yu. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Wang Yu saw Chuanmei's iconic ponytail from afar, swinging back and forth with her steps. Seeing his cousin, Wang Yu was still very happy and immediately started waving his hands to attract Chuanmei's attention. Just as he was waving enthusiastically, he saw Yuan by Chuanmei's side, and Wang Yu froze for a moment. After giving Yuan a massage that night, the young girl's languishing gaze made him dry mouth even now when he thought about it. Yesterday, didn't my mom say that only Chunmei was coming over? Why did she bring a little tail along? And I even agreed to let Chunmei live at my place. If Yuan also lives in, after a long period of contact, Wang Yu is not sure if he will do something. But this is not the time to worry about this. Maybe Yuan just came to accompany Chunmei for a few days of fun and will go back soon. Brother, over here. Chunmei quickly found Wang Yu, who was in a daze, at the sign of Yuan. She immediately walked over. Yuan, who was following behind, could not hide her joy and followed as well. Even when they were still at the exit, Yuan had seen Wang Yu outside early on, as if there was some kind of magic. Among all the people, she had spotted the man she had liked for many years at a glance. You've got a tan, girl. Wang Yu took over Chuanmei's backpack and patted her on the head. Brother, you also have this. Chunmei unceremoniously hung Yuan's backpack on Wang Yu's shoulders as well. I can do it myself. Yuan looked at Wang Yu and was still a little shy. Don't be able to, my brother is so strong, there is no problem carrying 2 backpacks, let's go, I'm starving. Pulling up Yuan's hand, Chunmei squeezed her way out of the crowd. Wang Yu carried the 2 backpacks and obediently followed behind the 2. When they arrived at the car, Chunmei grabbed the backpack and threw it directly in the back seat, then got in. Yuan, you sit in the front, there is no room in the back, she said, then closed the car door again. Wang Yu wanted to pull Chunmei out at this moment and ask her seriously if she really thought it was a good idea to act so obviously. He hadn't noticed that I had opened the trunk, but at this time, I couldn't refuse Chuanmei's proposal. Yuan, sit down, I'll take you to dinner, Wang Yu said after closing the trunk and helping Yuan open the car door. Thanks. Yuan was too embarrassed to look up at this point. Chuanmei's assistance was too brutal, it was just a matter of time before she directly expressed her feelings. But since it had come to this, she couldn't not get in the car, so she quickly got in. Wang Yu got in the driver's seat, embarrassed and not knowing what to say. Hurry up, brother, if you wait any longer, your sister will really starve to death. Okay, I'm going. Pulling the seatbelt, Wang Yu was about to start the car. Coincidentally, at this time, Yuan also pulled the seatbelt, and the 2 sockets were very close to each other. The 2 hands, one big and one small, touched each other. The 2 of them stiffened slightly. Brother you drive, I'll help you, Yuan said, buckling her seatbelt, then took Wang Yu's seatbelt and buckled it for him. Thanks. After starting the car, Wang Yu, who was still feeling dizzy, didn't put it into gear and just stepped on the accelerator. After taking a quick look around, he discovered that the 2 girls hadn't noticed their embarrassing situation. He immediately calmed down and headed towards Tianjia restaurant. Along the way, Wang Yu kept staring straight ahead, and the atmosphere in the carriage was awkward. Yuan looked at Wang Yu, and the more she looked, the more she liked him, and the more bold she became. The love in her eyes was about to burst out. Wang Yu, who was being stared at, felt uncomfortable all over, and his body became more and more stiff. Chunmei called out to him a few times from behind, but he didn't hear her. After a difficult journey to the Tianjie restaurant, Wang Yu quickly found a good place to park and left the carriage, finally feeling relieved. "Brother, are we eating here?" Looking at the magnificent entrance of the Tianjie restaurant, Chunmei couldn't help but secretly shake her head. "It looks expensive just by looking at it." "Well, my friends are treating today, so it's a good opportunity to bring you here." "Brother, look at those two people at the door, they look so strange." Wang Yu followed Chunmei's gaze and noticed the brother and sister Sun Xian and Sun Dishing. Sun Xian looked like she had dressed up today, wearing a radiant outfit, and was standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looking around. This scene made Wang Yu think of the previous few days, except that there was an extra person next to them. Sun Dishing was holding a pink parasol and standing next to Sun Xian to shield her from the sun. With his broad shoulders and muscular build, he looked like a big bear. The strange combination of the two attracted the attention of many passers-by. "Brother San." Wang Yu greeted him from afar. "Brother-in-law is here, and these two are." The word brother-in-law made Chunmei and Yuan's faces turn red. "Brother, how come he called you brother-in-law?" "I didn't know you had such a brother-in-law." "He's a friend, a bit of a loose tongue, he called me that." Wang Yu's explanation made Yuan beside him breathe a sigh of relief. Sun Dishing's outburst had almost made her think that she had once again died before she could achieve anything. "This is my cousin Chunmei, and this is the neighbor's sister Yuan. This is my friend. You can both call me Brother San. This is Brother San's sister. You can just call her sister." Wang Yu briefly introduced the two girls to each other. Sun Xian had looked at the two girls next to Wang Yu from afar. After hearing the introductions, Chunmei was first eliminated by her. But the next girl, who was soft and weak, was both the neighbor and the younger sister, and her threat level was rising infinitely. Chapter 37, Brother, you were right. After a brief exchange of pleasantries at the door, the group made their way to the private dining room. Wang Yu and Sun Dishing sat next to each other, while Sun Xian sat next to her brother. Chunmei took Yuwen by the hand and sat her down in the chair next to Wang Yu, while she sat down next to Yuwen with a smile on her face. Sitting next to Wang Yu in front of so many people, Yuwen's little face turned red, and she sat down in the chair with her head down, fidgeting with the towel in her plate. Sun Xian's eyes narrowed as she saw this situation, as if she were facing a great enemy. This shy little expression even made her feel a little soft when she looked at it, and she couldn't help but feel a desire to protect it. Not to mention men, who are such visual creatures. At that moment, her eyes flickered and she had an idea. "Third brother, move. What's wrong, little sister? Go sit next to him," Sun Xian said, glaring at Sun Dishing. Seeing the unfriendly look in her sister's eyes, Sun Dishing had no choice but to switch places with her. Wang Yu looked around. Holy cow! Both women are sitting around him, can he still eat? "Brother Sun, why don't I sit over there?" Wang Yu said weakly. "Ha ha! Brother-in-law, you're sitting there quite well." Sun Dishing was no fool, his sister was about to make a move. "Xiaoyu, I feel a bit of pain in my chest today. If you have some time, could you take a look?" Sun Xian blinked her big eyes at Wang Yu, rubbed her chest with her left hand, and showed a look of pain on her face. The tone, the expression, and the action made Wang Yu feel dry in the mouth. "Vixen," came a small voice from Chunmei next to them. But Sun Xian just looked pitifully at Wang Yu as if she hadn't heard. "Ms. Sun." As soon as Wang Yu opened his mouth, a snow-white finger was pointed at his lips. "Call me sister, or Qian is fine." Wang Yu really wanted to say, "Do we know each other well?" But thinking about what he had done, it was hard to say that they didn't know each other well. However, Qian really couldn't call her that, the senior demon opposite was much older than herself. "Qian's sister, I'll help you look, let's look now." Wang Yu's expression said it all. Although he didn't turn his head to look, he could feel the sad looks from the two girls next to him. "Brother, Yuwen has been suffering from chest pain these few days. Can you take a look at her too?" Chunmei couldn't stand to see her best friend suffer, so she spoke up immediately. "Okay, no problem." Thinking about Yuwen's angina pectoris caused by excessive worry, he didn't know how to treat it at the time, and just gave massage and prescribed medicine. Today, when he encountered it again, he decided to take a good look at her. Who would have thought that as soon as Wang Yu's words had finished, two small, pink hands reached out to him. These hands were really white and really pretty, round and slender, and under the lighting in the private room they looked so seductive that one couldn't help but want to hold them in one's hands and fondle them. Wang Yu's embarrassment only lasted a moment. As a man who was so stubborn that he was willing to leave everything behind in order to get a divorce, he was also provoked by the teasing of the two girls. Damn it, I see that you are women, and you have been tolerant again and again, but now you are starting to push your luck and make me choose between you. Immediately, he directly held out his hands, grasped the hands of the two girls at the same time, and then placed them on the table to start taking their pulses. Sun Qian and Yuan also did not expect this result, so they did not say anything at the moment, but just quietly watched Wang Yu. Soon, Wang Yu understood the physical conditions of the two girls. Sun Qian's tumor was gone, and her body was recovering well. She would probably recover after taking a few more days of medicine. Yuan's periodic angina pectoris had also returned, and the inexplicable heart disease had actually disappeared. Although her body was still a bit weak, she would be fine with the nourishing effects of her own medicine. However, the two girls' languishing looks gave Wang Yu a headache. When he just contacted them, two panels appeared at the same time, which made Wang Yu think of the idea of seeing a doctor with two panels, so that he would not have to work overtime in the future. Thinking about this, he still wanted to thank the two girls. If it wasn't for this incident today, he would not have discovered this split-screen function of the system until who knows when. However, the next check made him a little overwhelmed. Love sickness, what the hell is this? The two of them actually have the same illness, and the treatment method at the back is just a few short words. There is no cure, and Wang Yu's head couldn't help but ache. Yuan likes me. He guessed a few days ago that she had probably come to the city to woo me. Although I'm torn and don't know what to do, my heart is still sweet to be liked by such a pretty and innocent girl. But what's going on with Sun Qian? When did she start liking me? Could it be a side effect of the massage last time? Although he knew that the age difference between the two of them was quite large, Wang Yu, who had personally measured Sun Qian's figure, could definitely not say that he didn't have any thoughts about it. Moreover, Sun Qian's fair and firm skin and flawless figure made it impossible to tell that she was a woman in her 40s. However, although both girls were very nice and having one of them would make him happy for the rest of his life, the blood of one girl had already taken root in Wang Yu's heart. The red flowers on the white bedsheet not only bloomed on the bed, but also in his heart. Brother-in-law. Brother. This time, Wang Yu's pulse-taking really took a bit long, so long that Sun Dishing and Chunmei couldn't help but remind him. Interrupted, Wang Yu coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Then he let go of the two girls' arms, picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "You two have recovered very well, and there are no problems for now. But I still feel pain in my chest. Would you help your sister push it again?" Sun Qian immediately begged. Push it again. Wang Yu immediately wanted to nod and say yes. But in the end, he still didn't dare. After doing something, you have to take responsibility for the rest of your life. Brother Yu, I also feel unwell recently. Would you help me push it down again? Yuan next to him made a great effort to say this in public. At the moment, one hand tightly held the corner of Wang Yu's shirt, and her pretty face was so red that it could drip blood. But her eyes looked at him expectantly, and the love in her eyes made Wang Yu can't help but shiver. Yuan's request, Wang Yu felt that he could try it when he went back at night. Although he had a girl in his heart, this little Qingmei who had grown up with him since childhood also suited his appetite very well. The appearance of this kind of thought made Wang Yu himself startle, as if he didn't have to be responsible for Yuan after the massage. Looking at the little girl's eyes, if I really went to see her at night, it was unknown whether I could even walk out of her room. Damn! This is also a girl who can't be easily provoked. But at this time, faced with their request, Wang Yu really didn't know how to refuse. Brother-in-law, eat first, and after you're done, go upstairs, and then you can just massage them both, right? There's no need to be so hesitant about healing people. Brother Sun, you're right. Sun Dishing's words woke him up. What's there to be confused about healing and saving people? You have to know that a doctor only sees patients, not men or women. Chapter 38, I'll get drunk first, you guys do whatever you want. After making up his own excuses, Wang Yu also let go of his confused heart and immediately started drinking with Sun Dishing. Why drink? Of course it's not because he's not going to give the two girls a massage. He really felt that he could fool himself with the excuse of seeing a doctor. Since I couldn't say no, I'll get drunk and get out of it. I'll close my eyes and I won't know anything. With this in mind, Wang Yu had a great time drinking. Sun Dishing was also an alcoholic. The two of them pushed glasses back and forth, and in less than an hour they had finished 4 bottles of baijiu. Yowen didn't know Wang Yu's drinking capacity and kept watching him worriedly. She wanted to persuade him, but didn't know how to say anything at the moment. Chunmei, on the other hand, was famished. Seeing the delicious food in front of her, she had long since forgotten about helping out, and figured that she could always talk about it after she had eaten. Sun Xian looked at the 2 men beside her with a smile on her face, but she was about to explode with anger. She had gone to the hospital in the morning only to find it empty, and she had flirtatiously asked Wang Yu to come over for lunch. She had not yet started to woo him. But now there was this delicate, young thing, so cute that she wanted to bite Wang Yu. "Brother-in-law, listen to what your brother has to say. Leave the wedding arrangements to me. I'll make sure everything goes smoothly." Sun Dishing had obviously drunk too much. "Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll give you a big red envelope." Wang Yu was also drunk and couldn't hold back his words. "Ha ha. I'm relieved to hear that, brother-in-law. Well, when I find that girl, I'll definitely ask for your help." As soon as he said that, Sun Qian and Yuan froze. What girl? Wang Yu was really fast. Only a few days after his divorce, he already had a new target. The two of them felt a sense of danger. "Brother, which girl? What's her name?" Chunmei was outspoken and asked directly. "I don't know her name, she just lives downstairs from me." Chunmei didn't know what to say for a moment. She didn't even know the girl's name, and she was already thinking about getting married. Her cousin was no good. "Don't think so much, come on, brother-in-law, drink up." Sun Dishing's mind was obviously not working properly, and he hadn't reacted yet. Sun Qian's little foot had kicked him several times under the bench, but he had no reaction as his skin was thick. "Sister Yuan, I want to say a few words to you. Let's go next door and sit down." Seeing that her third brother was hopeless, Sun Qian set her sights on Yuan. Yuan nodded after listening and thinking, then followed Sun Qian out of the box. Chunmei also wanted to follow, but was stopped by her gaze. The two women, one big and one small, each with their own thoughts, came to the next room. "Sister, now that we are alone, I will get straight to the point." Yuan nodded in response. "You can tell, sister, that you have had feelings for Xiaoyu since a long time ago." "Yes, when I was 16, I made up my mind that I would marry no one but brother Xiaoyu in this life." Yuan's tone was firm. Sun Qian was momentarily stunned. "Is this girl so infatuated? You don't hide your feelings either, sister. I also want to marry Xiaoyu. We are rivals at the moment. I can see that. Since we both want to marry him, we can't let him fall into the hands of another woman. Don't you agree, sister?" Sun Qian's words made Yuan very approving. Now there is a rival, and if there are a few more, then her hopes will become slimmer and slimmer. "What is your plan, sister?" "There is a way, but I don't know if you are willing to make some sacrifices." Sun Qian smiled and seduced Yuan. "I'm not afraid of death for brother Yu, so just tell me what you have in mind. Then come closer, I'll whisper it to you." After a moment of whispering, Yuan's face turned red again, her hands clutching the corners of her shirt, her teeth clenching her lips. "Sister, can you do what I say? But if we do this, will you be angry? And the two of us together, it's ridiculous. So you want to leave you? If that's the case, I won't hold back. He's drunk, so we can do it this afternoon. I won't give up this chance. And do you really think he'll be angry? I know men better than you do." Although Sun Qian's words were very confident, she didn't really think that way, otherwise she wouldn't have dragged Yuan down. After all, she and Wang Yu had just met, and she was still head over heels. If she really did that, she would lose everything and not even be friends. However, if she dragged Wang Yu's little green plum into the water, things would be much more complicated. If she played her cards right, she might be able to get what she wanted. But in the end, one of us will have to leave. Yuan's thoughts were very simple. Although she wanted to agree to Sun Qian's request, in the end, the two of them still had to decide who would win. As a member of a wealthy family, Sun Qian's perspective was not comparable to that of a simple girl like Yuan. She understood very well that the so-called rules were meant for people without power and influence. People at the top of the pyramid like them had countless ways to get around the rules as long as they didn't go too far. "What's wrong, sister? Are you scared? Or are you just unable to accept it? Don't care about what the world thinks. Your own happiness is the most important thing. Don't you want to spend the rest of your life with Xiaoyu? I do. But now I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I've never seen anything like this before, and I've never thought about it either. If my parents knew, they would beat me to death. Yoan is very conservative after all, and her mind is confused. At this time, she doesn't know if she wants to agree or not. What's the big deal? My eldest brother and third brother aren't married, but they're both. I've never seen my parents beat them up either. And my sisters-in-law all live together in harmony. If Sundishan and Sundishing knew that their sister's bold idea was inspired by them, they would slap themselves. It really is true that people shaped in different environments are different. What seems incredible to Yuan is a daily occurrence around Sun Qian. The collision of the two people's three views obviously shattered Yuan's world. Sister, don't hesitate. What Xiaoyu just said was not drunken talk, but the truth from the bottom of his heart. If we don't act now, we'll be ready to grow old alone. Don't you want to give Xiaoyu a child that belongs to the two of you? Sun Qian's words were like a hammer, hammering heavily on Yuan's heart. 9 years of unrequited love had made her fed up with loneliness, and the thought of spending the rest of her life like this scared her to the core. And having a child of her own with brother Yu was like a sweet bait dangling in front of her. Okay, sister, as long as I can be with brother Yu, I'll do whatever you say. Chapter 39, It's really scary when a woman is scary. Seeing that Yuan had finally been successfully coaxed into the boat, Sun Qian couldn't help but reveal a sly smile like a fox. She took Yuan's hand firmly and comforted her gently. Don't worry, sister, from now on, I'll be there to protect you. After a moment of knowing each other's thoughts, the two of them returned to the cabin together. Chunmei was full of curiosity about their conversation, and couldn't help but lean over to Yuan and ask in a low voice. However, how could Yuan dare to casually reveal such intimate matters? If Chunmei learned of her plan with Sun Qian, she would definitely intervene. So Yuan casually said, nothing special, just casually asking brother Yu about some things from the past. Oh? Is that all? Then why not ask me? After all, I am his real sister, and I know him much better than you. Chunmei looked suspicious, but when she thought about how her good friend had never lied to her in the past, she didn't pursue the matter further. At that moment, Sun Qian had an idea to get rid of the annoying Chunmei. She suggested enthusiastically, Chunmei, why don't you go to the mall and buy something you like while you're at it? After all, Xiaoyu will be helping Yuan with my treatment later. My brother can still see patients later. Chunmei pointed at Wang Yu, who could hardly sit still. Of course he can. The alcohol wears off quickly, and he'll be fine after a rest. Chunmei, you've just arrived in Shuzhou City and have a lot of things to buy, right? I'll find someone to take you to my brother's mall. Take whatever you like, as a gift from your older sister. Afterwards, Sun Qian called over a waiter from the restaurant, gave him a few instructions, and then called her second brother. Chunmei had not finished eating when she was led away by the waiter in a daze. Looking at Yuan, who was still in the private room, she always felt that something was wrong, but she just couldn't figure it out. After arranging for Chunmei to understand, Sun Qian then turned her attention to her third brother, and began pouring him wine from the bottle. Yuan, fill Xiaoyu's glass too, she said, winking at Yuan. Yuan, who was shy, was very nervous, but she was determined to carry out the plan. The two men were thus tricked by their sister and Xiaoyu. No matter how much they could drink, they unconsciously drank too much under the gentle persuasion of their sister and Xiaoyu. After about half an hour, Sun Dishing slipped under the table. The guy was so heavy that Sun Qian couldn't drag him away after a few tugs, so she just left him there. Wang Yu was fine, too. Although he was also unconscious from drinking, Yuan took good care of him and he was still sitting in his chair peacefully. However, one pair of hands had already wrapped around Yuan's slender waist, and his head was resting on the girl's soft stomach, snoring away. Feeling Wang Yu's strong and powerful arms and the strong masculine scent, Yuan's legs were a little unsteady. With nowhere to put her hands, she didn't know whether to hug him back or push him away. At this moment, Yuan was so nervous that her big eyes looked at Sun Qian, asking her to make a decision quickly. Being in such close contact with Wang Yu made her heart beat violently, and she didn't dare to move a muscle while hugging Wang Yu's head with both hands. Two people, please. Seeing Yuan's nervous expression, Sun Qian called out at the door, and soon two waiters came. Take this gentleman to the lounge on the third floor. Sun Qian said, pointing at Wang Yu in Yuan's arms. What about the boss? The two waiters looked at Sun Dishing under the table and asked. My brother is tough, just find somewhere for him to lie down. Facing a boss like her sister, the waiters didn't know what to say. They immediately carried out Sun Qian's order. Soon, Wang Yu was lying on the bed in the third-floor lounge again. Yuwen followed and took care of him by the bed. Although Sun Qian said that she would just let someone take care of her third brother, she stayed and took care of him. After she was done, Sun Qian went to the third floor and pushed open the lounge door. She saw Yuwen wiping the body of Wang Yu. "Oh dear. Little sister, what are you doing? It's hot here, and brother Yu has sweated a lot, so I'm wiping him down." "Then why don't you turn on the air conditioning? Do you want to keep wiping him until tomorrow?" It was a very hot afternoon, with the outside temperature at 38 degrees. The temperature in the lounge on the third floor was also around 34 degrees. Wang Yu had drunk a lot of white wine, and in this environment, his sweat never stopped. When Yuwen saw Wang Yu sweating, she took a paper towel and kept wiping him, without even thinking about turning on the air conditioning. I forgot. Yuwen is now shyly trying to find a hole to crawl into. Sun Qian just smiles and doesn't say anything, turns on the air conditioner, and then locks the door. After that, she pulls the curtains closed, and the room immediately darkens. "Sister, do you want to go take a shower first?" With that, Sun Qian drags her to the bathroom next door. The two women look at each other, their eyes full of envy and admiration. Yuwen's youthful beauty is something Sun Qian can never hope to have. And Sun Qian's devilishly perfect figure is not something that Yuwen can compare to, an absolute natural talent. After taking a shower, the two of them came up to Wang Yu with their bath towels wrapped around them. Looking at the way he slept, Yuwen felt a sense of guilt rise up in her. Let's help him dry off first, so he can sleep comfortably. With that, Sun Qian got to work, while Yuwen just stood there, not knowing how to get started. Hurry up, don't wait for him to wake up, or you'll be in a difficult situation. Upon hearing this, Yuwen also let go of her shame and started to get started. In a matter of moments, Wang Yu's body was cleanly wiped by the two of them. Looking at Wang Yu in front of her, Sun Qian also blushed. Although she had been acting very composed, she was still a girl after all. Yuwen. "Ah, sister, I'll go sit outside for a while." Yuwen's head was shaking like a rattle. She had used up all her courage to get this far, and now she really couldn't do what was next in front of another person. After saying that, Yuwen quickly left the room, leaving Sun Qian alone. Looking at Yuwen leaving, Sun Qian was relieved. After all, she really couldn't let go. Taking a deep breath, she secretly cheered herself on. "Come on, happiness is something you have to fight for yourself." Drunk Wang Yu had already fallen soundly asleep. Sun Qian looked at him as he slept and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She had never thought about getting married, and at this moment, she didn't know why she couldn't help but feel a good impression towards this man. Could this be called love? The lights went out, and the flowers bloomed. Chapter 40, Wang Yu, drunk again. In a daze, Wang Yu felt completely at ease, as if a warm current was flowing through his body, making him want to struggle to sit up. However, at that moment, Sun Qian, who was outside in the hallway, had already fallen asleep. The door closed, and the person who came out of the room was panting, while the person who went in was extremely nervous. Time passed quietly, and it was already after 10 p.m. Wang Yu's drunkenness gradually wore off, and his consciousness slowly began to return. Half asleep, he tried to move his body and roll over to change his position, but was surprised to find that his left arm seemed to be firmly held by something and could not be moved at all. Am I still asleep? Or am I still in a dream? Wang Yu's mind was still in a state of chaos, and he had no idea what had happened in the afternoon. The strange touch from his body made him think that he was still in an illusory dream, otherwise how could such a beautiful thing happen to him? It must be an illusion caused by drinking too much. However, as Wang Yu became more and more sober, he gradually realized that the current situation was a bit strange. After some careful consideration, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Oh my god, something's wrong, this is definitely not a dream." When he realized this, Wang Yu was extremely frightened, and he instantly froze, no longer daring to move. Lying there, he tried hard to remember, but he just couldn't think of what had happened in the afternoon. He could only remember drinking with his third brother, but he couldn't remember anything that happened after that. Now in this dark room, he didn't even know where he was. As he thought about it, he was so scared that he immediately sat up. Shit, there really was someone lying next to him, and Wang Yu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Yuwen and Chunmei had brought me back? Is this my own home? Then this person next to me, I hope it's Yuwen, if it's not then. A sense of fear overwhelmed Wang Yu's heart. At the moment, he wanted to die. Although he didn't know why this had happened, it was already too late to say anything. His mind, which had become lucid, once again became confused. Mechanically, he reached for the bedside table. He didn't find the familiar switch, but he found a mobile phone, and he didn't know whose it was. Taking the phone, Wang Yu couldn't wait to unlock it. He desperately needed some light to see who was next to him. Yoan, who was sleeping, felt a strange sense of loss as she vaguely noticed that the object in her arms that had been clinging to her had suddenly disappeared without a trace. She subconsciously reached out to feel for it, trying to find the lost warmth. Just then, her hand touched a hard, warm object. Wang Yu. Yoan did not hesitate to grab him and pull him forcefully towards her, but found that no matter how hard she tried, she could not move him an inch. However, this did not discourage her. After all, there were other ways to get close to each other. So, Yoan quickly adjusted her position, twisting her body to get closer to Wang Yu until the two were in close contact. Then, she brought her small head closer to Wang Yu's shoulder and gently pressed her side against his body. The whole movement was as natural and smooth as flowing water, done in one go. Wang Yu had not yet reacted to Yuan's actions when everything had already settled. At this moment, his arm was tightly embraced by Yuan and could not move. Helplessly, Wang Yu had to turn his head and use the faint light from his phone to check the situation. When he saw Yuan's cute and lovely face in his arms, the last trace of guilt in his heart instantly disappeared, replaced by a feeling of sweetness and happiness. Luckily, you scared me to death. Although he didn't expect it to be the girl Yuan, at this point in time, as long as it wasn't Chunmei, Wang Yu would have accepted it even if it was a man. Wang Yu let out a long sigh and felt like he had been reborn. Looking at the girl next to him, although it felt like a headache, it was much better than the suicidal mood he had just now. If he had known, he would not have drunk so much. The same thing happened twice, and Wang Yu didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Walking out of the bathroom, Wang Yu switched on a nightlight and took a good look at the room. He realized that he hadn't gone home after all, but was still in his brother's lounge. He walked over to the bed, picked up the clothes on the floor and put them on, then lit a cigarette and walked out of the room. If this had just happened with Yuan, he wouldn't have had a headache, but there was also the girl whose name he didn't know. Sigh. Walking out of the room, he couldn't help but complain to himself. This girl really has no scruples. He knew very well that Chunmei, Yan and Sunqian had not been drinking. She must have been sober at the time. He had just divorced and hadn't yet figured out what to do next, but he had once again seduced a girl, and she was the girl next door. As he thought about this, Wang Yu's headache was mixed with some pride. But the thought that he could only have one wife made him agonize over who to choose. He didn't want to let go of either one, and he didn't want to hurt either one, so his heart was torn apart. But Wang Yu did not choose to leave silently. What was done was done. No matter what the reason, the result was already like this, and he was still responsible for his choice. But who to be responsible to was indeed an unsolvable problem. Just as Wang Yu could not find an answer and his eyes were blank, a soft body pressed up from behind, with hands around his waist and her head resting on his shoulder. The fragrance of the person who had attacked him came rushing at him, interrupting his train of thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sun Qian's voice sounded in his ear. Perhaps guessing Wang Yu's worries, Sun Qian continued. "In fact, you don't have to be so entangled. Qian, why don't you stop Yuan?" Wang Yu sighed. "Why should I stop? Yuan has liked you for so many years. Is your heart made of stone?" "I remember what I said. I have someone I like now." "Ha! I have 2 younger sisters-in-law and 4 older sisters-in-law, you figure it out yourself." Sun Qian's words were like a new door opening for Wang Yu. Yes, he didn't want to give up on either one, so he wouldn't give up on either one. After working hard in society for so many years, Wang Yu had gained a lot of insight, and he now had quite a bit of assets. There were only 2 women, and as long as they were willing, he could fully afford them. That. Shen, I really appreciate the comfort you've given me, but could you please let go of my hand first?" Wang Yu's face turned red, and he said awkwardly, a little embarrassed. On hearing this, Sun Qian gave a soft smile, her tone tinged with a hint of teasing. "Oh? Let go of you? Ha, little guy, are you trying to renege on your debt?" No. Absolutely not." Wang Yu hurriedly waved his hands to explain, "I will definitely shoulder my due responsibilities towards Yuan, there's no doubt about it." His eyes were firm and sincere, expressing his inner resolve and sense of responsibility. However, at this moment, Wang Yu did not know the enormous sacrifice and dedication that Sun Qian had made behind the scenes. What about me? Are you just going to avoid your responsibilities towards me like this? Sun Xian suddenly threw out this sentence, which made Wang Yu flinch and completely at a loss. He widened his eyes and looked at Sun Xian with confusion, really unable to figure out why the other person was questioning him like this. For a moment, he was at a loss for words and didn't know how to reply. Seeing that Wang Yu did not respond, Sun Xian pressed again, "Do you really have the will to take responsibility for me?" Her gaze locked onto Wang Yu, as if she wanted to see his true thoughts through his eyes. Damn it! They all took advantage of me when I was drunk, and this time I will definitely get my revenge.